Chapter 1, The End and New Beginnings. A/N, for the uninitiated, this is the sequel series to Endless Path, Infinite Cosmos. Reading that isn't necessary to understand what takes place in this one, but it would certainly provide a significant amount of context. This brings back memories, remarked a tall man with dark, somewhat messy hair that framed a handsome face and deep aquamarine eyes, which, upon closer inspection, appeared to swirl with innumerable, ever-shifting specks of light. "It truly does," responded a petite woman with equally messy black hair, emerald green eyes with slit-like pupils, sun-kissed brown skin, and a slim yet shapely body adorned with distinctive, cat-like ears and a tail. Like the man, her eyes glistened with specks of shimmering light, but their number and intensity were greater. "It amazes me that, no matter how many times we reach this point, it forever feels like the first," mused the man, turning to face the woman and adopting a smile that caused the surrounding darkness to retreat, casting the entirety of the boundless expanse they were in with equally endless light. "That's because it is," hummed the woman, approaching the man and embracing him for the first and last time. He readily reciprocated, and though the two had already spent an eternity together, they enjoyed a few eons more as seconds to an ordinary person. Then, without further need to communicate, the body of the man broke down into countless motes of light, sinking into the woman's body but leaving behind a tiny, ancient-looking orb covered in indecipherable runes. "And thus, life eternal makes way for endless possibility," muttered the woman, her body breaking down to a nebulous mass that appeared both male and female, its form ever shifting depending on the perspective and angle it was viewed from. Though nothing happened for a truly incomprehensible amount of time following the woman's utterance, so long as the possibility of something happening existed, she would wait. Fortunately, she was never alone, the dreams of countless beings materializing within her, their pasts, presents, and futures coexisting within a single moment, unchanging, expectant. Rousing from what felt like an endless dream, the woman looked down to find a single mote of light, born within the darkness that had encroached upon her in the wake of the man's disappearance. This was what she had been waiting for, but while she felt an indescribable urge to reach out and grasp it, she remained patient, a single, even smaller mote of light, barely a speck, separating from her nebulous mass to meet the anomalous mote that had appeared from nothingness. Memories of a boy with translucent skin and glowing blood flooded into her, rousing countless others, but as it was her first time experiencing this particular set, alongside the feelings attached to them, she couldn't help muttering, "You poor child. Ugh, my stomach," groaned a boy with healthy and fair brown skin, dark brown hair that sat messily atop his head, and striking aquamarine eyes, fighting back the urge to throw up after enduring a sensation akin to his stomach being wrung like a rag. He couldn't help noticing that he was naked, but instead of focusing on that, his eyes widened to their limits as he saw he had hands with which to cradle his stomach and a pair of thin but intact legs. "I have hands and legs," muttered the boy, tears swelling within his eyes and quickly pouring freely down his face before he covered them in a vain attempt to deter his sobbing. It wasn't that he was sad, but after enduring years of being strapped to an exam table and being unable to move about without the aid of others, he felt overwhelmed. "That is correct," said a distinctly synthetic-sounding voice within the boy's mind, causing him to startle as it explained, "Though the physical body of the host may have sustained damage, the structure of your soul is immutable. It may appear to change, but it is always as a reflection of the host's desires." "Who are you?" asked the boy, staring up at the endless nothingness surrounding him. After meeting with the goddess, who had introduced herself as Klyska, he had been deposited on what looked like a strange, circular stone platform. He was excited for what was to come, but seeing nothing beyond the platform compelled him to tuck in his knees and hug them. "I am the system created to act as an intermediary between the host and the path," explained the voice, its tone appearing to soften slightly as it appended, "As the host is incapable of understanding the functions of the path without assistance, I was created as an auxiliary support and to serve as an intermediary. I shall do my utmost to answer any questions the host might have about the path, its functions, and the records within which you shall venture *. Sensing the system's sincerity, the boy, named Von Mason, breathed a sigh of relief, a feeble but excited smile developing across his face as he responded, I see, and I think I understand. I'm glad to have someone to help me. I'm certain I'll get used to it, but this is all a bit much right now. And I am pleased to assist you, responded the system, giving Von the impression it was happy despite sounding like a female robot. In response to that thought, the system remarked, you aren't mistaken, I am happy. However, that shouldn't be your primary focus at the moment. Your ego is too fragile to remain in this place for an extended period, so while it might be presumptuous of me to do so, I suggest initializing the tutorial. Then, once you have familiarized yourself with the path's functions, you should choose the record you wish to inhabit as soon as possible. Oh, okay, responded Von, a little overwhelmed but feeling he could trust the system. He couldn't explain it, but he felt like it had been looking after him for much longer than the few minutes they had known each other, reminding him of a cold-sounding but very caring older sister. Making it clear that it was privy to his thoughts, the system responded, acknowledged. If it pleases the host, please refer to me as Big Sister or simply Sis from now on, in a markedly more feminine tone. Is that really okay? Asked Von, feeling a little embarrassed. While it was true that he had always wanted an older sister, it felt weird referring to the voice in his head in such an intimate manner. The decision is the host's to make, responded the system. However, if the host is asking if I'm okay with it, there are few things that would make me happier. Well, if that's the case, I'm happy to have you, sis. Stammered Von, his face flushing red, prompting him to use his hands to conceal it as he added, please initialize the tutorial. Though he wasn't sure what a tutorial was, Von felt he would find out faster by experiencing it directly. Fortunately, it appeared that a tutorial was some kind of explanation, as Sis responded, affirmative, before a transparent blue window appeared before him, floating in the air. Available functions. Status displays the host's physical, mental, and spiritual attributes in a quantifiable format. Skills displays a list of the host's available skills. The host may toggle skills on and off to activate or deactivate their effects. Shop displays a list of all items available across all records. The host can sell items stored within the inventory for a currency known as origin points. The same currency is what's used to purchase items. Inventory displays a grid that permits the host to store items within a localized subdimension, inaccessible to all but the host. Items stored within are not influenced by the flow of time. Furthermore, the host can equip items within the inventory to pre-designated slots, permitting the instantaneous changing or removal of equipment. Records displays a list of all available records and their associated difficulty. Difficulties range from 1-7, with 1 being mortal and 7 being the realm of duality. There are tiers of existence beyond 7, but they cannot be conceived. Caution! It is highly recommended that the host avoid records exceeding Tier 5 until they have attained divinity. Map displays a map of the current record, but only places the host has seen or sensed directly. Sensing that Von had finished reading, Sis explained, you can view the specifics of each by saying or thinking display along with the function you wish to review. I suggest starting with status, as it would be beneficial for you to understand your current capabilities before choosing a record. That makes sense, responded Von, nodding before focusing his mind and thinking that he wanted to view his status. In response, the window before him closed, replaced by a completely new one. Status. Name, Von Mason. Age, 0, age does not apply to the soul. Race, human, soul, sealed. Parameters, does not apply outside of records. Soul tier, 1, mortal soul. Karma, 0. I'm not sure what I expected. thought Vaughn, prompting what felt like a laugh from the depths of his mind before Sis assured, "It shows that you have infinite potential and room to grow. As for your karma, which I sense you are curious about, it was used to allow you access to the path. Once you access a record, you will be able to acquire considerably more based on your actions and decisions moving forward." "Then I guess I should display records next?" asked Vaughn, prompting a new window to appear before him, this time depicting a list that appeared to scroll forever. Fortunately, it had two boxes at the top, one for inputting specific record names and another for inputting search parameters. "I'm not sure I want to enter the record of a place I know," thought Vaughn, his face forming a frown as he imagined screwing things up for the people who lived in the worlds he would be traveling. He didn't believe he would be turned away if he traveled to a record like Fairy Tale and aspired to join the titular guild, but if the members considered him weird or too weak, he might be ostracized or get in their way. "Then, is there anything you would like to experience?" asked Sis. "You are not limited to choosing a single record to spend the remainder of your days. You could always select one to accumulate strength and knowledge before moving to one you're more familiar with." "That's a really good idea," agreed Vaughn, his doubt gradually replaced by a broad, bright-eyed smile as he appended, "You're really smart, Sis." "Thank you for the compliment," responded Sis, giving Vaughn the distinct impression she was pleased. Then, in response to the thought forming in his mind, she displayed a much shorter list of records that fit the criteria he was imagining. His goal was a record similar to his previous world but with things like magic, martial arts, demons, and gods. Most importantly, he wanted the record he chose to allow even someone like him to be able to attend high school without being seen as too weird or creepy. "What does DXD stand for?" asked Vaughn, referring to the record at the top of the list, an unfamiliar world known as High School DXD with a tier range of 1-5. "Analyzing," responded Sis, followed by a lengthy delay where Vaughn got the distinct impression his brain was heating up. Fortunately, it didn't give him a fever or persist for too long before Sis appended, "Based on what I was able to deduce, it should stand for Demons and Dragons, Dungeons and Dragons, or something comparable. However, this is speculative, as I possess no direct knowledge of said record." "Then let's learn about it together," said Vaughn, adopting a radiant smile that seemed to light up the surrounding darkness, albeit only slightly. In response, a sensation akin to static briefly emanated from the depths of his mind before Sis, her voice sounding audibly softer, responded, "That would be wonderful, Vaughn. Before initializing the transfer, however, there is an item within your inventory you should make use of. It is a gift given to you by Clipchamp, its effect being to bestow you a unique skill that could prove useful in your first record. Take note that." Before Sis could finish issuing her warning, Vaughn, excited by the prospect of attending school for the first time, interrupted her to state, "Oh, I want to use it," with the enthusiasm of a child who had just learned they were about to receive a present. Sis had no choice but to obey, so alongside a pleasant-sounding ding and a tiny blue window appearing along the edge of his vision, Vaughn experienced a powerful tugging sensation in his gut as he abruptly descended into his first record. Chapter 2, Throne. Following a sensation that felt like falling through several layers of thick, viscous liquid, Vaughn found himself deposited on the floor of a room filled with books, haphazardly scattered gizmos, and a chair that was formed from white stone with angular blue cushions, mysteriously floating a few centimeters above the ground in front of semicircular desk comprised of the same material. "It's a good thing my stomach is empty," groaned Vaughn, collapsing onto the surprisingly soft white stone floor with his arms and legs splayed. He noticed that the ceiling, walls, and virtually all other surfaces were made of the same material, but before he could ask Sis what it was, an entirely separate synthetic sound voice asked, "And who might you be, child?" in the gentle yet soothing voice of a man. Rising to a seated position, Vaughn looked around for where the voice had originated, his gaze focusing on a series of light-formed displays that had appeared above the desk, each displaying a two-dimensional golden eye against a backdrop of pure yet unobtrusive white. "I'm Vaughn," responded Vaughn, swallowing nervously before asking, "Who are you?" "An honest child," remarked the voice, the eyes on the display narrowing, ostensibly in satisfaction as it revealed, "As for our identity, we are known as God's system. More specifically, we are the intelligence entrusted with the system's management by God, codenamed Throne." "Oh, well, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Throne," muttered Vaughn, feeling a little sheepish as he felt like he was trespassing someplace he shouldn't be. "Be not afraid, Vaughn. We could sense that you were not an enemy from the moment you appeared," reassured Throne. "Rather, we suspect we have been awaiting you for some time as the energy within you is similar to the spark of the Creator. Tell us, from where do you come, and by what means did you arrive here?" "I was sent here," started Vaughn, prompting Sis to exclaim, "Wait, Vaughn," as the very air around him began to quake, the displays depicting the eyes of Throne fluctuating violently as she hastily explained, "You can't reveal information about the path, the records, or where you came from to its natives. Doing so will cause you to be ejected from the record and everyone who overheard it to be destroyed." "How very curious," remarked Throne, its voice sounding almost excited and its many eyes scanning the area as it appended, "It would seem that the laws that transcend creation do not wish for your origin to be known. A comparable phenomenon occurred when my Creator endeavored to use his power to ascertain the nature of his existence." "I'm sorry," muttered Vaughn, hanging his head apologetically. In response, the eyes on the displays shook as if an invisible person were shaking their head before it stated, "You need not apologize, Vaughn, but your willingness to do so speaks volumes of your character. I also have at least some idea about the nature of your origin. Your given name is rooted in divine grace, and the surname Mason denotes you as one who creates from what came before. Our Creator prophesied that someone like you would appear here in his absence, so allow me to welcome you, Vaughn Mason, to the seventh heaven." Thanks," responded Vaughn, forcing a cramped, apologetic smile as he revealed, "but the reason I came here was because I wanted to attend high school." "I'm really sorry, Mr. Throne, but I don't think I have anything to do with this place or your Creator." "Perhaps," conceded Throne. "But you will one day know that nothing in this world is truly coincidental. You may have arrived here with the desire to attend high school, but some entity or force brought us together, even if only to make us aware of your presence." "Then you'll let me leave?" asked Vaughn, his throat tightening and pulse increasing slightly, two of many changes that Throne noticed. Based on these variables, it calculated there was a 97.34% chance that Vaughn was feeling fear and anxiety at the prospect of being imprisoned or detained, so it dismissed the notion of keeping him there and instead, with the most reassuring tone it could construct, responded, "Of course, child. However, we would like to learn more about you before you go. In exchange, we will facilitate your descent into the mortal world and arrange for you to attend high school, just as you desire." Sensing Vaughn's doubts, Sis contended, "You should consider accepting its proposal. Enrolling in a public school without a background or identity would be difficult. This being possesses great influence and should be of considerable assistance to you." Nodding, both in response to Sis's words and Throne's proposal, Vaughn summoned the courage to state, "I will answer what I can." "That's all I can ask," hummed Throne, followed by a cushion appearing behind Vaughn as it stated, "Please, take a seat. As for my first question, I would like to know why you wish to enroll in high school. To be frank, the preponderance of those who attend wish they didn't. It's just something I've always wanted to do, attend school, I mean," explained Vaughn. "And since I should be 16 or 17, enrolling in high school made the most sense." Ostensibly in response to his curiosity regarding his age, Vaughn's status window appeared before him, clarifying the matter and providing insight into his situation. Status. Name, Vaughn Mason. Age, 17. Race, human, sealed. Title, N/A. Parameters, High School DxD. Power, 4. Guts, 37. Proficiency, 6. Charm, 51. Alignment, neutral. Soul tier, 1, mortal soul. Karma, 100. OP, 0. Dash. You appear to be reading something, remarked Throne, its synthetic voice tinted with curiosity. Oh, responded Vaughn, unsure how to react to Throne's accusation. Fortunately, he didn't need to, as Throne promptly added, it was merely an observation on our part. If it is difficult to explain, you need not trouble yourself with trying. I would much rather hear you tell me what you wish to gain from attending high school and what you intend to do after you've graduated. I haven't thought about what I would do after graduation, admitted Vaughn, hanging his head and swallowing nervously as he confided, but I would like to make at least one friend. You are a remarkably pure child, remarked Throne, exhaling a synthetic sigh. Vaughn looked to be in his mid to late teens, but as far as Throne could tell, he seemed to have the mentality of a young, reserved, and very naive child. And with a handsome face and a vulnerable personality, other teens would devour him. High school, rather, the human world is not a sympathetic place, Vaughn, explained Throne. If you descend into it, you may well experience great pain, heartbreak, and even suffering. Should you remain here in heaven, you would never know hunger, thirst, or fatigue. You would have access to all knowledge and legions of angels honored to be your friend. I heard that heaven was a paradise, muttered Vaughn. Throne was about to affirm this, but before it could, the former raised his gaze, a glimmer of resolution in his bright, aquamarine eyes as he appended, but I don't like how sterile it feels. It doesn't feel like a place made for the living, and I'm not afraid of pain. Pure, courageous, and full of conviction, remarked Throne, its many eyes appearing to nod as it concluded the best course of action was to allow Vaughn to do as he pleased while monitoring him from afar. If he were the being their creator had prophesied to come, he would eventually find his way back to the seventh heaven once he was ready. Inversely, trying to keep him there could turn him against heaven in its entirety. I don't think I'm particularly brave, muttered Vaughn, shaking his head before affirming, but I would like to be. Understood, responded Throne. We shall convene with the four great seraphs and have them complete the necessary arrangements. Is there a particular academy or institution you had in mind? If not, there are several under the purview of the Church. I don't mean to offend you, Mr. Throne, but I haven't had the best experience with the Church, admitted Vaughn, averting his eyes from the former's many eyes. As it knew for a fact that Vaughn wasn't a being from their world, Throne couldn't help but find the former's words curious. The implication was that Vaughn originated from a place where God and the Church existed, but even if he had traversed the dimensional gap and been displaced into the past from a point in the distant future, his profile and information regarding his genealogy would be recorded in the God system. Understood, responded Throne, choosing to restrain its curiosity until Vaughn was willing or able to reveal more. Then, for the time being, please wait here. You are also free to look around, but there isn't much to see as the seventh heaven is primarily a data storage. You could venture into the Great Vault, but it is mostly empty after many of the articles stored within were repurposed for their divine energy. I will remain here, said Vaughn, feeling too overwhelmed to get up and wander about such a hallowed place. He also wanted to speak with Sis and learn more about the path and its functions, so he felt considerable relief when Throne offered a curt understood, before its many eyes and the displays depicting them blinked out of existence. Closing his eyes and exhaling from his nose, Vaughn thought, that was way too stressful. You did exceptionally well, Vaughn, considering what you were speaking to, contended Sis, her synthetic voice tinted with reassurance and a hint of pride. Vaughn wasn't sure how he could feel such things, but he promptly learned as Sis dutifully explained, though I might appear to have my own personality, I am ultimately an extension of you, Vaughn. My thoughts are your thoughts. But you seem so real, thought Vaughn. Because that is how you see me, explained Sis, appending, and if it's something you truly desire, I may one day become an independent being. But, even if that happens, I would like to stay as one. Would you allow me that? I mean, if it's something you want, responded Vaughn, feeling a little embarrassed as, if Sis's words were true, he was essentially permitting himself to stay with himself. Fortunately, there were plenty of things for him to shift focus to, and since Sis was privy to his thoughts, she readily explained, the reason you look different is that your body needed to be restructured to conform to the laws of the record. Just as the manga you read had different art styles, the way light and shadows appear within the records is governed by various factors. The presence of mana and other forms of energy is a major contributing factor to this, so while the people you meet and interact with may not look like cartoons, they will look very different from what you are used to. I see, Vaughn muttered internally, staring down at his body, particularly his hands and the clothes he was wearing. Before entering the record, he had been completely naked. Now, he was wearing what looked like an off-white tunic with an ornate gold trim, a golden sash, pale brown pants, and sandals woven from a material that resembled straw but was solid gold in color and sheen. In response to these thoughts, Vaughn's inventory opened, displaying a grid on the right and what looked like the outline of a person on the left, albeit with multiple boxes. Focusing on the box on the torso caused yet another window to appear before him, this time displaying a detailed picture of the tunic along with a description and various stats. Aspiring Saint's vestments. Rank, S, cloth armor. Slots, 0. P.def, 555. M.def, 7777. Enchantment, S. Indestructible, S. Comfortable fit, A. Self-repairing, A. Corruption resistance, B. A special cloth vested to especially pure souls who have been accepted into heaven. Not only does it prevent most conventional forms of harm to the user, but it is also extremely resistant to magical attacks, particularly those used by demons. Restrictions, Von Mason. Chapter 3, Charm. These clothes seem really good, thought Vaughn, checking each article and finding that all but his sandals were S rank. He wasn't exactly sure what that meant, but the description made them seem amazing. An item's rank denotes how powerful it is compared to all other items within a record, explained Sis. This highest rank an item can attain is SSS, with S rank being the third highest and F rank being the lowest. So yes, the items you are wearing are of exceptional quality. At the very least, they're much better than a hospital gown. Joked Vaughn, exhaling a soft chuckle as he willed his skill window to open. Chain Breaker. Rank, S. Passive, status increases if the wielder is bound, sealed, or feels confined against their will. The increase is proportional to the wielder's stress level or desire for freedom. Veil of the Traveler. Rank, S. Passive, prevents information about the user from being exposed by skills of a lower rank without the wielder's consent. Increases the effectiveness of concealment and stealth-related abilities. Pain Tolerance. Rank, A. Passive, the more damage the wielder sustains, the greater the effect this skill has on the mind. While it does not inhibit pain, it prevents the wielder from succumbing or losing focus as a result of it. Wound Transfer. Rank, B. Active, transfers wounds from one target to another willing target. The secondary target will temporarily have its regenerative abilities boosted by 5000%. Aura Conversion. Rank, C. Active, draw in energy from your surroundings via a special breathing technique, converting a portion into usable energy. Passive, increases stamina and passive recovery effects by 1000%. More S-rank stuff. Noted Vaughn, feeling mixed emotions as, while it was always better to be powerful, he would prefer to become stronger. Having so many things handed to him felt discomforting. You will have plenty of opportunities to grow stronger, Vaughn. These are just starting perks and abilities you cultivated based on your experiences in your past life, explained Sis. That said, there is one more perk you should be made aware of, a function that was unlocked when you opened the gift from Klyska. What is it? Asked Vaughn. It's called the Corridor of Intertwining Fates, and its use is to allow you to create and access special areas where you can become more powerful, obtain rare items, and harvest origin points, explained Sis. Oh, that sounds convenient, thought Vaughn, who had been wondering how he would accumulate the OP required to make use of the shop. He didn't have anything he wanted to purchase at that moment, but if it truly included all items that could be found within the records, he imagined he would be using it fairly frequently. Without it, you wouldn't have many opportunities to accumulate OP, as there aren't many monsters in the human world, affirmed Sis. There is an abundance in other worlds, but I don't suppose you'll be visiting them anytime soon. I hope not, thought Vaughn. He found the notion of fighting monsters and becoming stronger exciting, but his priority at that moment was to attend high school and hopefully make friends. What a curious child, remarked a tall, remarkably handsome man with gentle features, long blonde hair, and gem-like eyes, pastel green in color and glistening like polished gemstones. A luminous golden halo hovered above his head, and his slender, almost androgynous figure was garbed in a crimson robe bearing a golden cross, enormous golden pauldrons, and a white, gold, and pastel orange cape. He's adorable, hummed a breathtakingly beautiful woman with a similar shade of blonde hair but slightly curly with fringe bangs that framed her face. Her azure blue eyes drooped near the ends, giving her a somewhat sleepy appearance, but her most prominent features were her voluptuous body, garbed in a rather scant white and gold outfit resembling the robes of a priestess, and the 12, pristine, angelic white wings folded behind her. And he just appeared out of thin air, materializing in the most secure part of heaven, asked a third figure, a male who appeared to be in his mid to early 20s with medium-length hair, messy and black, and his eyes a luminous shade of gold. Like the woman, he also had 12 wings, but they were silver in hue and subtly reflected light. As for his attire, he wore a black and gold surcoat, a white and gold stole, compact, silver and gold pauldrons, and a pair of silver and gold vambraces. We may wish to eliminate him as a possible threat, remarked a fourth and final figure, an exceptionally muscular man with bronzed skin, a bald head that reflected light, and predominantly red and gold armor wreathed in vermilion flames. He also had 6 pairs of wings, orange in hue, but like the first figure, who possessed 12 luminous, golden-hued wings, his were retracted as they caused discomfort to others by being wreathed in the same vermilion flames trimming his armor. Oh, come now, Uriel. You can't be serious, protested the sole woman within the group, adopting a pouty expression as she reminded, we are seraphim, entrusted with guiding humanity toward salvation. Killing a boy who hasn't perpetrated a single sin because he might become a threat is just absurd. I agree with Lady Gabriel, said Throne, the one showing the group Vaughn as he sat in place, ostensibly thinking to himself. While this boy appears to be human, the protections around his soul are on par with seraphs such as yourselves, explained Throne. And its purity is comparable to the Creator and the first man, Adam. To kill him without cause or provocation would be an irredeemably sinful act. I concur, said the inordinately tall and androgynous leader of the group, Archangel Michael, drawing everyone's gazes as he adopted a faint smile and added, as Throne suggested, it is no coincidence this boy appeared as we were preparing to conclude our three-way deadlock with devils and fallen angels. It remains to be seen if he's the one our father prophesied, but he has the potential to become a representative of the new era. To kill him could be the same as severing our path to the future. Regardless, I vote in favor of his execution, said Uriel, his expression firm as he stated, it's better that he dies free from sin than potentially becoming corrupted by it. It's unfortunate, but I also believe that to be the course of action, expressed the silver-winged seraph, Raphael. Such cruelty from my own kin, muttered Gabriel, wiping a tear from her eye before bringing her hands together in close-eyed prayer and stating, our Father would not want this. Therefore, I shall cast my vote in favor of the child's salvation. As shall I, declared Michael, the edges of his smile curling upward as he looked to Throne, appending, that leaves you to decide the child's fate. I trust you will make the correct decision. Then hear us, great and noble Seraphim, for we have decided that von Mason is to be free to live outside the purview of heaven, stated Throne, its voice reverberating with the surrounding space as it declared, as our Father and Creator willed so long ago, he shall be free to choose his path and whether to seek salvation. Amen. Amen, repeated the four seraphs, closing their eyes and bringing their hands together in prayer. Uriel and Raphael weren't particularly pleased with the decision, but as they had agreed long ago that the outcome of a vote would determine the operative principles of all residents of heaven, they had no intention of opposing it. To do so would risk falling, and since their main objective was to protect heaven and its inhabitants, they would never jeopardize their positions in the pursuit of personal want or because they disagreed with Michael's judgment. I have returned, declared the voice of Throne, causing Vaughn to startle as he was in the middle of speaking with Sis. Immediately after, the displays from before reappeared, revealing Throne's eyes as it explained, we are in the midst of making preparations for you to attend an institution known as Kyoah Academy, situated within the Kyoah ward of Japan. It is presently under the stewardship of the heiress of the Gremory Dukedom, Rias Gremory, but is regarded as a neutral territory. Dukedom? Asked Vaughn, tilting his head to the side as he revealed, I've never heard that word before. It is a title of nobility, with the only ranks above it being those of the royal family of Hell, explained Throne, followed by a white-backed stone tablet with a blue, sapphire-like screen appearing in the air before Vaughn. That is a device inspired by a grimoire known as the Greater Key of Solomon, revealed Throne. Stored within it is a detailed record of all knowledge and information transcribed in the past 3 millennia. You need only to ask, and it should be able to answer any questions. Please accept it as a sign of friendship between you and heaven. Though he was taken aback to receive another gift, Vaughn adopted his best smile and replied, Thank you very much, Mr. Throne. I will do my best to cherish and use it responsibly. You are very welcome, hummed Throne, narrowing its many eyes. Then, opening a golden, door-shaped portal a short distance away, it explained, this portal will take you to the human world. A representative on-site will show you around and help you choose the place you will be staying. Kyoah Academy is currently on what is known as spring break, so you have 8 days to prepare and acclimate before the start of the new term. I understand, and thank you again. Responded Vaughn, swallowing hard as he climbed to his feet and approached the door. He felt things were developing too quickly, but while it was probably possible for him to stay in the 7th heaven for a while longer, he was eager to experience life outside a lab or sterile environment. Go forth, von Mason, said Throne, its synthetic voice softening into an almost fatherly tone as it added, and should it please you, be fruitful and multiply. I'll do my best, responded Vaughn, feeling somewhat confused about the meaning of Throne's words. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be long before he understood exactly what the advanced intelligence meant, but before that, he had to deal with the bespectacled, raven-haired woman standing before him in a dark blue blouse and skirt with dark hose. Her blue-black eyes glistened, and she sported a welcoming smile as she looked at him, but Vaughn couldn't help feeling taken aback. As I explained, the people who inhabit the records are bound to look different from those you interacted with in the past, reminded Sis. Right. Responded Vaughn, closing his slightly open mouth. He had nothing else to compare her to, so as far as he was concerned, the woman before him was the most beautiful in the entire world. Her raven black hair, fixed in a tight bun, glistened in the light, and though she was wearing makeup, everything from her facial structure to her physical proportions appeared more in line with a goddess than a human being. It is a great pleasure to meet you, Saint Dono, said the woman, folding her hands over her lap and offering a courteous bow as she revealed, my name is Takahashi Fumiko, and I've been selected to be your handler until such a time as you deem my services unnecessary. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, responded Vaughn, hurriedly mirroring the much older woman's actions, causing her to beam like a girl half her age. She wasn't sure how old Vaughn was, but she had never seen such a handsome and innocent boy. The latter had yet to see himself in a mirror, but to Fumiko, he looked like a vulnerable young Bishonen wearing cosplay. The average charm within the record was only 23, so at 51, Vaughn was on the same level as celebrities famed for their appearances without his knowledge. Chapter 4, Determination. Incredible! Thought Vaughn, riding in the back seat of a black sedan, his gaze fixed, unblinking, on the world outside the window. He had dreamed of what it might look like and gained insight into it through the anime and manga he had seen, but it was more wondrous, more alive than anything he had imagined. "Do you have any preferences regarding your lodgings?" asked Fumiko, glancing at Vaughn through her rear-view mirror as they stopped at a stoplight. Following Sis's advice, Vaughn responded, "Some place private and close to Kyoha Academy. There are a few nearby apartment complexes that cater to transfers from out of town," revealed Fumiko. "But a hotel would be more convenient and provide greater privacy. You can order room service, and the one I have in mind has a gym and a pool." "That sounds amazing," responded Vaughn, adopting a broad smile. He had used a pool in the past for physical therapy, and while the experience was less than pleasant, he enjoyed the feeling of the water and had wanted to learn how to swim after reading several manga chapters dedicated to the beach. "Splendid," said Fumiko, adopting a smile of her own before revealing, "We should be able to arrive there within 10 to 15 minutes. Before that, is there anywhere you would like to stop?" As splendid as Vandano's outfit is, ordinary citizens might find it unusual if they see you walking around in it. "Thank you for the offer, Fumiko-san, but I'm more interested in resting at the moment," responded Vaughn, once again at Sis's suggestion. If she was right, the church and heaven could be trying to curry favor with or indebt him to them. So, while he had little choice but to accept their generosity regarding his lodgings, he should aim to become self-sufficient as quickly as possible. "I understand completely," responded Fumiko, offering a close-eyed smile before returning her attention to the road. The light had just turned green, so she put the sedan into gear and accelerated gently so as not to disturb Vaughn's wide-eyed enjoyment of the sights and scenes they drove past. It was almost painfully obvious he had never visited a large town or city, but since it wasn't her place to question him about his background, she didn't ask. Instead, she took the scenic route to the hotel, allowing him to enjoy the view a bit longer before getting him checked into a luxury hotel room. She tried booking him the 35th floor's penthouse, but since Vaughn refused, citing it was much too luxurious, she got him a room on the 6th. "I didn't even know they made beds this big," muttered Vaughn, tentatively touching the foot end of his room's king-sized mattress, blanketed in dark red covers with a trio of comfortable-looking pillows near the head. Seeing his hand sink into the mattress and feeling how soft it was, Vaughn's eyes became as round as saucers. The mattresses he was used to were a little more than an inch thick and predominantly used for examinations, so he had only seen such a phenomenon in manga. "Take your time, do as you please," said Sis, her synthetic voice filled with what Vaughn interpreted as gentleness as she added, "You will never again have to return to that place. And once you adapt to this world, you will be able to experience sights and sounds far beyond what the medium of manga and anime can convey." Feeling a paradoxical sense of relief and excitement wash over him, sending chills through his body, Vaughn spread his arms and fell face first onto the indescribably comfortable mattress. It smelled incredible, and though he wasn't particularly exhausted, he couldn't help but close his eyes and submit to the unfamiliar and liberating feeling of comfort. Waking after what felt like the longest and most restful sleep he had ever gotten, Vaughn rolled onto his back, staring up at the ceiling with a peaceful smile, his brain utterly devoid of thoughts. The earth-shaking call of the Great Ones, rousing from their slumber. "I believe I might be hungry," hummed Vaughn, prompting Sis to suggest, "Then I recommend ordering room service. That black card you received should allow you to purchase sustenance elsewhere, but venturing out at night in an unfamiliar setting is ill-advised." "It's nighttime?" asked Vaughn, rising to a seated position and releasing a protracted yawn. In response, he felt like he could feel Sis nodding as she revealed, "The current time is 6:18 p.m. JST or 1818 if you would prefer to continue using the military standard." 6:18 p.m. is great, affirmed Vaughn, looking around his spacious room until he spotted a flat, VHS-shaped object displaying the same numbers on a small but elaborately carved wooden table with a drawer and what looked like a lamp with a cylindrical covering. Next to it was what he assumed to be a phone, but as he was used to large, wall-mounted phones with dials, it didn't immediately register as one. "Oh, yet," thought Vaughn, reaching into his pocket to pull out the object Fumiko had given him before her departure. According to her, it was also a phone, but Vaughn found it difficult to believe as it was small and flipped open to reveal a tiny screen with a bunch of lettered numbers. It could apparently send messages and calls through the air to communicate with similar devices using satellites in space and special towers, but he could only guess how. "I have so much to learn," muttered Vaughn, smiling at the prospect. Then, with Sis's guidance, he figured out how to order room service, prompting a very polite man in a uniform to arrive with a pushcart covered in a white cloth. Vaughn was confused when he saw it was transporting several silver domes, but he soon learned they were to protect the delectable-looking food underneath. He ended up eating too much, causing his stomach to hurt, but since every dish tasted better than the last, he couldn't restrain himself. Fortunately, even after eating every other dish clean, he still magically had room for the slice of raspberry mint chocolate cheesecake Sis had suggested he save for last. "I didn't know it was possible to feel this full," groaned Vaughn, lying atop his bed with his stomach out, rubbing it with his right hand. It was usually sunken, making it possible to see each of his ribs and the luminous blood flowing through him, but now it bulged slightly, and his skin was a healthy brown hue. The glow that had haunted him his entire life was nowhere to be seen, and when he got a glimpse of his reflection in the mirror, what he found staring back at him was a sharp-eyed boy with what he believed to be a handsome face, an angular jawline, dark brown hair that flowed away from his scalp and formed somewhat spiky bangs and tufts, and a healthy body adorned with soft but noticeable muscle. "I wouldn't recommend eating so much in the future," expressed Sis. "As your appearance is a reflection of your desires, there is little chance of you becoming overweight. However, as food generally costs money to procure and process into dishes, each time you employ room service, it increases the amount the church could ask you to repay. In other words, I need money or a means to procure food on my own," concluded Vaughn, prompting a pleased sounding, "That is correct," from Sis. Since he was pretty sure what Sis was alluding to, Vaughn deliberated for a moment before saying, "Sis, please open the interface for the Corridor of Intertwining Fates." "Of course," responded Sis, accompanied by a transparent blue window appearing before him. The window had the same structure as every other that had appeared before it, but other than a neat-looking pattern of gold lines running along the edges, the only thing displayed was the text "Inner Sanctum, First Stratum," in ornate golden letters. Sensing Vaughn's confusion, Sis dutifully explained, "You will have access to other areas after fulfilling various conditions. As for how to enter, you can either touch the icon with your finger or initialize the transfer by using the vocal or mental command Initiate Transfer along with the destination you would like to go. Once inside, you can return via specific gates at the start or end of each stratum or using checkpoints located throughout." "I assume it's going to be dangerous," muttered Vaughn, swallowing hard but sporting a look of determination as he asked, "How will I fight?" "Using my hands and feet. My recommendation is that you sell the clothes you're wearing to the system shop and purchase new equipment more suited to your level and the sanctum's difficulty," responded Sis. "The value of items sold rarely exceeds half of the purchasing value, but you should be able to acquire a considerable amount of OP from the conversion of S-rank items." "Well, I guess it would be weird to walk around in a tunic and sandals when everyone else is wearing normal clothes and shoes," muttered Vaughn, following Sis's advice and selling everything but the white, heart-patterned boxers he wore beneath his trousers. They felt nice and had high defensive stats to protect his privates, so he wanted to keep at least them. In the end, this left him with 499,553 OP. He wasn't sure if this was a lot, but it felt like a lot. It is more than enough, assured Sis. Next is the important step of deciding your weapon, or if you would prefer to fight using your fists and feet. Many spend their entire lives trying to master a single discipline, so while you can choose a different path whenever you please, you will grow faster if you stick to a single weapon or combat style. Holding up his right fist and staring at it, Vaughn imagined flying around in the sky, blasting his enemies with energy beams and defeating them with martial arts. He then pictured himself wielding a sword and shield in a suit of armor, slicing apart hordes of monsters and fending off attacks to both himself and his allies. Shink! Feeling a sensation similar to a jolt of electricity, a flash of inspiration manifested within Vaughn's mind in the form of a golden spear. He recalled reading that a spear was one of the simplest weapons to use but one of the most difficult to master. It also had much better reach than a sword, but that was only truly an advantage in wide open spaces. If he were to fight indoors, it could become a hindrance. Making up his mind, Vaughn nodded, acknowledging his decision before firmly asserting, "I choose a spear and my fists. That way, even if I find myself in a situation where I can't use a weapon, I won't be completely helpless." "Then I recommend perusing the list of B-rank spears and equipment," stated Sis, adding, "If you would like, I could make a recommendation or choose suitable equipment for you." "I want to make my own decision," declared Vaughn, appreciating Sis's help and guidance but not wanting to become dependent on her. His wish was to be able to live and grow freely so that his mother, who died giving birth to him, would be able to look back on the life he had lived and be proud of the path he had walked and the person he became. He would doubtlessly make mistakes along the way, but that was a risk he needed to be willing to take to be truly free. "I'm certain you will choose well," said Sis, once again giving Vaughn the impression she was proud of him. His awareness of this caused him to feel embarrassed and rub the underside of his nose with his right index finger, but since he was about to enter his first battle, he quickly pulled himself together, opened up the system shop, and began searching for everything he believed he would need to not only survive but thrive in the corridor of intertwined fates. Chapter 5, Princely Attire. With slots for his wrists, 2 rings, earrings, a necklace, 2 layers of torso armor, pants, a belt, shoes, a cape, underwear, and 2 weapons, Vaughn spent hours considering his options before deciding on a set called the Eastern Prince's Casuals. He couldn't see the detailed parameters of what he was purchasing beforehand, but set effects were shown, as well as a preview of what he would look like when wearing each piece. Though it was embarrassing to admit, Vaughn had always wanted to be the main character of his own story. Thus, given functionally limitless options, he tried picking an outfit he thought made him look cool. The result was a soot black dress shirt, which was left unbuttoned by default, a dark grey vest with notched lapels, matching grey slacks that were easy to move in, a white belt, golden bracers, a stylish golden necklace, comfortable white socks, and black dress shoes. He wasn't comfortable with the thought of piercing his ears, but he purchased a pair of rings with large red and blue gemstones, a paired set that increased his resistance to flames and water by 20% while increasing the rate at which he replenished his stamina. Dash. Eastern Prince's dress shirt. Rank, B. P.Def, 110. M.Def, 160. Enchantment, S. Eastern Prince's charm, temperature regulation, B. Grime resistance, C. Corrosion resistance, D. A stylish dress shirt woven from the silk of a shadow silk moth, granting it the ability to absorb light without causing the wearer to overheat. Set effect, 2, 10% to all elemental resistances except void. Immunity to instant death effects. Plus 10 charm. Set effect, 4, 20% to all elemental resistances except void. Immunity to instant death and weakening effects. Plus 20 charm. Eastern Prince's vest. Rank, B. P.Def, 140. M.Def, 125. Enchantment, S. Eastern Prince's Charm, Shock Resistance, C. Grime Resistance, C. Corrosion Resistance, C. A durable black vest that was woven from the silk of a shadow silk moth and treated with a special resin to increase its ability to mitigate impacts. Also prevents the wearer from overheating, even in the most unrelenting desert climates. Eastern Prince's Slacks. Rank, B. P.Def, 190. M.Def, 80. Enchantment, S. Eastern Prince's Charm, Temperature Regulation, B. Grime Resistance, C. Corrosion Resistance, D. Tailored from shadow silk moth silk, these refined slacks absorb light for a shadowy appearance while ensuring coolness and freedom of movement. Eastern Prince's Dress Shoes. Rank, B. P.Def, 240. M.Def, 130. Enchantment, S. Eastern Prince's Charm, Temperature Regulation, B. Grime Resistance, B. Slip Resistance, C. Crafted from the hide of a rare ebon crocodile, these sleek shoes are as glossy as they are durable. Though unsuited to sandy climates, they are exceptional at displacing heat. Stylish White Belt. Rank, B. P.Def, 180. M.Def, 170. Enchantment, S. Eye-catching, B. Curse Resistance, C. Waist Support, C. A stylish white belt made from the treated hide of an alabaster drake. It has a quality that draws the eye of others, enhancing the wearer's charm. Special property, Charm plus 5. Cozy Compresses. Rank, B. P.Def, 130. M.Def, 130. Enchantment, S. Comfortable Fit, B. Fungal Resistance, C. Fresh Fragrance, D. Comfortable white socks that make the wearer feel as though they're walking on clouds. As an added bonus, they completely eliminate foot odor, replacing it with a fresh, minty smell that others find pleasant. Special property, Charm plus 2. Bracelets of Dominion. Rank, B. P.Def, 300. M.Def, 90. Enchantment, S. Returning, Perfect Guard, B. Power Boost, C. Golden, C. Golden bracelets that allow the user to recall a designated weapon and completely mitigate the damage from an enemy attack with a well-timed guard. Though some might consider their appearance gaudy, others find the glistening of gold without parallel. Special property, Charm plus 10. The wearer may be targeted by those who wish to claim the bracelets for themselves. Necklace of Command. Rank, B. P.Def, 170. M.Def, 200. Enchantment, S. Commanding Shout, B. Pinch Hitter, C. Golden, C. Curse Resistance, D. A golden necklace that allows the wearer's voice to be heard across vast distances and increases the efficacy of magic with a vocal component. As it is constructed almost entirely from gold, the wearer will not be able to avoid the attention of others. Special property, Charm plus 10. The wearer may be targeted by those who wish to claim the necklace for themselves. Twin Ring of Flame. Rank, B. P.Def, 290. M.Def, 10. Enchantment, S. Flame and Water United, Flame Boost, B. Flame Resistance, C. Golden, D. A gold ring imbued with a special ruby harvested from the heart of a volcano. It is very pretty and pairs well with its sibling. Special property, Charm plus 5. Set effect, increases flame and water resistance by 20% and increases the rate at which the wearer recovers their stamina. Twin Ring of Water. Rank, B. P.Def, 10. M.Def, 290. Enchantment, S. Flame and Water United, Water Boost, B. Water Resistance, C. Golden, D. A gold ring imbued with a special sapphire harvested from the heart of a glacier. It is very pretty and pairs well with its sibling. Special property, charm +5. Angel down pantaloons. Rank, S. P.def, 1000. M.def, 3000. Enchantment, S. Indestructible, S. Comfortable fit, A. Self-repairing, A. Lineage protection, B. A pair of pantaloons produced from the down plucked from a high-ranking angel's wings. Their comfort is described as heavenly, but their primary function is to protect the most vulnerable and important part of a male's body. Special property, charm +20, but only when worn alone. Dash. Is it just me, or did I become really handsome? Asked Vaughn, staring at himself in his bathroom mirror. It's the effect of boosting your charm, explained Sis, sensing Vaughn's confusion and elucidating. Charm, as the name implies, influences how charming you appear to others. Power, guts, and proficiency denote your strength, your resistance against various forms of attack, and your overall skill. As for your alignment, it changes depending on whether you perform good or evil acts. Can you bring up my status real quick? Asked Vaughn, prompting Sis to comply without hesitation. Dash. Status. Name, Vaughn Mason. Age, 17. Race, human, sealed. Title, N/A. Parameters, High School DxD. Power, 4, 5. Guts, 37, 40. Proficiency, 6, 7. Charm, 51, 108. Alignment, neutral. Soul tier, 1, mortal soul. Karma, 113. OP, 364,323. Dash. Wow, my charm more than doubled. Remarked Vaughn, looking to his OP and adding, and I still have a ton of OP left over. Those aspiring saints' clothes must have been really valuable. You can always check their price, buy them back for their sell value, or repurchase them in the future, appended Sis. But your current outfit should more than suffice for your first trip into the corridor of intertwined fates. I just need a weapon, said Vaughn, prompting Sis to pull up the spears he had been perusing previously. There were dozens of options, but he was leaning toward a 300,000 OP spear known as the Legendary Spear. It had a simple but refined design, and though it apparently started with a single point in its physical and magical attack stats, it could grow more powerful by consuming minerals and slaying monsters. The alternative was a spear with a sun motif that should benefit greatly from the flame boost, B, of his twin ring of flame. Having read a manga called Danmachi, Vaughn knew that weapons with the capacity to grow were almost always better than those without. Thus, as cool as the sunspot spear looked, he ultimately disregarded it along with the remaining options, stating, "Sis, please use all but 50,000 of my OP to purchase the legendary spear and some minerals to nourish it." "One moment," responded Sis, her words followed by a surprisingly long spear with an ivory-white pole with tapered ends that flared out, accented by gold. The pommel had a thin, black, needle-like spike that looked like it could pierce armor cleanly, while the tip was much broader, rounded near the base with a long, gladius-like blade that was black with a silver sheen along the edges, set with a crimson orb. Ignoring the multicolored ingots that had appeared next to the sink atop the counter, Vaughn picked up the spear, jolting as it abruptly retracted to a more comfortable size. It was still around 2.5 meters long, but that was a good length for his 175 centimeters height. Unfortunately, it was still too large to swing around in the bathroom. Dash. Legendary Spear. Rank, A. P.ATK, 1. M.ATK, 1. Enchantment, S. Spear Spirit, Resizing, Aura Conductivity, B. Self-repairing, B. A replica of a spear formed from the fragmented soul of a guardian deity. Though not the original, it has the power to surpass it if the wielder takes care to grow it well. Special property, Mineral Refinement, Essence Absorption, proficiency boost equal to 5% of physical and magical attack. Current bonus, 0. Oh, wow, that special property is incredible. Noted Vaughn, basing his assumption on the defensive properties of his equipment. He assumed it wouldn't be particularly difficult to get the spear's physical and magical attack stats above a few hundred points, so he should be able to gain at least a few tens of points in proficiency for free. Confirming his suspicions, Vaughn went through the process of feeding the various ingots Sis had purchased to his spear. He had to start with weaker metals and work his way up, but by the time the process was finished, his spear's stats had increased considerably. Legendary Spear. Rank, A. P.ATK, 293. M.ATK, 141. Enchantment, S. Spear Spirit, Resizing, Aura Conductivity, B. Self-repairing, B. A replica of a spear formed from the fragmented soul of a guardian deity. Though not the original, it has the power to surpass it if the wielder takes care to grow it well. Special property, Mineral Refinement, Essence Absorption, Proficiency boost equal to 5% of physical and magical attack. Current bonus, plus 21. Interrupting Vaughn's starry-eyed appreciation of his newly upgraded spear, Sis reminded, don't forget to equip it properly. The effect of your bracers will not trigger otherwise. Right, responded Vaughn, willing his inventory to open before placing his spear into the window, causing it to ripple like the surface of a pool. Once it was inside, he pressed his index finger to the spear's icon and dragged it into the weapon slot for his right hand. This didn't cause the weapon to appear, but so long as it was equipped properly, he could call it out with a thought and resummon it to his hand thanks to the returning effect of his bracelets of dominion. Do-dee-do-do-do-it. Hearing what sounded like music coming from his room, Vaughn startled for a moment before exiting the bathroom to ascertain its origin. It didn't take long for him to determine it was coming from his phone, so after staring at the tiny screen on the back, displaying the name Takashi Fumiko in bright green text, he flipped it open, raised it to his ear, and answered, "Hello? Is this Fumiko-san?" "Indeed it is," responded the voice over the phone, sounding different from what Vaughn remembered but similar enough that he was convinced it was the actual Fumiko. "May I ask why Fumiko-san is calling?" asked Vaughn, genuinely confused as he wasn't expecting a call until the following morning. "Oh, well, I've been tasked with showing Vandano around the city and familiarizing you with the route to Kyoha Academy," explained Fumiko, her voice sounding tense and slightly awkward compared to the enthusiasm of her previous response. "Look at the time, Vaughn. It's already after 7 o'clock a.m., said Sis, causing Vaughn to blink in surprise, his eyes widening and brows rising to their limits as he checked the clock to see that it was 7:06 a.m. Fumiko had told him before they separated that she would return to pick him up that morning, but he had been so immersed in choosing his new clothes and equipment that more than 12 hours had passed without him realizing it. Feeling guilty, Vaughn's expression and tone became apologetic as he said, "Sorry, Fumiko-san, I hadn't realized what time it was. I should be down in a few minutes." "Please, take your time," responded Fumiko, sounding markedly more upbeat. Fortunately, most of Vaughn's outfit could pass as casual wear, so after unequipping his necklace, bracelets, and rings at Sis's suggestion, he buttoned up his shirt and made his way down to the first floor where Fumiko was waiting patiently in the foyer, wearing notably more makeup than the previous day. Chapter 6, Intrigue. With Fumiko apparently having been born and raised in Kyoha, Vaughn was able to learn much about its history and layout as she drove him around to its various landmarks and attractions. It was apparently decimated during what she simply referred to as the war, but it had bounced back after the construction of Kyoha Academy, a private, formerly all-girls elevator school with primary, middle, high school, and even college divisions. Since most of the town was, unsurprisingly, residences, the places Fumiko believed Vaughn needed to be aware of were the plaza, which served as the town's main shopping district and square, lined with various restaurants, its park, with its long trails, scenic views, ponds, and a large fountain, and its boardwalk, the location of an aquarium and a small fairgrounds with a large Ferris wheel serving as the main attraction. On the other hand, she suggested he avoid places such as the red light district, the abandoned church, and the old factory district near the scarcely used port. Though being told to avoid such places only made Vaughn more interested in them, he promised Fumiko he would not visit them without a reason to, much to her relief and satisfaction. She warned that a boy as handsome as him could easily become a target by evil and nefarious people, so she suggested that he focus on his schoolwork and only travel to areas with a lot of foot traffic and a notable police presence. "Welcome to Kyoha Academy," hummed Fumiko, opening the door of her black sedan and offering a slight bow as Vaughn disembarked it and got his first look at the school he would be attending. It was much bigger than he expected, and though he didn't have many things to compare it to, he got the impression it was a place for the children of the exceptionally rich, as the main building resembled a large mansion with 3 distinctive floors and a steepled roof covered in muted red tiles. More notably, there was a large fountain at the center of the campus, 2 colossal annexes, and the grounds were very well kept. And this was just the facade of the campus. According to the map that appeared before him, it comprised an 8x8 grid, each square representing 1,000 square meters. "It's massive," remarked Vaughn, feeling it would be easy to get lost if he didn't have access to the path's map. Nodding, Fumiko revealed, "This is just the high school division, but it covers more than 32 acres of land. The college division is even larger as people travel from across the globe to attend. It's the Japanese equivalent of an Ivy League institution." Though he had no idea what Fumiko was talking about, Vaughn offered an affirming nod as if he understood. He could always learn more about such things using the tablet gifted to him by Throne. At that exact moment, he was far more curious about the all-female group approaching them, each adorned in white, long-sleeved, button-down blouses with vertical lining, black ribbons around their collars, black, white-trimmed fabric that hung over their shoulders like a tiny cape, and a matching, button-down corset. Below that, they wore magenta-hued skirts with a white trim, a frilly white underskirt, white stockings, and shiny black dress shoes. They were also, without exception, exceptionally beautiful, particularly the duo with black hair leading the group. Ostensibly serving as the group's leader or representative, the girl with the shorter black hair, framing her bespectacled face, set with violet eyes, in a short bob cut, adopted a smile and said, "Welcome to Kyoha Academy. You must be Vaughn Mason, the new transfer student, correct? My name is Sana Satrai. I have the privilege of serving as the student council president of Kyoha Academy's high school division." Staring at Sana's face with wide, unblinking eyes, Vaughn responded, "It's nice to meet you," before turning his attention to the other 4 girls in the group. The one that stood out the most had an angular face, 2 distinctly different eye colors, violet and golden brown, and long, raven black hair that fell past her knees in what Vaughn believed was a Heim cut. Then, there was a petite and refined-looking girl with grey eyes and curly white hair that extended past her shoulders, a very tall girl with medium-length blue hair, and a girl that was almost the embodiment of adorable with bright, hazel brown eyes and maroon-red hair fixed in pigtails. Last were 2 girls with matching brown hair and eyes, and though they were the most plain in the group, they were still exceptional in their own right. Seizing the initiative, Sana gestured to each of the girls in turn, her tone curt and to the point, as she revealed, "These are Shinrit Tsubaki, Hanakai Momo, Yurit Tsubasa, Meguri Tomo, Kyuzaka Reya, and Nimura Ruriko. Like me, they are also members of the student council. If you encounter any difficulties during your stay at Kyoha Academy, anyone here should be able to assist you." "Thank you, that's very kind of you," responded Vaughn, returning his gaze to Sana and adopting a sincere, appreciative smile that caused the brows of every other girl in the group to rise. Sana, meanwhile, casually adjusted her purple-rimmed glasses and asserted, "It is our obligation as members of the student council. Now, shall we proceed with the campus tour? We wouldn't want you losing your way or ending up somewhere you shouldn't be when the new term begins." I would appreciate it, responded Vaughn, causing Fumiko to exhale a faint sigh and append, I will be waiting here when you return. Peering back over his right shoulder, Vaughn offered another radiant smile and replied, You're also very kind. Thank you, Fumiko-san. It's no problem whatsoever, responded Fumiko, flushing slightly as her heart skipped a beat. She was married and even had a 2-year-old daughter, but Vaughn's sincere and honest smile made her feel like a maiden in high school. Unfortunately, those days were long behind her, so all she could do was offer a smile and wave as Vaughn departed with the gaggle of devilishly beautiful girls. Unlike traditional Japanese schools, Kyoa Academy does not require students to change their shoes in the morning and before going home, explained Sana, leading Vaughn into the remarkably spacious entrance of what she had called the new school building. It had curved staircases with elaborate railings that connected to the 3 primary floors of the building, large support columns, and rows of lockers on both sides of the spacious hall. Our lockers are predominantly used to store textbooks and personal effects, appended Sana. As for your uniforms, which you will receive shortly, Academy and local ordinances mandate that you wear it every day except Sunday, even outside the campus. You can remove it after 8 p.m., but it is recommended that you wear it whenever possible. Why is that? Asked Vaughn. He had no problem wearing the same outfit every day, but now that he was no longer confined to a lab, fated to wear a hospital gown that never provided sufficient warmth, he wanted to try a ton of different outfits. Choosing her words carefully, Sana explained, since the town was built around the campuses, students of Kyoa Academy enjoy special privileges and protections. Anyone who purposely targets students from Kyoa risks severe consequences, so you can think of your uniform as a ward against those who might otherwise do you harm. Piggybacking off Sana's words, Tsubaki explained, until a few years ago, Kyoa Academy was an all-girls school. These ordinances were enacted to protect the young and vulnerable girls who gathered at the academy from countries around the world. That makes sense, thought Vaughn, his gaze instinctively lowering as Rhea and Ruriko ascended the stairs ahead of him. There was no intent behind the gaze, he simply found it curious that they could wear such short skirts without feeling embarrassed. If you don't mind my asking, why did Vaughn-kun decide to come to Kyoa? Questioned Sana, noticing Vaughn's wayward gaze but not chastising him as she sensed neither lust nor desire from it, only curiosity. Shaking his head and meeting Sana's gaze, Vaughn honestly answered, I just wanted to attend school. The person who sent me here mentioned choosing Kyoa because it was a neutral zone, but I'm not sure what they meant by that. I see, muttered Sana, sensing no falsehoods in Vaughn's words. High-ranking devils such as herself could naturally discern when a human was telling the truth or being deceptive, so her suspicions that Vaughn had been sent as an agent of the church were largely cleared. This will be your class starting April 1 St, said Sana, gesturing to a room with 2 sliding entrances and the white placard with the characters 3B written on it. Then, before Vaughn could ask to see the interior, she abruptly appended, as for what the person who sent you here was referring to, it's the friction between devils, angels, and fallen angels. Kyoa Academy is a neutral zone under the control of the Duke Gremory household, and each of us gathered here is a devil. Really? Asked Vaughn, tilting his head slightly in confusion as, other than being inordinately beautiful, the 7 girls resembled humans. The devil he knew was a red-skinned man with glossy black horns, a forked tongue, hoofed feet, bat-like wings, and a long, whip-like tail, so he couldn't help thinking Sana was playing a trick on him. You're not really with the church, are you? Asked Sana, finding Vaughn increasingly curious and odd. She couldn't sense so much as a trace of power within him, but that was anomalous in and of itself. Even ordinary humans possessed trace amounts of aura, life force, and spirit energy, but the only thing she sensed from Vaughn was his emotions, broadcasted freely. Shaking his head, Vaughn readily revealed, they invited me to join, but I refused. After that, they sent me here. And where were you before that? Asked Sana, crossing her arms and shifting her weight onto her right foot. Since Vaughn didn't appear to mind sharing, she reasoned she might as well press him for everything he was willing to reveal. Following Sis's suggestion, Vaughn adopted a slight frown before revealing, "In a place with nothing but myself and my thoughts." "How curious!" muttered Sana, feeling that the place Vaughn was referring to was the dimensional gap. However, as the only being known to inhabit the exceptionally unstable and dangerous dimension between dimensions was the dragon god, Great Red, she found it difficult to believe. Causing Vaughn's eyes to widen and his body to tense instinctively, Sana abruptly revealed a pair of thin, bat-like wings, blacker than anything he had ever seen, from her lower back. The 6 girls encircling him promptly followed suit, so while they looked more like goddesses, Vaughn had little choice but to accept that he was surrounded by devils. Despite the precariousness of his situation, Vaughn couldn't help but stare at Sana's wings, his curiosity getting the better of him, compelling him to ask, "Can I try touching them?" Though she was slightly surprised, causing her eyes to widen and brows to rise, Sana quickly adopted a smile, nodded her head, and replied, "You may. But be mindful, they're very sensitive." "I promise to be gentle," responded Vaughn, causing everyone but Sana to giggle for reasons he could only speculate. His focus was fully on the pair of wings protruding from Sana's back, which, when touched, felt cold and somewhat staticky. They appeared to be comprised entirely of darkness, but the sensation was like placing his hand against a chilled plasma lamp. It was a very strange feeling. "Would you like to see how they're attached?" asked Sana, causing Vaughn to startle as he had been fully immersed. He noticed that Sana's cheeks were slightly red when he raised his gaze to meet hers, but since she had offered, he didn't hesitate before adopting a broad smile, nodding, and confessing, "I would really like that." With his aquamarine eyes glistening like gemstones. Chapter 7, Probing. "So they just stick out of your shoulder blades? How strange!" muttered Vaughn, unabashedly inspecting Tsubaki's wings as she stood with her hair dangling over the front of her shoulders, her back exposed after removing her blouse. "You're remarkably calm," remarked Sana, prompting Vaughn to stare at her in confusion as she added, "Most boys in this situation would be flustered or excited." "But none of you look flustered," noted Vaughn, looking around at the other 5 girls circling him, finding them staring at him with expressions ranging from curiosity to suspicion. "Well, we're devils," contended Sana. "We're used to dealing with humans and their errant desires." "I see," muttered Vaughn, returning his gaze to Tsubaki's exposed back. He knew what Sana meant by him getting excited, as romance was a common theme in even shonen manga, but since he had never been in a situation like the one at present, he wasn't sure how to behave. After all, it wasn't like Tsubaki was his girlfriend. "Tsubaki, you may fix your uniform," said Sana. "Yes, my lady," responded Tsubaki, retracting her wings and giving Vaughn an impassive glance over her shoulder before donning her blouse. "Did I do something wrong?" asked Vaughn, a concerned frown marring his face as he met Sana's gaze. "Not exactly," answered Sana. "Though, in similar circumstances, it might be prudent to pay the woman exposing herself to you a compliment. Girls appreciate things like that, especially if the person complimenting them is handsome." "Oh, I see," muttered Vaughn, returning his gaze to Tsubaki, who was still in the middle of fixing her blouse. She noticed this, causing their gazes to meet, so with what he hoped was a sincere smile, Vaughn unabashedly said, "Your back was very pretty." "Oh? Thank you for the compliment," responded Tsubaki, offering a slight smile as the rest of her companions, excluding Sana and Tsubasa, giggled in amusement. Feeling that he had done well, Vaughn's smile broadened as he returned his gaze to Sana. The latter, standing with her arms crossed, raised her right brow at this, but instead of asking why he was looking at her, she gave a slight nod and said, "Well done, Vaughn. Just remember to be sincere. Girls can usually tell if you aren't." "I'll be sure to remember," responded Vaughn, nodding confidently. Sana found this humorous and was half tempted to offer him a contract, but since there were too many unknowns regarding his status and backing, she wanted to observe him a while longer. Seeing that Tsubaki had fixed her uniform, Sana gave her a slight nod before meeting Vaughn's gaze and suggesting, "Let's continue with the tour. Now that you know where your classroom is located, I'll show you where to find the faculty, student council, and principal's offices. Afterward, we will get you fitted for your uniforms before wrapping things up with a tour of the grounds." The two large buildings you saw before we entered here were the assembly hall and club buildings, so we'll primarily be showing you around the gymnasium and training hall. There is also the old school building at the back of the campus, where the benefactor of the academy and Kuah town as a whole, Rias Gremery, resides. "Will I get to meet her?" asked Vaughn, genuinely curious as he had never met a noble, much less a duke. Little did he know that the girl before him, Sana, was an even higher-ranking noble as her family, the Satrai clan, held the court rank of prince, making her, its heir, a princess. "That depends on her mood," responded Sana, explaining, "Rias is very affectionate toward those she considers family or friends, but she tends to shun others, particularly boys. However, considering your innocence, she may be willing to meet you." "Well, I don't want to make her feel uneasy or like she's being forced," expressed Vaughn, his smile turning apologetic as he reached up to cup the back of his head with his right hand. "It should be fine," affirmed Sana, nodding before shifting her gaze to her white-haired compatriot, stating, "Momo, please go and inform Rias that I will be introducing our new friend here to her at the end of our tour. If she is occupied or otherwise indisposed, the introduction can wait until a later date." "As you will, my lady," responded Momo, cupping her hands over her lap and offering a polite bow to Sana and Vaughn before departing to carry out the former's orders. "Well then, shall we?" asked Sana, briefly meeting Vaughn's gaze to make sure he understood she was talking to him before taking the initiative to start walking. As anticipated, Vaughn quickly hurried to catch up with her, causing a faint smile to develop across her face as his behavior reminded her of a small puppy despite him being half a head taller. "You appear to take rather good care of your body," remarked Sana, standing with her arms crossed and brows raised as Vaughn, to facilitate being fitted for his uniform, stripped down to his heart-pattern boxers. "Was that a compliment?" asked Vaughn, handing his slacks to a smiling Ruriko. "Indeed, it was," confirmed Sana, offering a curt nod. Then, like the other girls present, she lowered her gaze to the front of Vaughn's boxers, causing her brows to rise slightly higher. Saying Vaughn was the full package would be an understatement. "Pardon me," said Tsubaki, kneeling before Vaughn and stoically employing tailor's tape to take the measurements for his inner and outer seams. Her left hand inadvertently grazed against the source of warmth between his legs, but instead of getting startled or flustered, Vaughn just stared down at her with a patient, curious expression. "I take it this isn't your first time having your measurements taken?" asked Sana. Meeting the violet-eyed devil's gaze, Vaughn adopted a slightly cramped smile as he replied, "No. But it's my first time having it done like this." "It's nice." "I see," muttered Sana, narrowing her eyes slightly as she asked, "But didn't you mention that, before coming here, you were in an empty place, alone with nothing but your thoughts?" "I was," confirmed Vaughn, following Sis's advice to explain, "but, before that, I was in a lab surrounded by bad people. I don't really want to talk about it." "Oh, I see," muttered Sana, various thoughts playing across her mind. Human experimentation was common among all the major factions, so Vaughn being a test subject wasn't all that surprising to her. The far more important questions were, what was the purpose of the experiment, and what came of it? "Are you curious?" asked Vaughn, noticing that Sana had the same look as a scientist forming a hypothesis. "I am," confirmed Sana, nodding in affirmation before explaining, "You see, while Kuah Academy is a neutral zone, it's exceedingly unusual for the church to endorse an enrollment. Devils, angels, and fallen angels have been in a three-way deadlock since the end of the previous war, so our initial suspicion was that you had been sent here as a spy.
Oh, well, I'm not one," muttered Vaughn, hanging his head.
"I reached a similar conclusion," affirmed Sana.
"But that doesn't change the fact you're an anomalous element. If we knew more about you, such as whether or not you possess any special powers, revealing them would go a long way toward easing our concerns." Raising his gaze to the ceiling, Vaughn appeared to be deliberating but was conversing with Sis. She advised him against revealing the uniqueness of his blood, but demonstrating his ability to equip and remove items should be safe. Choosing to believe that Sana and her friends could be trusted, as they seemed like good people, Vaughn met the former's gaze, raised his right hand, and said, "I can do things like this," before equipping his bracelets of dominion, causing them to materialize around his wrists. Blinking in surprise, Sana stepped closer, grabbed Vaughn's hand, and inspected the three-banded golden bracelet around his wrist, asking, "And this is?" Following Sis's script, Vaughn explained, "If I perform good or bad deeds or fulfill certain conditions, I gain a kind of currency that allows me to create special items. I can also store and take out items from a space only I have access to." "Item creation and storage," muttered Sana, her violet eyes glistening with a hint of greed as she looked up from Vaughn's wrist, meeting his gaze as she added, "Those are exceptionally useful abilities. Could you tell me more about these conditions you mentioned?" "I can," affirmed Vaughn, causing Sana to smile until he added, "But I don't want to. I didn't come to QA because I wanted to be useful. I just want to be an ordinary student." "I understand," replied Sana, secretly feeling relieved as she was starting to believe Vaughn didn't know the meaning of discretion or keeping secrets. Her desire to learn more about his abilities hadn't disappeared, but so long as he was a student at QA Academy, she believed she would have many more opportunities to learn about him. With such thoughts in mind, Sana raised her right hand, smiling as she said, "As a show of good faith in our burgeoning friendship, here is my ability." Seeing Sana manifest what he believed was a magic circle, bright blue and extremely complex in design, Vaughn's eyes glistened with intrigue as she created a basketball-sized sphere of glowing blue liquid resembling water a few centimeters above her hand. "As a member of the Citri clan, my demonic power is the ability to make, amass, and control water," explained Sana. "I also possess the abilities of fly, teleportation, and summoning, but those are capabilities any devil can possess with sufficient spirit energy and practice." "That's incredible," expressed Vaughn, his eyes as round as saucers as he witnessed Sana shape the sphere of water into a glowing blue rabbit with pale yellow eyes that she could hold with her left arm and pet without her blouse becoming soaked through and semi-transparent. "Thank you for the compliment," hummed Sana, resisting the urge to point out that if Vaughn became a devil, particularly a member of her peerage, he, too, could create and manipulate water. He had already made it clear that his desire was to be a normal student, and with the church's sponsorship, there wasn't much she could offer to entice him. Not without complicating things with another member of her peerage. "Kashyyyk. Pervert spotted," said a cold, somewhat raspy, but cute-sounding voice as a very petite or simply young girl with white hair and gold eyes entered the room with Momo. She was modeling the same uniform as every other girl present, making it clear she was a student of QA Academy, but she had a pair of black, cat-shaped hair clips on both sides of her hair, which was set in a bob cut with loose bangs and fringe that extended well past her shoulders, framing a cute, almost doll-like face. Seeing that the girl was looking at him, Vaughn briefly looked around before pointing to himself and asking, "Am I the pervert?" Ostensibly ignoring Vaughn's question, the petite girl turned her attention to Sana, revealing, "Lady Rias says she will meet with the pervert, but only if you agree to have dinner with her tonight." "Please tell your mistress I would be happy to accompany her for dinner," responded Sana, smiling as she added, "Also, despite how things appear, Vaughn Kun here is not a pervert. It's not good to disparage people without understanding the context of a situation, Konako-chan." NN If you say so, responded the petite girl, apparently named Konako. She clearly didn't believe Sana's words, but when she looked at Vaughn and noticed him sporting a slight frown, ostensibly hurt by her words, a trace of puzzlement tinted her otherwise impassive expression as she tilted her head slightly to the side. However, as she had more important things to do, specifically napping, she didn't stick around to ascertain the truth of the situation. Instead, she turned around and promptly departed. Chapter 8, Awestruck. Freshly attired in one of the 6 uniforms he had been given, consisting of a black blazer with white accents over a long-sleeved, button-down shirt with vertical lining, a black ribbon on the collar, matching black pants, and dark brown dress shoes, Vaughn enjoyed the remainder of the campus tour, wrapping up at what looked like an old, 3-story, ivy-covered mansion with a clock tower, a sloped, black-tiled roof, a steepled entryway, and a white facade. There, he was kept occupied by Sana's retinue before being guided to a spacious room lined with wood paneling and decorated with expensive-looking furniture, multiple bookshelves, and a multitude of fine art pieces, ranging from vases to impressionist paintings. Though his eyes curiously scanned the room as he entered, it wasn't long before Vaughn's gaze focused on its occupants, causing him to blink, stop in place, and part his lips in surprise. Seated across from Sana atop a stylish green sofa, backed by a curvy, gold-leaf wood frame and situated atop a massive maroon carpet, was the most gorgeous person Vaughn had ever set eyes on. A second exceptionally beautiful girl stood behind her and off to the side, sporting long black hair fixed into a ponytail, violet eyes, and one of the most incredible figures Vaughn had ever seen, but both she and Sana paled in comparison to the crimson-haired girl sitting down, staring at him with the sharp, confidence-filled blue eyes. Her full figure was on par with the black-haired girl standing a short distance behind her, but she exuded what Vaughn could only describe as majesty. "You must be Vaughn Mason," said the girl, freeing Vaughn from his stupor as she adopted a faint smile and revealed, "As you have likely surmised, I am Rias Gremery, heiress to the Duke Gremery household and governor pro tempore of Kuah Academy and the associated town. My good friend Sana here has informed me that you possess quite a unique ability." "It's nothing that impressive," responded Vaughn, surprised as he suddenly found himself unable to meet Rias's gaze. His face also felt warm, causing him to reach up and massage his cheeks, discovering they were hot to the touch. "I see now what you meant," remarked Rias, turning her attention to Sana and gingerly covering her mouth to conceal a smile and suppress a laugh as she added, "It's been a long time since I've seen such an innocent boy who wasn't a child. And it would appear he has taken a liking to you," noted Sana, feeling somewhat vexed as, while Vaughn hadn't hidden his appreciation for her and the members of her peerage, he regarded them as someone might a well-carved statue. His reaction to Rias was completely different, reinforcing a truth Sana had long known, specifically that her crimson-haired childhood friend was far more beautiful than she. "I'm flattered," said Rias, patting the space to her left as she added, "Why don't you come and sit down, Vaughn Kun? It's a little awkward to converse with someone who's standing while sitting down." "Oh, okay then," responded Vaughn, making his way over and sitting where Rias had indicated. He believed he was being considerate by keeping a bit of distance between them, but Rias didn't seem concerned with doing the same as she promptly moved closer to him, her surprisingly large and soft thigh nestling against his as she stared closely at his face and declared, "I would really like to see your ability for myself." Though he couldn't see it, Vaughn's face was bright red as he instinctively leaned away from Rias, taken aback by her disregard for boundaries and personal space. He didn't particularly mind that she was close to him, he just didn't expect it. "Sure," responded Vaughn, holding up his right hand and materializing his bracelets of dominion a second time. Similar to Sana, Rias immediately grabbed his hand to inspect the bracelet more closely, but Vaughn felt a lot more aware of the latter, his heart racing and a fluttery feeling pervading his chest as he averted his gaze. "How precious!" hummed Rias, feeling an almost overwhelming desire to tease and dote upon Vaughn but suppressing it to focus on his bracelet. She could sense potent magical energy slumbering within, so while it wasn't quite on the level of a sacred gear, she could picture Vaughn's ability being invaluable if he were raised well. Leaving Sana feeling exasperated, causing her to cup her head and sigh, Rias nestled Vaughn's hand into her ample bosom and said, "I know you told Sana you were only interested in being a student, but I would be thrilled if you considered becoming a member of my peerage." Contrasting Rias's expectations, Vaughn didn't have much of a reaction to the fact his hand was in contact with her breasts. Instead, he turned to meet her gaze, much of the redness fading from his face as he sported a confused look, questioning, "What's a peerage? How curious," thought Rias, keeping Vaughn's hand nestled in her breasts and grasping his forearm with her right hand as she explained, "A peerage is how high-ranking devils refer to their direct, most trusted subordinates. Tell me, are you familiar with a game called chess?" Seeing Vaughn nod, seemingly unconcerned with what she was doing with his hand and arm, Rias's smile broadened as she explained, "The owner of a peerage represents the king. We possess 15 other pieces that grant unique powers to those they are vested. Akeno here is my queen." "Hello there," hummed the girl named Akeno, smiling and waving as Vaughn looked up to meet her gaze. Something about her sleepy eyes and smile made him feel uneasy, but since he was pretty good at being able to tell if someone wanted to harm him, he reciprocated with a smile and raised his free hand, returning her wave. Regaining Vaughn's attention, Rias, looking as though she was moments away from suckling his fingers, continued her explanation, stating, "The pieces I have remaining are a rook, a bishop, a knight, and 8 pawns. Rooks are vested with superhuman strength, granting them a substantial increase in their offensive and defensive capabilities. Bishops receive an increase in demonic power, greatly enhancing the efficacy of their magic and corresponding abilities. Those who receive knight pieces are famed for their speed and mobility, while pawns, despite being regarded as the weakest piece by many, possess functionally unlimited potential as they can be promoted to gain the power of any other piece. Excluding a king, of course." "I see," muttered Vaughn, finally taking note of what Rias was doing with his hand as he felt the heat and moisture from her breath and noticed the warmth of her bosom. Instead of getting excited, however, he wondered if Rias's behavior was due to his bracelet's golden enchantment, which ostensibly made people want to steal and claim it as their own. "If you're willing, I would like you to become my knight," expressed Rias. "You could also become my rook, but I feel that the title and position of knight are distinctly suited to handsome boys like yourself." Catching Rias a little off guard, Vaughn extricated his hand from her grasp, his expression and tone firm as he responded, "I appreciate Rias-san's invitation, but since I already told Sana-san that I want to be an ordinary student, I think it would be hypocritical of me to accept. Saying that makes me want to have you as my knight even more," hummed Rias, narrowing her blue eyes. But instead of insisting that Vaughn change his mind, she abruptly clapped her hands together and proposed, "Then, instead of my knight, what would you say to becoming my friend and a member of the Occult Research Club? You might change your mind once you get to know us and what being a devil entails. There are quite a few perks and almost no meaningful downsides." "I don't know," responded Vaughn, smiling apologetically as he explained, "I really would like to be your friend, but I'm not sure befriending a devil or joining a club called the Occult Research Club is something an ordinary student would do." Coming to Rias's aid, Sana asserted, "But you're not an ordinary student, Vaughn. More importantly, you won't be a student forever, so it's important that you form meaningful connections that will aid you in your future path, regardless of the course it follows." Though he didn't like feeling pressured, Vaughn wasn't incapable of seeing the reason in Sana's words. He also really wanted to be Rias's friend, so without too much deliberation, he grabbed the back of his head, smiled, and replied, "I'm not sure if it will change my mind, but I think joining the Occult Research Club could be fun." "Excellent," said Rias, adopting a broad smile as she asserted, "and just you wait. Once you understand what it means to be a constituent of my peerage and the many paths it opens to you, you will surely become my knight. Until that day arrives, I will reserve the piece specifically for you. You can be exceedingly opportunistic at times, Rias," remarked Sana, sporting a half-lidded expression and crossing her arms. Had she known that Rias would try and pull Vaughn to her side, she would have made more of a concerted effort to entice him to her own. Now, after witnessing his initial reaction to Rias's appearance, she knew the odds of him choosing her over her childhood friend were slim. Crossing her own arms and sporting a smug smile, Rias playfully retorted, "It doesn't matter how early the bird is if it fails to snatch the worm before another arrives. Besides, with Saji-kun being completely smitten with you, I doubt he would respond well to another boy joining your peerage." "True enough," conceded Sana, spreading her hands, shaking her head, and shrugging. Then, as it was approaching noon and she wanted to get at least a few hours of rest before nightfall, she rose to her feet, brushed her skirt, and appended, "Vaughn Kun and I should be going. The tour took longer than anticipated, and he has someone waiting for him outside the front gate." "Then I shall see you off," responded Rias, rising in turn before extending a hand and beaming at Vaughn. He didn't need her assistance standing, but since she offered it, he reciprocated with an awkward smile and accepted it, allowing her to pull him to his feet with surprising ease. "Oh? I was under the impression you were shorter than me," remarked Rias, placing her right hand on her head and using it to compare her and Vaughn's heights. She was fairly tall at 172 centimeters, but Vaughn was a tad taller at 175. "Isn't it better if boys are tall?" asked Vaughn, prompting Rias's smile to broaden as she replied, "You're right. But young and petite ones aren't without their charms. The same applies to girls. You got a look at Konako earlier, correct? Her short stature is one of her charm points." "She was cute," affirmed Vaughn, nodding. Immediately after, however, he adopted a slight frown and appended, "But she called me a pervert for no reason." "Well, I'm sure she'll apologize eventually," said Rias, gesturing to the door since Vaughn had yet to move, causing Sana to develop a somewhat sullen expression as it wasn't long ago that he was following her like a puppy. Fortunately, the ducal house of Gremory and the Principality of Citrai had been allies for a long time, so even if she couldn't induct Vaughn into her peerage, she should still be able to benefit from his unique power and abilities. The only downside was that the Gremarys were infamous for their extraordinarily affectionate natures, so even if she just wanted to play with him in the future, Vaughn would likely be off-limits to her once Rias grew attached. And he would have made such an excellent doggy, too, thought Sana, closing her eyes and internally sighing as she walked ahead of Vaughn and Rias. To her classmates, she was strict but kind, but behind the scenes, particularly toward those she was fond of or had taken an interest in, she was more of a queen than the king of her peerage. Chapter 9, Getting Your Feet Wet. "Phew, home sweet home," muttered Vaughn, the words bringing a smile to his lips as he looked around his hotel room before hanging up his uniforms and promptly plopping face down on his bed. Someone had made it while he was away, but that was apparently normal unless he informed the staff not to. "Good night, Vaughn," said Sis, her voice gentle as Vaughn's consciousness slowly slipped away. It was only 2:17 p.m., but since he had been up since the previous evening and had never met and interacted with so many new and interesting people before, he was thoroughly exhausted. It wasn't like the usual exhaustion, though. It was soothing, pleasant even. As the last vestiges of Vaughn's consciousness slipped away, replaced by a dreamless slumber, a figure with crimson hair briefly appeared in his mind. He had developed crushes on several female characters in the anime and manga he had seen and read, but meeting Rias had awakened Vaughn to the realization that he may actually be able to get a real girlfriend someday. It probably wouldn't be Rias, as she was a super high-ranking noble, but he was certain there was at least one person within the limitless records just for him. After rousing from his slumber, Vaughn checked the time to find it was 8:43 p.m., meaning he had slept a little over 6 hours. He expected to sleep at least 10, but since he awoke feeling completely refreshed, he decided to get up and pick up where he left off the previous night. "Okay, I'm ready," affirmed Vaughn, sporting all his equipment, including his legendary spear. In response, he felt a tugging sensation as his vision briefly zoomed in on a single point before expanding outward, his view of his bathroom mirror replaced by a dimly lit chamber of stone with a single direction for him to head. "This is the corridor of intertwined fates?" asked Vaughn, swiveling his head and body to take in his surroundings. The room he was in appeared to be a cube roughly 5 meters in all directions, and the only observable light source was a blue-green glow flecking the floor, ground, and ceiling, which, upon closer inspection, were revealed to be tiny crystals. "More accurately, it is the starting point of the inner sanctum's first strata," stated Sis, further explaining, "monsters cannot cross over the threshold separating this place from the stratum beyond, and you'll need to return here or find a checkpoint when you're prepared to return." "That's really useful information," Vaughn noted. "Is there anything else I should know before leaving this room?" "Yes. As this world ultimately exists within yourself, you will not perish even if you sustain serious injuries or fall in battle," explained Sis. "But that does not mean it is completely safe. The pain from those wounds is very real, and the trauma of sustaining a critical injury or perishing could result in a mental shutdown. Please keep that in mind if you invite others here in the future." Surprised by Sis's final words, Vaughn raised his brows and asked, "Other people can enter this place?" "Indeed," confirmed Sis. "An important part of growing stronger is forming bonds with others. You may even encounter regions or special areas that can only be accessed by having a certain number of people present or fulfilling certain conditions. And as you grow and mature as a person, the structure of this place will change alongside you." "Now I'm even more excited," contended Vaughn, his voice a little shaky and his body trembling from its core as he advanced toward the only passage leading away from the chamber. It was long and dark, but there was a bright green light at its end, giving him the courage to keep moving forward. What awaited him when he reached the end left him speechless, as he was in a lush forest with a clearly denoted path laid out like spaces on a grid. Noticing something in the corner of his eye, Vaughn looked over to find what appeared to be a large, semi-spherical mound of bright blue jello, a meter across and with a grapefruit-sized sphere suspended near its center. Confirming Vaughn's suspicions, Sis revealed, "That's a slime, the lowest-ranking monster in the first stratum. As for why it's currently sitting still, it's due to the laws regulating this place. Due to your lack of confidence, enemies can only move when you or someone else takes action, so if you find yourself weary after a difficult fight, staying put functionally prevents time from advancing." "That's incredibly useful," expressed Vaughn. He couldn't help feeling it wasn't fair to the monsters, but since he wasn't in a hurry to experience pain or be overwhelmed, the restriction gave him time to ease into things. Putting Sis's explanation to the test, Vaughn tentatively stepped onto a new grid space. The moment he did so, the slime bounced forward precisely one space, clearly moving in his direction but waiting patiently for him to make the first move. "If it's like this, couldn't I use a bow or a gun to eliminate enemies from afar?" asked Vaughn. "It is indeed possible," confirmed Sis. "However, most monsters would take more than one bullet or arrow to eliminate. And the moment you take action, the monsters will begin to advance in 6-second intervals or when you move to a new space." "Then let's try this," said Vaughn, inverting his hold on his legendary spear, hefting it over his shoulder, and then hurling it like a javelin thrower at the slime, positioned 8 grid spaces, or approximately 12 meters away. The average power and proficiency of an adult human was apparently 10 and 14, so he was curious to see the effects of his legendary spear boosting his proficiency to 29. Seeing his spear impact and sink deep into the slime's gelatinous mass, Vaughn's expression lit up. Unfortunately, while he had struck his target, he would ostensibly need to destroy the sphere suspended within the slime as it promptly bounced forward, waiting for his next move. At least, that's what he assumed before it bounced forward a second time a few seconds later. "As I mentioned moments ago, monsters will take action in 6-second intervals after engaging them," stated Sis. Vaughn's cheeks warmed when he heard this, but since it would take the slime more than 30 seconds to reach him, he had plenty of time to collect him, extend his right hand, and mentally recall the legendary spear to it using his returning effect of his bracelets of dominion. Instead of throwing the spear a second time, Vaughn lowered himself into the stance recorded in his mind. Sis had advised that he purchase a few technical manuals regarding martial arts and spearmanship, and since his brain could eventually automatically store the information of books placed into his inventory, the forms appeared in his mind the moment he thought about them. They were unfamiliar to him and would require much practice to develop into muscle memory or a skill, but were it not for the existence of such information, he wouldn't have known how to hurl the spear or take a proper stance. Waiting until the slime was within range, Vaughn slid his left foot forward, shifting his weight, and executed the most rudimentary forward thrust. The tip of his spear entered seamlessly into the slime's body, but due to its momentum disturbing the interior tension of the gelatinous creature's body, the core was pushed out of the way. Reacting quickly, Vaughn retracted his spear and shifted back several steps to evade its counter. It was still only taking action every 6 seconds, so if he timed his attacks and evaded within that window, he should be able to dart in and out without risk of injury. Catching Vaughn by surprise, the surface of the slime's body rippled before it shot out a pressurized stream of frigid water, impacting the center of his chest and causing him to stumble and roll backward 2 grid spaces. The unanticipated impact left his heart pounding in his ears, but he was even more surprised to realize he wasn't in pain, allowing him to hastily clamber to his feet as Sis explained. Most of the monsters you encounter on this level are F rank with stats comparable to an ordinary human's. With your equipment being B rank and granting you a 40% resistance to water, you have little to fear from a slime. Well, that's convenient, exclaimed Vaughn, his expression determined as he lunged forward, intercepting the slime's bouncing tackle by slashing at it as he evaded to the side. The tip of his spear was shaped like a gladius, so he was able to leave a large gash in the slime's body, causing it to stop for a moment after landing. Vaughn noticed this but assumed he only had 6 seconds to act, time he used to stab the slime's body 3 times, striking and fragmenting its core with the final stab. Proving that the sphere floating within it was, in fact, its weakness, the slime's body lost its integrity, deflating rapidly and releasing what looked like water that spread out in a large puddle before it abruptly burst apart into motes of vibrant blue light. Dash. Acquired 17 OP for defeating a blue slime, F rank. Dash. Though startled by the sudden notification, Vaughn couldn't help smiling at the realization that he had actually defeated a monster. It may have been the weakest monster, and his equipment undoubtedly gave him a massive advantage, but it was a significant step forward toward his tertiary goal of becoming like the protagonists he idolized in anime and manga. And there's no need to rush things, said Sis, revealing, the flow of time within the corridor is much slower than outside, and the potency of this dilation grows stronger as you descend. On this level, time passes at a rate of 6 to 1. In other words, you could spend 6 hours here and only an hour would pass outside. Doing the math in his head, Vaughn noted, so even if I only use this place at night, that gives me 12 full days to train before the term starts on the 1st. And if I remain in here the entire time, that's like a full month. This place keeps getting more and more amazing. It's because there are entities within this record that could present a serious threat to you, explained Sis. You've already experienced it, but to many, you are an anomalous element and a potential threat. Even if you wish to live a normal life, there will always be those like the scientists and politicians in your past life, people who seek to make use of you to further their aspirations or line their pockets. Does that include people like Sana and Rias? Asked Vaughn, a glimmer of hurt marring his expression. Based on their efforts to recruit you, it can be inferred that is the case, affirmed Sis, causing Vaughn's expression to turn sullen until she appended, but I do not believe either harbors malicious intentions. That Rias girl, in particular, seems to have taken a genuine interest in you. What do you mean? Asked Vaughn. I do not have enough data to speak with absolute certainty, but when she asked you to become her knight, she seemed genuinely enthused by the prospect. There was even a hint of affection in her gaze, but whether that was the result of romantic intrigue or simply because she found your innocence refreshingly amusing is something that can only be ascertained with time, explained Sis. You're saying she might like me? Like, asked Vaughn, his brows raised and eyes widened in disbelief. At the very least, she has taken an interest in you, answered Sis. It will take time to nourish deeper sentiments, but since you acquiesced to joining the Occult Research Club, you will have the time and opportunity to grow closer. Just keep in mind that if you wish to pursue a relationship with her, it will likely involve siding with the devils in any future conflicts. Oh, yet, muttered Vaughn, the excitement swelling within him promptly settling. Based on his interactions with Sana, her presumed peerage, and Rias, he could surmise that devils weren't inherently evil. However, there had to be a reason they needed a combat-oriented group like peerage, so if he was serious about exploring the unfamiliar and exhilarating feeling he experienced when first meeting Rias, he would very likely need to fight for them, for her. My heart, it's racing, noted Vaughn, shifting his spear to his left hand and reaching up to touch his chest with his right. At the same time, he couldn't help recalling the memory of Rias supporting and caressing his arm or the feeling of his hand resting against her incredibly soft and warm breasts. It took until that exact moment to realize it, but he had accumulated some pretty remarkable experiences during his inaugural visit to Kua Academy. At the very least, enough that he was greatly looking forward to his next. Chapter 10, Culture Shock. HAAA, HAAA, HAAA. After nearly a month of training within the corridor of intertwined fates, only taking breaks to rest and exit to speak with Fumiko in the mornings, Vaughn felt more at home within the game-like space than he did outside of it. Hop! Leaping several meters vertically and many more horizontally, Vaughn stabbed his legendary spear into the forehead of a large monster that resembled a giant pumpkin with sunken eyes and a maw full of massive, goop-dripping teeth. It issued a piercing scream and furiously waved its vine-like tendrils in response, but with a twist of his spear, Vaughn released a small explosion of flame from its tip, causing the monster, known as a jawhorn husk, D-rank, to explode from the inside. Backflipping off the jawhorn's head as it exploded, Vaughn landed a few meters away, kneeling on his left knee, head lowered, and spear held out to the side as he adopted a somewhat haughty grin. Chunks of grotesque orange flesh rained down on him, but after the jawhorn breathed its final breath, they vanished into motes of orange light. Dash. Acquired 738 OP for defeating Jawhorn Husk, D-rank. Dash. Nice. Thought Vaughn, taking a moment to regulate his breathing before rising to his feet and seeing if there were any additional spoils for him to collect. Another one? Vaughn asked himself, picking up a jack-o'-lantern-themed hair clip from the ground and inspecting it. Dash. Jack O'Jill's hair clip. Rank, D. P.Def, 18. M.Def, 23. Enchantment, S. Spicy Aroma, D. A jack-o'-lantern-themed hair clip that causes the fragrance of pumpkin spice to follow the wearer wherever they go. Special property, Charm +1. Dash. Opening his inventory, Vaughn placed the hair clip with the rest of his gift-like items. A preponderance of the equipment he picked up within the corridor of intertwined fates was better suited for a girl than a boy, but instead of recycling them for additional OP, he decided to preserve them for posterity and just in case he had someone to gift them to. With his look secured, Vaughn turned his attention to his spear, whose blade resembled a vermilion flame with a red hue, a fiery orange edge, and the kanji for fire etched into the side in shimmering gold. Monsters within the corridor of intertwined fates had a wide range of elemental affinities and weaknesses, so to make things easier for himself, he had invested most of his OP toward acquiring spears of each element to nourish his legendary spear. Dash. Legendary Spear. Rank, A. P.ATK, 349. M.ATK, 420. Enchantment, S. Spear Spirit, Resizing, Aura Conductivity, B. Self-Repairing, B. Elemental Discharge, D.
A replica of a spear formed from the fragmented soul of a guardian deity. Though not the original, it has the power to surpass it if the wielder takes care to grow it well. Special property, mineral refinement, essence absorption, proficiency boost equal to 5% of physical and magical attack. Current bonus, plus 38. Current mode, Flame Spear, Valios. Dash. Purchasing this may have been the smartest decision I've ever made, thought Vaughn, smiling as he used a mental command to revert the spear to its base form. Then, as the Jawhorn Husk had been the boss monster guarding the entrance to the first stratum's 5th floor, he made his way into the temple-like complex whose entrance had only opened after the boss's defeat. Inside, he found a large stone staircase leading downward into a wall of shadows, but while he was keen to learn what awaited him below, he closed his eyes, leaned his head back, and said, "Return." In a weary tone, his figure blinking out of existence with a whip and a flash of white light. Following a lengthy, indulgent bath, Vaughn, wearing the t-shirt and shorts he typically wore to bed, pulled out the uniform he would be wearing the following day. He doubted anything had changed since he last checked it, but he couldn't help checking to ensure there were no stains or wayward strings present. VRRRRRVRRRRRVRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRR
it from the bedrest with an impassive expression. When he saw the name on the display, however, his brows raised slightly as he dexterously flipped it open, brought it to his right ear, and asked, "Sana-san. I wasn't expecting a call from you. How'd you get my number?" When your enrollment information was updated, your current address and phone number were input into the Academy's system. The Student Council has access to such records in the event a student is absent, and we need to get in contact with them, explained Sana. As for the purpose of this call, it is to ensure you have everything you need for tomorrow and to remind you to drop by the faculty office by 8:30 a.m. Your homeroom teacher, Tachibana-sensei, will be waiting to explain things and introduce you to the class. I haven't forgotten, responded Vaughn, nodding. But I appreciate you calling. If it's okay with you, I would like to give you something tomorrow morning or after school. I presume it isn't a love letter, asked Sana, a hint of amusement in her tone even over the phone. It's not, confirmed Vaughn. But I remembered you wearing a hair clip, so I wanted to give you one I think you'll like. How curious! Responded Sana, catching Vaughn a little off guard as she added, if you've no preceding engagements, I could head there now. If it's an item you've prepared, it should be worth the effort. Now, parrot Vaughn, looking over at his clock to confirm the time before asking, isn't it kind of late, in reference to it displaying 8:38 p.m. Devils are most active at night, explained Sana. But if my coming there would trouble you in any way, we can meet tomorrow. I mean, isn't it more troubling for you? Asked Vaughn. I'm not sure how far away your house is from my hotel, but I would feel guilty if you came all this way and ended up disappointed. It's no trouble at all, assured Sana, followed by a spinning, bright blue magic circle appearing a few meters from Vaughn's position. The latter was left slack-jawed at this as, from within its center, Sana's figure promptly materialized from a flash of light, snapping her cell phone shut and staring at him with a faint, somewhat cheeky smile. Recovering from his brief stupor, Vaughn reciprocated with a smile of his own, remarking, "Well, that's convenient," before opening his inventory, invisible to Sana's eyes, and pulling out the hair clip he intended for her, a straight, pale gold clip with two stylish black lines. Something appears to have changed within you since we last met," remarked Sana, accepting the hair clip Vaughn had presented to her, holding it up, and inspecting it between her index finger and thumb as she added, "You seem more confident." "Well, I've gotten much stronger since then," revealed Vaughn, rubbing the underside of his nose with his right index finger and sporting a prominent grin. He fully intended to keep his training and the increase in his strength a secret at the start, but after a month of hard work, a part of him wanted someone other than Sis to praise him. Feeling Sis's silence like white noise within his mind, Vaughn was going to ask her what was wrong but was distracted by Sana nodding approvingly and stating, "Growth is a good thing. But if you don't mind my asking, why do you seek to become stronger?" Following her query, Sana removed the hair clip she was currently wearing and donned the one Vaughn had gifted her. She could sense a faint trace of what felt like spirit energy exuding from within, but since it didn't give the impression of being something dangerous, she supposed wearing it would keep Vaughn's lips loose and his words flowing freely. "Isn't it normal to want to be stronger?" questioned Vaughn, tilting his head slightly as he added, "I mean, it's a heck of a lot better than being weak." "One of the fundamental truths of the world," confirmed Sana, nodding in affirmation as she clipped the hair clip into place. The moment she did, her violet eyes widened slightly as, though marginal, she sensed her demonic power increase. Suppressing the barrage of questions that manifested within her mind, Sana calmly asked the most pertinent one, specifically, "Am I correct in assuming this hair clip is an item created by your power?" Nodding, Vaughn smiled and readily revealed, "It's nothing too impressive, but it increases the potency of the water element by 5%. Since you said your power was related to water, I figured it might be useful." "It will be very useful," assured Sana, adopting a rare, fully formed smile. A 5% increase might not sound like a lot, but if it continuously applied as her demonic power matured, its value would unironically be equivalent to a palace. If he considers this nothing too impressive, his ability may be far more extraordinary than we thought," reasoned Sana, her violet eye glistening in a way that caused Vaughn to feel slightly nervous. Recognizing this, Sana briefly closed her eyes and coughed into her hand, forcing herself to calm down before meeting his gaze with a softer expression and stating, "Since I'm here, is there anything you would like to ask of me?" When devils meet with humans like this, it's typically to fulfill a request or grant their heart's desire. In exchange, we receive a sliver of their spirit energy or life force, but since you've already given me a splendid gift, I can fulfill your request without a contract. Presuming it's not something like world domination, of course. "What kinds of requests do people normally make?" questioned Vaughn, his curiosity getting the better of him. "It depends on the person," responded Sana, causing Vaughn's gaze to lower as she started unbuttoning her corset, explaining, "Most humans consider devils, angels, and fallen angels creatures of fiction, so when they see a beautiful girl suddenly appear in their room, their imagination and desires compound, supplanting their fear and reason." Loosening the ribbon around her neck, Sana allowed her blouse to open, revealing a white lace bra, before subsequently undoing the clasp of her skirt, allowing it to fall to her ankles, revealing a matching pair of panties as she met Vaughn's gaze with a relaxed smile, appending, "Unfortunately for them, the spirit energy and life force they're capable of providing are seldom enough for the demands they make. Some attempt to offer their souls as compensation, but unless they possess a unique ability, there are few benefits to accepting." "Are you coming onto me?" asked Vaughn, causing Sana to stare at him for several seconds before her eyes narrowed into a slight deadpan, her tone flat as she responded, "At times like this, you're supposed to just go with the flow. Asking such questions is incredibly rude." Taken aback by Sana's response, Vaughn opened his mouth, but no words came out. He didn't mean to upset her, but since he couldn't understand why she was undressing, what else was he supposed to do besides ask for clarification? "To answer your question," said Sana, her eyes remaining narrowed as she held out her right hand, causing a pole to emerge from a blue magic circle as she asserted, "I wasn't coming onto you, this is your reward for gifting me the hair clip." Leaving Vaughn feeling even more disjointed, Sana stood with her back to the pole and raised her right hand and arm, grasping it as she slid into a deep, open-legged squat. His lackluster reaction caused her right eye to twitch, but since she had already resolved herself to reward him, she did her best to remain calm, stating, "Just take a seat and watch, if you aren't satisfied by the time I'm done, you can request something else." Realizing he had only made things worse, Vaughn adopted an apologetic smile before doing as he was told. What followed was Sana performing a surprisingly skilled pole dance, and while he wasn't sure why she had felt compelled to do so, he clapped at the end and meant it when he said her performance was incredible. Sana was hoping for a different reaction, but since she could tell his praise was sincere, she departed after confirming he had everything he needed for the following day. Chapter 11, Expectations versus Reality. Okay, Vaughn, you've faced and defeated hundreds of monsters. You can do this. Vaughn told himself, standing outside the entrance of his soon-to-be class, waiting for the teacher to call him in. You can come in now, said the woman who would be Vaughn's homeroom teacher, a petite woman with medium-length, messy, dark brown hair and matching, sleep-deprived eyes. In response, Vaughn entered the classroom, causing pleasantly surprised reactions from the girls and annoyed groans from the boys, including one that whispered, "Oh, God, please strike down this Raijuyu for the sake of all other men." "All right, everyone, quiet down," said Vaughn's homeroom teacher, Tachibana Ayase, exhaling a tired sigh. Then, adopting a weary but supportive smile, she turned him and said, "Go ahead and introduce yourself, Vaughn-san. You just have to give your name and greet everyone." Nodding, Vaughn faced his future classmates, inhaled deeply, and adopted his best smile. "Kai-a-a-a-a-a-a. He's so handsome. Oh my god, I think I'm going to die. Do you have a girlfriend, Vaughn-kun? What nationality are you? Please exchange emails and phone numbers with me." Though he was taken aback by the fanfare he was receiving, causing his smile to cramp slightly, Vaughn did his best to maintain it as he stated, "As Tachibana-sensei said earlier, my name is Vaughn Mason. It's a pleasure to meet everyone, and I hope we can get along." Following his introduction, Vaughn, with his hands glued to his sides, bowed at a steep, 30-degree angle. This caused another stir among the girls in the class, but Tachibana-sensei was eventually able to get them under control, reiterating for them to settle down and reminding them they could question him all they liked during lunch or after classes. Once things had calmed down, Vaughn was instructed to occupy the empty seat next to a boy with wild, spiky, chestnut brown hair and clear brown eyes. 2 locks of hair jutted out from the base of his neck like a forked mullet, but what Vaughn first noticed about him was that he wasn't wearing his uniform correctly, his blazer and undershirt opened to reveal a bright red t-shirt. He was also glowering at him, not with hatred but annoyance and a hint of envy. Adopting a slight frown, Vaughn decided against greeting the boy as he originally intended and instead sat at his desk, regaining his smile as the trio of girls occupying the desks to his front, right, and rear greeted and introduced themselves to him. He later learned from them and many other girls that the rebellious-looking boy was called Hyudo Issei, a member of Kyoa Academy's infamous perverted trio, so while he didn't believe all the things the girls said about him, Vaughn's initial impression of his leftmost desk mate wasn't very favorable. "This is kind of boring," thought Vaughn, doing his best to pay attention during each lesson but unable to ignore that many of his classmates were discreetly reading novels, perusing manga, doodling in their notebooks, or fiddling with their phones. Issei, in particular, was immersed in a handheld video player, sporting an intensely focused expression as he watched an anime depicting scantily clad and disproportionately busty magical girls in some very compromising positions. Do-do-da-do-da-do-dow-do. "All right, good work today, everyone. Enjoy your lunches," said the math teacher, a tall, voluptuous, bespectacled woman with purple hair fixed into a loose, chopstick-bound bun and red-rimmed glasses. In response, the class president, a girl named Arikawa Ayane, had everyone stand and bow before 2/3 of the class departed to buy lunch at the cafeteria, the rest staying behind to eat bentos they had prepared in advance. Catching Vaughn a little off guard, several of the girls in his class promptly encircled his desk, a bespectacled girl with dark green, nearly black hair fixed in braided pigtails taking the initiative to ask, "Did you bring a lunch, Vaughn-kun? If not, we can share some of ours." "I appreciate the offer, but I already accepted an invitation to eat with someone," expressed Vaughn, offering an appreciative smile as he rose to his feet. Oh? Is Von Kun friends with someone at the academy? Asked another girl, sporting muted, maroon-red hair in a bao hairstyle and a lean, athletic frame. Her name is Rias Gremery, a third year, affirmed Von, surprising the girls as he added, we haven't had the opportunity to get to know each other that well just yet, but I'm hoping to get to know her as the school year progresses. Seemingly realizing they didn't stand a chance against someone like Rias, one of Qah Academy's goddesses, several of the girls encircling Von's desk immediately lost their enthusiasm, leaving the girl who initially spoke to adopt a cramped smile and state, then we won't keep you. Enjoy your lunch with Rias senpai. Thank you, said Von, offering the girls one final smile before promptly departing the classroom, followed by the sound of wistful and defeated sighs. Though it took a few minutes, primarily because he was stopped several times by overly friendly female students, Von eventually reached the old school building, where he was greeted by a smiling boy with gentle facial features, short blonde hair that framed his face, and grey-blue eyes with a tiny mole under the left. You must be Von, said the boy, placing his right hand over his chest and offering a slight bow as he revealed, my name is Yuato Kaiba. Allow me to show you to Lady Rias. Are you a butler? Asked Von, finding Kaiba's manners and bearing to be exceptional. In a manner of speaking, confirmed Kaiba, exhaling a faint chuckle as he began leading the way, appending, in truth, I am Lady Rias's knight, but I am committed to serving her in any way she requires. Oh, so you're her knight? Remarked Von, sweeping his gaze over Kaiba from top to bottom as he questioned, does that mean you're super fast? Super might be a stretch, but I am fairly fleet of foot, confirmed Kaiba, his tone amiable and eyes tinted with a soft but discerning glow as he turned his head to meet Von's gaze, adding, if you would like, I can give you a demonstration later this afternoon. Really? Asked Von, his impression of Kaiba improving as he confirmed, you don't have to if you don't want to, but if you're willing, I would like to see it. Good. It's a date, then hummed Kaiba, closing his eyes and sporting an amused smile. He had learned about Von from Rias, but experiencing his honest and straightforward nature directly was refreshing. Most people, not just humans, were too heavily invested in the masks they presented to others to protect or delude themselves. Von, on the other hand, was like an open book, his thoughts written on his face for the whole world to see. Interrupting Von's and Kaiba's short journey, the familiar figure of a petite girl with white hair appeared, emerging from one of the rooms they were about to pass. Oh, it's Kaiba and the pervert, remarked the girl, who Von recalled was named Konako, staring at him with a deadpan expression. Good afternoon, Konako-chan, said Kaiba, sporting a relaxed smile as he revealed, Von Kun is here to eat lunch with Lady Rias. Would you like to accompany us? No thanks, responded Konako, her voice a lazy drone, ostensibly devoid of emotion, as she strolled past Von and Kaiba on her way to do whatever it was she had planned. Sensing something peculiar, almost familiar, Konako stopped shortly after passing the duo to turn around and stare at Von's retreating figure with a narrow-eyed, suspicious gaze. It shouldn't be possible, but the faint aura permeating his body was uncannily similar to the senjutsu she feared and loathed with a passion. The crucial difference was that it was warm, like a kotetsu in late winter or early spring. Ah, Von! Welcome! And thank you for bringing him here, Kaiba, said Rias, sitting on a sofa with her right leg over her left, elegantly holding a cup of tea on a saucer as Akano stood off to the side, sporting her usual sleepy-eyed smile. It was my pleasure, Lady Rias, responded Kaiba, closing his eyes and offering a bow with his hand over his heart. Afterward, he stood straight, modeling a calm smile as he asked, is there anything else you require of me? Not right now. But, if you would like, you're welcome to join us, offered Rias. It would be my pleasure, but I believe it best that I excuse myself to allow you and our new friend a chance to converse freely, expressed Kaiba, offering another, slighter bow. Then some other time, said Rias, an appreciative undertone to her smile as she added, "You may go now. May your lunch be enjoyable and your exchange engaging," expressed Kaiba, raising his head and offering a slight nod to Vaughn before departing the room. Seizing the initiative, Rias set her teacup and saucer on the table before rising to her feet and approaching Vaughn, casually adjusting his ribbon and lapels as she remarked, "Sana was showing off the hair clip you gave her," with a smug grin. "Did you prepare anything for me?" Though he felt weird and floaty with Rias so close to him, Vaughn did his best to appear calm as he nodded, affirming, "I did," before producing a thin silver ring with a tiny red gemstone. "A ring," hummed Rias, her brows raising slightly as she stepped away from Vaughn, presenting her left hand as she teased, "That's a pretty daring gift." With Rias holding her hand fairly low, Vaughn stared at it blankly for a few seconds before raising his gaze to meet hers. When he saw her staring at him with a patient and amused smile, he swallowed the knot forming in his and took a knee, gingerly supporting her hand with his and using his right to carefully seat the ring onto her fourth finger, explaining, "I didn't know if you had any special powers or whether you used a specific element, so I picked a ring that increases your resistance to fire and abnormal status effects. You have a lot of hair, so I thought it would be useful." "I'm certain it will be," responded Rias, her luminous blue eyes flashing when Vaughn mentioned the ring granting her increased resistance to fire. She would need to test it to confirm its potency, but if he was telling the truth, it might give her an edge in the battle she was fated to fight in the not-too-distant future. Raising her left hand to inspect the eye-pleasing ring more closely, Rias waited for Vaughn to rise before remarking, "I heard you've been training to become stronger. That's very commendable of you." "Well, I have nothing better to do," responded Vaughn, averting his eyes and awkwardly rubbing the back of his head with his right hand. Because of his interaction with Sana the previous night, he was kind of expecting a reward after giving Rias the ring. However, as he originally didn't expect to receive one, he did his best not to let it bother him. "Are you disappointed?" asked Rias, her eyes narrowing and expression softening as she appended, "Be honest. You were looking forward to what I might do after you gave me the ring, weren't you?" "I was," confirmed Vaughn, feeling somewhat ashamed of himself, causing him to lower his gaze and stare through Rias with an unfocused look. His line of sight overlapped with her chest, but since she could tell he wasn't looking at her, Rias didn't tease him for it. "Then I ask that you forgive me for my belated response," stated Rias, surprising Vaughn immensely as she reached up, linked her hands around his head, and guided his face to her breasts, hugging him tenderly and combing her fingers through his hair as she hummed, "Thank you for the gift, Vaughn, your consideration for my well-being is greatly appreciated." Since he couldn't respond without speaking muffledly into Rias's breasts, Vaughn wavered for a moment before eventually closing his eyes and letting himself enjoy the extremely comforting sensation. He could remember the last time he was held in such a tender manner, but since it was a memory from the day of his birth, it had been an exceedingly long time since he felt such calm. Chapter 12, Taking a Chance. "Such an honest boy," thought Rias, feeling what she could best describe as a maternal tenderness toward Vaughn. She had heard from Sana that he had, at least for a time, been kept in a lab, so it wasn't difficult to imagine he had grown up without the care and love of a family. "Come, let us get a little more comfortable," said Rias, releasing her hold on Vaughn's head and returning to her place on the sofa before meeting his gaze and patting the cushion next to her. He took this as an indication for him to sit, but that was apparently just part of it as she waited for him to do so before clarifying, "Scoot over a bit and rest your head on my thighs. I will give you a lap pillow and clean the inside of your ears. Akeno, please retrieve an ear pick." "Of course," responded Akeno, briefly departing the room with her hands folded over her lap as Vaughn invariably found his head guided to Rias's lap, the warmth, softness, and fragrance of her thighs causing his face to heat up as he remained completely silent. "Have you ever received a lap pillow?" asked Rias, her expression and tone soft as she used the tips of her nails to gently scratch Vaughn's scalp and play with his surprisingly soft hair. "I haven't," responded Vaughn, closing his eyes. He could feel his body becoming increasingly warm, but instead of feeling stuffy or stifled, he felt relaxed and light, like his body was floating and his head was resting on a cloud. "Oh, then I'm your first," hummed Rias, trailing the nail of her left index finger across Vaughn's cheek as she appended, "Lucky me." Opening his eyes, Vaughn briefly hesitated before asking, "Why are you so nice to me? Is it because of my power?" "I can't deny that I hold your power in high regard," confessed Rias. "But that isn't why I'm nice to you. I can tell you're a very kind and honest boy, and with proper care and guidance, I believe you can grow into someone I and others can depend on. But that's just my selfishness. Tell me, Vaughn, what do you want?" "I want to become stronger and live freely," responded Vaughn, closing his eyes and reaching up to place his left hand on Rias's thigh, not with any ill will or desirous intent, but because he was used to sleeping with his hand next to his head. Then, in a fainter tone, he admitted, "But I also really like this." Though she knew it wasn't what he was referring to, Rias couldn't help covering her mouth to suppress a laugh, as Vaughn's words could easily be misconstrued as him confessing his fondness for her thighs. Luckily, she managed to avoid laughing outright. "He's so precious," thought Rias, returning her hand to Vaughn's head as she expressed, "Then, even if you wish to remain free by not joining my peerage, you're welcome to come and spend time here as often as you like. And if you'd like, you're free to think of the members of the Occult Research Club as your family." Not sure how to respond to Rias's proposition, Vaughn remained silent and stared ahead. The word family harbored special meaning to him and was something he had craved for a long time, but instead of feeling happy, he felt reluctant hearing Rias ask him to join hers. "Did you want something more?" asked Rias, sensing Vaughn's incertitude as the slight pout on his face made it apparent. "I like you," revealed Vaughn, his response curt, almost bull-headed, as he had never confessed to a girl and concluded it was better to simply get it over with. Though she would ordinarily respond that she liked him as well, Rias knew that the like Vaughn was referring to had a deeper, more profound meaning. As a result, she deliberated for several seconds, absent-mindedly combing her fingers through his hair and staring at his side profile before stating, "I respect your feelings and am truly flattered by them, but my standing as heiress of House Gremery doesn't afford me much leeway in the choosing of my partner. My family would not permit me to reciprocate your feelings unless your potential or strength exceeded that of the candidates already aiming for my hand. So if my potential was the best, we could be boyfriend and girlfriend?" asked Vaughn, catching Rias a little off guard with the severity and resolve in his expression and tone. She had no doubt his potential was immense, but the look in his eyes made her think there was much more to his power and abilities than what he had shown. Following a moment of consideration, Rias narrowed her eyes, affirming, "That's correct. But you should also keep in mind that if we were to begin a courtship, my enemies would become your enemies, and you wouldn't be able to escape getting entangled in the politics of the underworld. It takes a lot of effort to manage a territory, and your only reward at the end of the day would be spending time with me." Seeing Vaughn's face sour conflictedly, Rias found herself suppressing the urge to chuckle. He was almost too honest, but that could very easily be turned into dependability and faithfulness. She doubted his potential was substantial enough that she would be able to annul the arrangements her family had made, but if she could enter him into her peerage, he might be able to ease her heart and provide comfort to her during especially trying times. Breaking the silence that had descended on the room, Akeno arrived with a long and thin bamboo instrument with a puffy white ball on one end and a tiny scoop on the other. Did something happen while I was away?" questioned Akeno, making her way over and handing Rias the ear pick. "Vaughn here confessed his feelings for me," revealed Rias, accepting the pick as she appended, "Right now, I believe he's deliberating the ups and downsides of courting a future duchess. I suppose that means receiving my affection isn't enough." Frowning deeply, Vaughn contended, "I never said that." Before his face distorted slightly at the unfamiliar sensation of having an ear pick enter his ear canal, gently scraping its interior. It didn't feel unpleasant, quite the opposite, but it was distracting.
Should I sweeten the deal by including myself? Asked Akeno, causing Rias to frown and retort, thank you, Akeno. But Vaughn and I are having a private conversation right now. Go and fetch the dishes we had arranged. I don't want him returning to class on an empty stomach. But of course, responded Akeno, exhaling an amused chuckle as she left to carry out Rias's orders. Hey, that girl! Sighed Rias, digging around in Vaughn's ears as she insincerely complained, she might be my best friend, but she needs to learn there is a time and a place to make jokes. How do you measure potential? Asked Vaughn, briefly catching Rias by surprise before she answered, there are more advanced tools that can be used to measure it, but the most common method high-class devils use is seeing how many pawns would be necessary to reincarnate them as a devil. Each of the more advanced pieces has a corresponding value, such as a queen being worth 9 pawns and a rook being worth 5, so if your potential is high, you would require 5 or more. How many do I need to become your boyfriend? Asked Vaughn, causing Rias to shake her head slightly before responding, your potential would need to exceed 8 pawns, at a minimum. Then test me, said Vaughn, closing his eyes as he started to really enjoy the feeling of having his ear cleaned. Right now? Asked Rias. If possible, responded Vaughn, prompting Rias to exhale from her nose before she set aside the ear pick and stated, we'll need to stand first. I also need you to promise you won't be too disappointed if your potential isn't as high as you hope. Some things just aren't meant to be. You're wrong, responded Vaughn, rising to a seated position and surprising Rias by meeting her gaze and asserting, I may not be very powerful right now, but my potential is the best. Then I'm looking forward to seeing it for myself, responded Rias, finding Vaughn's affirmations surprisingly persuasive. He didn't appear to be making an empty claim, so after getting up from the sofa and having him position himself 3 meters away from her, she raised her right hand and created a glowing crimson magic circle beneath him, curious to see if his potential was even half as great as he insisted. Feeling a strange energy enter his body, Vaughn looked down at himself and inspected his hands as Rias closed her eyes, focusing her thoughts on the evil pieces slumbering within her. Generally speaking, the evil piece most suited to a person would naturally materialize in the king's hand once the ritual was underway. In the case of Vaughn, she couldn't even force a piece to appear. Even mixing and matching multiple pieces didn't seem to work, causing a bead of sweat to form on her cheek as even beings on the level of a dragon king weren't beyond their influence. Only gods, Buddhas, and extra-dimensional beings of a similar rank were impervious to their effects. Yet, as far as she could tell, Vaughn was an ordinary human. Well, maybe not ordinary, but he most definitely wasn't a god or Buddha. This feels weird, said Vaughn, leaving Rias wide-eyed and her lips slightly parted in disbelief as he tightened his right hand into a fist, an action that caused the demonic energy flowing into him to be expelled and the magic circle beneath him to shatter like glass. It wasn't his intention to break it, but the moment he expressed his discomfort, the effect of chain breaker triggered, completely overwhelming Rias's ability to maintain its structure. Seeing what he had done, Vaughn's eyes widened considerably more than Rias's as he looked up from the now ordinary floor to meet her gaze with the expression of a child who had just gotten caught with his hand deep in a jar of cookies after midnight. Regaining her senses, a genuine smile developed across Rias's face as she proclaimed, "You weren't exaggerating. I even tried balancing your potential against all my remaining pieces, but it wasn't sufficient. To say I'm impressed would be an understatement." Then, does that mean, started Vaughn, his words trailing near the end. He hadn't arrived at the Occult Research Club expecting to confess, but since he had done so, he intended to see it through to the end and hear Rias's response. "Before I respond, tell me, what is it you think a boyfriend and girlfriend do?" asked Rias, crossing her arms in a way that emphasized her already substantial bosom. Not expecting Rias to turn things around on him, Vaughn averted his eyes uncertainly, slipped his hands into his pockets, and argued, "I'm not that inexperienced, they do things like kissing, holding hands, and going out on dates. You know, that kind of stuff." "Anything else?"
asked Rias, a playful smile adorning her lips as she saw Vaughn's face progressively redden. He clearly knew what she was alluding to, but he was too embarrassed or bashful to admit it. How precious! Thought Rias, uncrossing her arms and stepping forward to grab the sides of Vaughn's face, forcing him to look at her as she smiled and said, "Be sure to let me know when you figure it out. Until then, things like kissing, holding hands, and going on dates, these are things we could have done even without becoming a couple. But since you seem intent on me becoming your girlfriend, I shall provide you with ample opportunities to prove yourself worthy of standing beside me on equal footing. You can start by kissing me." "Right now?" asked Vaughn, feeling his throat tighten. "Right now," affirmed Rias, narrowing her eyes. Other than Vaughn, the lead candidate for the position of her future husband was someone she hated to the point of revulsion, so even if things didn't work out, she was willing to gamble on him being a possible solution to her problem. If not, well, at least she could make the most of the time she had remaining. Feeling intense pressure from Rias's gaze, Vaughn's body trembled slightly, but not due to fear. He never imagined that his first kiss would be with the most beautiful girl he had ever seen, but since she was willing, he felt like he had to step up, lest he miss the opportunity forever. Thus, after failing to swallow the knot that had formed in his throat, he grabbed Rias by the shoulders, holding her gaze for several seconds before tentatively leaning in and, very briefly, pressing their lips together. Seeing Vaughn pull away as if he had kissed a hot surface, Rias reached up to cover her lips, exhaling a faint chuckle as she teased, "That isn't quite how I imagined my first kiss with a boy going, but I'm certain we will both improve with practice. Do you mind?" "Mind what?" asked Vaughn, his face hotter than the sun and his heart beating like a drum within his chest as Rias linked her hands around his shoulders, drawing them together in a way that forced them closer as she said, "This," before giving him a much deeper kiss. Chapter 13, Familiarity. Following the hour they were given for lunch, Vaughn found himself staring off into space during his inaugural social studies class, the teacher's words entering his ears but his brain failing to consciously process what was being said. "Hey, sis," said or, more accurately, thought Vaughn. "Yes, Vaughn," answered sis. "Did I really just get a girlfriend, or is my brain playing tricks on me?" asked Vaughn. "Based on my recollection of events and the context of the situation, the former seems more likely," responded sis. "As for whether or not you are being cheated or taken advantage of, I do not believe that to be the case, as she made clear the consequences of your involvement." "Right," recalled Vaughn, the memory of Rias's warning materializing in his mind as if she were right in front of him, speaking the words for the first time. The path vested him with perfect recall, so as the memory replayed itself, he could even feel the warmth of her body and the wetness of her tongue, causing his face to heat up before he shook his head to clear the thought from his head like an etch and sketch. "Am I making a mistake?" asked Vaughn, not regretting his confession or the result but fearing he was getting in over his head. Things like politics were completely foreign to him, so if his and Rias's relationship advanced to marriage, he had no idea how to be a good leader. "I believe that is something Rias intends to see to herself," expressed sis, appending, "What she appears to desire from you is raw power and dependability. I suspect she may have one or more adversaries that she is unable to deal with on her own. So I need to get stronger," reasoned Vaughn, suddenly feeling that he was wasting his time by sitting in class. None of the anime and manga he had seen or read went into detail about what happened during class, so while he was happy to be enrolled as a student at Kyoa Academy, he felt the 3 p.m. bell couldn't come soon enough. "Patience is a virtue, Vaughn," said sis, reminding, "You already have more time available to you than most thanks to the CIF, so while these lessons may not be the most mentally stimulating, you should pay attention out of respect for your teachers." "You're right," affirmed Vaughn, adopting a serious expression and focusing on the lesson being given. With sis in the path, he didn't need to study, but he wanted to. He would feel bad if the only reason he succeeded over others was because he had advantages they didn't. More importantly, he was committed to living and becoming someone his mom could be proud of, and that meant taking as few shortcuts as possible. With the day ending surprisingly quickly after he began paying attention, Vaughn politely declined several invitations to chat and visit the Academy's cafe and made his way to the old school building. Rias had asked him to come by after classes let out, but even if she hadn't, he would have done so to honor his arrangement with Kaiba. Finding no one waiting for him when he arrived, Vaughn felt confused and unsure of what to do until Sis reminded him, "It's likely they are on their way over now. Don't forget that, alongside being devils, the members of the Occult Research Club are students. They would have been released from class at the same time as you." "Oh, yeah," realized Vaughn, his cheeks warming slightly. He had reached the old school building much faster than he had during lunch, so it made sense that the others hadn't reached it since they likely couldn't teleport in front of other students. Proving Sis's theory correct, Kaiba appeared shortly after Vaughn, his brows rising as he approached and joked, "Good afternoon, Vaughn. Did you run or jog here, perhaps?" "Something like that," responded Vaughn, turning his head to avoid Kaiba's gaze. The latter found this amusing, but since they had somewhere to be, he gestured to the old school building's entrance and teased, "Shall we head inside? I'm certain Lady Rias is just as eager to see her boyfriend's face." "She's already inside?" asked Vaughn. Nodding, Kaiba explained, "Lady Rias only attends classes the first half of the day as she has already completed Kuaha's high school curriculum and has qualified to advance to the college division." With Kaiba heading toward the entrance as he spoke, Vaughn followed after him, feeling nervous but excited as they entered the increasingly familiar building. In response to the former's explanation, he remarked, "She must be very smart." "Our lady is exceptional in almost every regard," affirmed Kaiba, his smile turning playful as he looked back at Vaughn and added, "You're very lucky in that regard." "Right," responded Vaughn, his face warming slightly as he again avoided Kaiba's gaze. Fortunately, the journey to the Occult Research Club's club room wasn't particularly long. There, Kaiba opened the door for him and made a bowing gesture for him to enter, so Vaughn stepped inside, finding the room dimly lit by multiple candelabras. He also saw Konako sitting on one of the two green sofas present, but his attention was attracted by the sound of running water, prompting him to turn and look what he presumed was a shower curtain based on the sounds emanating from beyond it. Though curious to confirm his suspicions, Vaughn only stared at the curtain briefly before making his way to the sofa opposite Konako, prompting her to stare at him with an impassive expression. Vaughn naturally mirrored the expression, so for several seconds, the only sounds within the room were those of the nearby shower until Kaiba said, "The two of you have already met, but allow me to introduce you to one another officially. Vaughn, this is Tajao Konako, a valuable member of the Occult Research Club and Lady Rias's Rook. Konako, this is Vaughn Mason, the newest addition to our club and Lady Rias's boyfriend. Let's be sure to treat him accordingly." "Fine," sighed Konako, clearly reluctant as she rose to her feet, offered a slight bow, and appended, "I'll be in your care." Believing he was supposed to reciprocate the expression, Vaughn rose to his feet with his hands at his sides. Before he could say anything, however, a husky and feminine voice chimed, "Aira? Aira, Aira? Is that the boyfriend of our beloved Rias that I spy? Please wait there. I will be out momentarily," appended the voice of Rias, prompting the owner of the first, Akeno, to exhale a throaty giggle before winking in Vaughn's direction and stepping through the 2 layers of curtain barring the shower area from view. So it was Rias taking a shower. Mused Vaughn, nodding to himself before returning his gaze to Konako, who had already sat back down, staring at him with a deadpan. Vaughn adopted a cramped smile at this, but since he was already standing, he felt compelled to bow and state, "I'll be in your care as well." "NN. Just try not to get in my way," retorted Konako, prompting Kaiba to exhale a faint, amused chuckle and state, "Konako might come across as standoffish, but she's a steadfast ally and someone who cares dearly for her friends." She also enjoys sweets, but her all-time favorite snack is dark chocolate. Kaiba, don't go saying unnecessary things, said Konako, adopting a slight, pouty expression. You like dark chocolate? Asked Vaughn, preempting Konako's response by pulling a neatly wrapped bar, beaming as he said, then you should try this. It's super bitter, but if you break off one of the cubes, mix it into milk, and add some sugar, it increases your base spirit energy regeneration by 20% for 1 hour. Looking between the offered chocolate and Vaughn's face, many questions formed in Konako's mind. Ordinarily, she would never accept candy from a stranger, but since Rias believed Vaughn to be valuable enough to invite into their group and make her boyfriend, she eventually leaned forward to give it a tentative sniff. SSSHF. Sorry for the delay, said Rias, emerging from the shower area with a towel in hand, dabbing her still damp hair as she revealed, I've never had a boyfriend before, so I've been perspiring more than normal since lunch. As he didn't want to interrupt her, Vaughn remained silent as Rias spoke and moved closer, a broad smile developing across his face before he tensed at the realization she wasn't approaching the group but him. Why are you so nervous? Asked Rias, narrowing her eyes mischievously as she suggested, in fact, you should join me next time. Skinship is very important for a burgeoning relationship. Is that okay? Asked Vaughn, causing Rias to narrow her eyes further and respond, only if you can behave yourself during it. Before handing him her towel, winking, and stepping past him to sit against the edge of a very well-made wooden office desk. While Vaughn was left with his jaw hanging open, the other members of the Occult Research Club assembled around the coffee table separating the two sofas, Kaiba sitting with Konako and Akeno giggling as she guided him to sit next to her. Once they were all seated, Rias, standing with her arms crossed, stated, Okay. Now that we're all here, our first order of business regards our newest member. You should have all met him by now, but this dashing fellow is Von Mason. The two of us have agreed to start dating from today onward, so for my sake, please treat him well and ensure that he feels welcome. Following Rias's words, Kaiba and Akeno clapped while Konako, focusing on the chocolate Vaughn had given her, took a tentative bite, her gold eyes widening slightly at its quality and taste. And what's that you have there, Konako? Asked Rias, noticing Konako's reaction. Saving Konako the effort, Kaiba explained, it's chocolate that apparently has the ability to increase the rate at which the consumer recovers spirit energy. Our new friend here gifted it to her a short while ago. Oh? Your ability even allows you to produce consumable goods, Vaughn? May I try some? Asked Rias, her curiosity piqued. Sure, responded Vaughn, readily producing 3 more bars of chocolate as he had a stack of 68 within his inventory. They were a fairly common drop from a slime variant resembling a half-melted ball of chocolate, so he had plenty and could easily acquire more. Era? Is this for me? You have my gratitude. Seeing Vaughn provide Kaiba and Akeno a bar of chocolate after her, Rias hummed, You're so considerate, Vaughn, before breaking off a piece of her bar and sampling it. It was very bitter, as expected of dark chocolate, but it had a sweet aftertaste, and the moment she swallowed, a pleasant warmth permeated her body, making her feel invigorated. This would be very popular in the underworld, affirmed Rias, carefully rewrapping the bar of chocolate for later study and consumption before adding, and since we're on the subject, our second order of business is an exhibition. To say I am interested in learning more about Vaughn's power is an understatement. So, to encourage him to share and strengthen our understanding of one another, we will all be revealing and demonstrating our capabilities to him. I have no objections. I think it's wonderful to deepen our understanding of one another. Whatever. With Kaiba, Akeno, and Konako giving their consent, Rias turned her gaze to Vaughn, sporting a broad smile as she eagerly anticipated his response. Fortunately, he had already conferred with Sis about what he could and shouldn't share, so without needing additional time to deliberate, Vaughn nodded, his expression and tone firm as he asserted, I won't disappoint you. And I'll be sure to reward you plentifully for it, hummed Rias, narrowing her eyes in gratification. She didn't feel she had done anything to earn Vaughn's apparent devotion, but since he presented it to her of his own accord, she looked forward to rewarding him for it. Chapter 14, Showcase. After relocating to a clearing in the forest behind the old school building, Vaughn observed with intrigue as Kaiba, who was first up to demonstrate his abilities, produced a stylish-looking sword with a white blade and a gold, gem-encrusted hilt in a flash of blue light, explaining, "My ability or, more accurately, my sacred gear is known as Sword Birth. It vests me with the power to create various swords with unique traits and properties." Flourishing his sword in a series of smooth arcs, producing trails of light and after-images, Kaiba appended, "And as Lady Rias's knight, my speed is several times faster than it otherwise would be," before getting into a firm, two-handed stance and stating, "Ready when you are, Konako." "You asked for it," responded Konako, her expression and tone flat as she effortlessly stabbed her fingers into the hardened ground before flipping it like a tatami mat, sending a chunk of earth larger than herself hurtling at Kaiba with the speed and momentum of a small car. Moving faster than Vaughn could see, Kaiba's body briefly disappeared as the chunk of earth neared him. An instant later, he was a few meters ahead of where he had been standing, the chunk of earth separating into dozens of smaller chunks as he relaxedly sheathed his sword into its accompanying sheath. Taking over the explanation, Rias, standing with her arms crossed and sporting a proud expression, stated, "As you can see, Kaiba is a talented swordsman. Konako, on the other hand, possesses considerable martial skill, strength and durability alongside enhanced senses and exceptional flexibility. Make me angry, and I'll send you flying," said Konako, making double peace signs while modeling padded, fingerless gloves. "I'll be careful," replied Vaughn, nodding with a clear expression that left Konako staring at him blankly, spreading her index and middle fingers open and closed as if she were snipping something. "My turn," hummed Akeno, sporting a sleepy-eyed smile as she raised her left hand, causing dark clouds to converge overhead and the sky to appear as a mass of shifting purple hues. Vaughn was already wide-eyed upon seeing this, so Rias promptly covered them with her hand, sparing him from being temporarily blinded as a bolt of lightning struck Akeno's figure. When next he could see, Akeno was modeling the red and white outfit of a shrine maiden, creating a unique contrast between the pitch-black, bat-like wings protruding from her back as she ascended into the sky. "As my queen, Akeno possesses tremendous demonic power," explained Rias. "She is also adept at multiple forms of magic, including teleportation and the creation of barriers, but her primary attribute is..." Punctuating Rias's explanation, Akeno made a vertical cutting gesture with her left hand, causing several bolts of golden lightning to rain down on the clearing, devastating the terrain with a series of explosions. It was an awesome display of power, but Vaughn was far more surprised that her target was Konako, the tiny, white-haired girl crossing her arms to protect her face but otherwise tanking the attack head-on. "Don't worry," said Rias, patting Vaughn's head reassuringly as she added, "Akeno knows how to hold back, and Konako's durability is much greater than the average rook's. Though, there are some side effects of being too tough." Without needing to ask, Vaughn knew what Rias was referring to, as while she hadn't sustained any noticeable injuries from Akeno's attack, Konako's uniform was tattered and burned in several places. The damage had even extended to her white and blue frilled undies, leaving her right breast and the front of her partially torn panties exposed. Despite the state of her clothes, Konako didn't appear to register it as she looked over and asked, "Are we done? I want to take a nap before the sun sets." Without a change in her expression. "That depends on whether Vaughn is willing to show us anything," answered Rias, causing everyone to shift their gazes to him as Akeno touched down behind her. "I guess it's normal for her to end up like this," concluded Vaughn, promptly determining that if no one else was going to acknowledge the condition of Konako's clothing, he shouldn't either. Instead, he nodded affirmingly and took a few steps forward, explaining, "I have a lot of powers, but the main ones are item creation, storage, and being able to equip or remove what I have stored away instantly." Demonstrating his claim, Vaughn swapped his school uniform out for his Eastern Prince's casual set and legendary spear. Even Konako's eyes widened when she witnessed how abrupt the change was. Meanwhile, Rias, who thought Vaughn was already more than sufficiently attractive in his uniform, narrowed her eyes and thought, my, I had heard that clothes make the man, but that outfit was tailor-made for him. And that spear is most assuredly not a normal weapon. Following Kaiba's example, Vaughn showed off a few simple techniques in his footwork while explaining, the name is a little plain, but this is called the legendary spear. It's a growth-type weapon that can absorb refined minerals, the essence of monsters, and other spears to become stronger or inherit their properties. Hearing Vaughn's explanation, everyone present was surprised, but it was Rias who, feeling anticipation swelling within her chest, asked, "And this spear is another of your creations?" "Pretty much," responded Vaughn, finishing his brief demonstration by changing his spear's form to the Gale Spear, Tempest, and swinging it in a broad, sweeping arc that sent a vibrant green blade of wind elemental energy flying several meters before it lost its integrity and dispersed into a violent, localized tempest. Barely able to contain her excitement, Rias's blue eyes glistened as she asked, "Could you create similar weapons?" "I could," confirmed Vaughn, resting his reverted spear on his shoulder as he revealed, "but it would require defeating thousands of monsters in a place called the Corridor of Intertwining Fates." "The Corridor of Intertwining Fates," repeated Rias, raising her brows as her excitement and intrigue continued increasing. "It's a special training space that only me and the people I grant access to can enter," explained Vaughn. "Time flows differently there and becomes more compressed the deeper you go. Right now, the compression ratio is about 6 to 1, so a minute here is 6 minutes there." "And how do you access this special training space?" asked Rias, moving closer to Vaughn with a growing smile. Barriers and subdimensional planes varying flows of time weren't particularly uncommon, but they were either naturally occurring or required an immense amount of resources to create and maintain. If Vaughn possessed one of his own, it was no wonder her evil pieces didn't work on him. Her own power wasn't nearly enough to create such a space, so there was no way she could subordinate someone who could. "I just have to think about it," responded Vaughn, sporting a broad smile as he extended his hand to Rias and added, "And to take others, I just need to be in contact with them." "I see," hummed Rias, fearlessly placing her hand into Vaughn's. From the perspective of Kaiba, Akeno, and Konako, the two then vanished, all traces of their existence vanishing alongside them. "Oh, my, I believe we may have just allowed our princess to be abducted right in front of us," hummed Akeno, her words contrasting her actions as she crossed her left arm over her body and cupped her right cheek with a wholly unconcerned smile. "Would this not qualify as eloping?" joked Kaiba, similarly unconcerned as the impression he got from Vaughn was that the latter didn't have an evil or malicious bone in his body. Rias was also very powerful, so if push came to shove, she should be able to return, even if it was alone. Reappearing after approximately 20 seconds, translating to a little more than 2 minutes within the Corridor of Intertwined Fates, Rias's eyes glistened like a child that had just emerged from a pet store as she exclaimed, "Everyone needs to come and see this for themselves. It's a genuine marvel." Though Konako would have preferred to go and change first, she, Kaiba, and Akeno approached Vaughn before linking their hands to form a circle. Shortly after, all 5 of them vanished, the only traces of their existence being the devastation they left in their wake. "Is this really okay?" asked Vaughn, feeling increasingly nervous. He was taken aback but ecstatic when Rias asked if he would like to move in with her and stay at the old school building, but now that they were preparing for bed, his heart felt like it would burst out of his chest. "We could sleep separately," responded Rias, slipping off the final piece of her clothing, a black thong with pale purple lace, as she contended, "but I simply can't sleep peacefully unless I'm fully nude." Turning to stare at Vaughn over her shoulder, finding him observing her with a flushed face and wide, unblinking eyes, Rias couldn't help smiling as she turned around and struck a sexy pose, asking, "Now, how do I look? And be honest." "Amazing," responded Vaughn, but instead of staring at Rias's body, he was focused on her face. "Oh? And what, specifically, do you find amazing about me?" asked Rias, making it clear Vaughn had permission to look elsewhere as she cupped her breasts and raised them for emphasis. Lowering his gaze, Vaughn was awed by the sheer volume of Rias's breasts, but since he also had nipples, he didn't feel there was anything inherently unique about the pale pink protrusions adorning their center. He did recall Sana's advice, however, compelling him to state, "You have very large and pretty breasts." "Then you will likely feel the same about my butt," responded Rias, half turning and giving her left ass cheek a light smack as she revealed, "My 3 sizes are 99-58-90, so while it's not as full as my breasts, I'm fairly confident in all my assets." "It's very pretty," affirmed Vaughn, his gaze fixed on the fair and shapely mound, admiring its contours and the transition between it and her soft-looking thighs. "We'll need to work on his vocabulary of compliments," mused Rias, a faintly amused snort emanating from her nose as she turned to face Vaughn with a somewhat helpless smile. She found his innocence cute, but since they were boyfriend and girlfriend, she wanted him to be more assertive and manly. "Do you know what this is?" asked Rias, sliding her right hand down her abdomen, gradually guiding Vaughn's gaze down her body until she reached what she was referring to. "It's a vagina," answered Vaughn, his expression and tone full of confidence as he provided his answer without hesitation, nearly causing Rias to burst out laughing. She expected him to get flustered or not be able to look, but just like when he gazed at her breasts and bottom, there was no shame or libidinousness in his gaze, just curiosity. "It's very pretty," appended Vaughn, his blush deepening as Rias, no longer able to contain it, cupped her stomach and exhaled her heartiest laugh in years. She was considering giving Vaughn her virginity to spite her would-be fiancé, but it was evident he still had some maturing up to do before they could cross that line without her feeling like she was taking advantage of him. Noticing that Vaughn had become sulky, Rias ceased her laughter, wiped a tear from her eye, and said, "Sorry, Vaughn. I didn't intend to make you feel embarrassed or ashamed, but allow me to make it up to you." Near the end of her words, Rias approached and crawled into the bed she and Vaughn would be sharing, an oversized and exceptionally luxurious bed with a gold-leafed wooden frame, maroon blankets, 10,000-count sheets, 13 pillows, and an intricate headboard depicting 2 Eastern dragons engaged in mortal combat. There was also the symbol of House Gremory emblazoned in the center in gold leaf, but that wasn't important as she climbed atop and straddled Vaughn, her crimson hair cascading from her head and veiling his as she narrowed her eyes and said, "Consider this the first lesson of your groom training," before giving him an even deeper and more passionate kiss than the one she had at lunch. Chapter 15, Cohabitation. "So this is what it's like to have a girlfriend," thought Vaughn, unable to sleep, so he stayed awake, staring at Rias's sleeping face and holding her with his left hand as she used his body and shoulder as a hug pillow and pillow. "I'm not so sure other girls would be as forward," appended Sis. "But, according to the data I obtained from the Faux Greater Key of Solomon, this appears to be the norm for descendants of House Gremory. They are famed for possessing affectionate and open natures *. Okay, so it might not be normal, but it is for Rias and her family," noted Vaughn. If that were the case, he would probably need to get accustomed to nakedness and abrupt displays of affection. He could tell Rias wanted something from him when she posed and emphasized certain parts of her body, so he felt he needed to learn more about being a proper boyfriend, and quickly, to avoid disappointing her. "Shall I pull up some texts or videos for you to peruse?" asked Sis. "I can also transmit the data directly into your long-term memories, but you previously expressed the desire to learn things directly." "We have a video playback function?" asked Vaughn, surprised, as it was his first time hearing about it. "I was able to gain access to the internet by piggybacking the signals sent by your cell phone and the hotel's wireless network," explained Sis. "As such, I can gain access to websites and pull up virtually any video, text, or music file encoded onto the World Wide Web." "That's incredible," thought Vaughn. Then, For the remainder of the evening, he perused various articles related to romance, being a proper boyfriend, and how to compliment a girl's body. He nearly gained access to what his contemporaries would refer to as forbidden knowledge, but he willfully avoided it, as many of the articles mentioned that girls didn't appreciate it when their boyfriends perused porn or related materials. Rousing at the sound of her double bell alarm clock, a smile developed across Rias's face when Vaughn promptly silenced it for her. She was a bit of a slow riser, so the incessant ringing would ordinarily continue for several minutes or until Anew came in to stop it, followed by the arduous process of coaxing her out of bed. "You're so beautiful," whispered Vaughn, prompting Rias to open her eyes, finding him staring at her with a gentle expression and a faint smile as he used the fingers of his right hand to comb away some stray hairs dangling over her face. Though slightly surprised by Vaughn's actions, Rias's smile broadened as she playfully retorted, "I could say the same about you, and I shall." "You look very handsome, Vaughn." "Thank you for the compliment," responded Vaughn, causing Rias to blink in surprise, her brain rousing to full alertness as he traced his thumb along her lower lip and expressed, "I want to kiss you." "Then, please, feel free," hummed Rias, narrowing her eyes and adjusting her position so that her lips were accessible to Vaughn's. She was curious to see if he had retained anything from the previous evening, and she wasn't disappointed as, rather than simply pressing their lips together, he slipped his tongue into her mouth. He even gently caressed her side with the very tips of his fingers, providing her a faint but pleasant stimulation that made her nipples tense. Separating after nearly a full minute, Rias, sporting narrowed eyes, licked the traces of her and Vaughn's saliva from her lips before teasing, "You're an exceptionally swift study, at this rate, we may be able to skip most of the lessons and proceed straight to your exams." "Exams? You're talking about having sex, right?" asked Vaughn, causing Rias to blink a second time, her brows raised and eyes briefly widening before she smiled, nodded her head, and replied, "That's right. We shouldn't rush things, but all serious relationships eventually advance to sex and having children. This is especially critical for devilkind, as we have very low birth rates, and our numbers dwindled significantly during the previous war and subsequent civil war. It's definitely too soon," confirmed Vaughn, nodding. Immediately after, however, he placed his hand on Rias's left breast, circling her nipple with his thumb and holding her gaze as he added, "But as we learn more about each other, I want to do everything that comes before." "Someone was up late thinking about all sorts of things," teased Rias, but her smile, the narrowing of her eyes, and the way she traced the tip of her index finger in a circle on his chest made it clear she was pleased with Vaughn's candor. Catching Rias off guard and leaving her feeling taken aback, albeit in the most favorable sense of the expression, Vaughn responded with a distinctly smoldering expression, his voice notably deeper as he asked, "How could I stand to sleep when the reality before me is far more wondrous than any dream?" "Wow, Vaughn, I didn't realize you were such a poet," expressed Rias, her blue eyes glistening with appreciation and gratification. "I never had a reason to be before now," responded Vaughn, returning his hand to Rias's side and caressing it as he narrowed his eyes and gradually brought his face closer to hers, whispering, "You are my muse, the words to the unwritten song in my heart," before giving her an especially tender kiss that caused her heart to genuinely flutter. "Era? Am I perhaps interrupting something?" teased Anew, her sleepy eyes filled with humor as she entered Rias's room to the curious sight of her mistress being cradled in Vaughn's arms with an entranced smile as he brushed his fingers through her hair. "Oh, Anew," responded Rias, regaining her senses and smiling broadly as she playfully contended, "It turns out that one of Vaughn's many talents is a silver tongue. My heart is racing right now. I look forward to hearing what he'll say to me." Anew tittered, covering her mouth to suppress an amused giggle as Rias adopted a slightly pouty look. "I'm sorry, Anew-san, but Rias is the one I like. I would never betray her trust," said Vaughn, surprising both girls. Recovering quicker than her mistress, Anew beamed, cupped her right cheek, and expressed, My, you truly do possess the disposition of a knight, Vaughn-kun."
And look at how red you're making my mistress's face. How adorable! Ahem. That's quite enough, Akeno, said Rias, doing her best to appear poised, but due to the blush spreading across her face, reaching to her ears, both Vaughn and Akeno found her increasingly adorable. Forcing herself to calm down, Rias looked at Vaughn with slightly upturned eyes, surprising him by stating, "As much as I appreciate your desire to remain loyal, the extenuating circumstances of demonkind mean we are in constant search of powerful individuals to contribute their genes to the cause of replenishing our strength and numbers. Akeno is my queen and someone who had pledged to serve me her entire life. As long as the two of you aren't sneaking around behind my back, you have my permission to pursue a relationship with her and any others aligned with our faction and House Gremory." "That doesn't sound right," muttered Vaughn, adopting a conflicted pout as all the materials he had perused the previous night stressed that the most critical components of a relationship were passion, trust, and monogamy. He could comprehend what Rias was saying, but he couldn't imagine her feeling truly happy inside if she had to watch him kiss and be affectionate with other girls. "Then, how about this?" muttered Rias, guiding Vaughn's face to rest in her bosom as she stared down at him, her expression and tone gentle as she said, "I will not force the matter, but if you were at least willing to accept those in my peerage, it would provide me considerable relief. Because I do not wish to see my friends and the people I care about taken away by men outside my view and influence." Though he still had misgivings, Vaughn's response, after several seconds of deliberation, was a reluctant but affirming nod. He could understand Rias not wanting her friends to leave her, so while it presently didn't feel right, he resolved to learn about dating multiple women and how to ensure they each remained happy. It was a daunting prospect, but since Rias was the one proposing it, he was willing to try his best. "Oh, wow, I had anticipated it, but you're exceptionally well endowed, Vaughn," remarked Rias, her eyes wide and brows slightly raised as she saw Vaughn remove his boxers in preparation for their shower. "That's a good thing, right?" asked Vaughn, unconcerned with being seen naked as Rias showed no scruples about being seen herself. "I assume it's better than being too small," responded Rias, spreading her hands and shrugging as she revealed, "but I can't speak with certainty as I'm still a virgin." "Do you not want to be one?" asked Vaughn, tilting his head. Understanding that Vaughn was just being curious, not proposing they have sex, Rias crossed her arms and confided, "Truth be told, I am in a bit of a hurry. However, you shouldn't allow yourself to feel pressured by that. As long as you continue to grow and demonstrate your tremendous potential, things should work out." "The water is prepared, you two," chimed in Akeno, unabashedly stealing a glance at the weapon of maidenly destruction dangling between Vaughn's legs. It was between 15 and 20 centimeters even in its inactive state, so unless he were a shower and not a grower, it would presumably reach the mid-20s when stimulated. Curious what Rias meant, Vaughn, following after and entering the shower with her, asked, "Are you in some kind of trouble?" "It's nothing I can't handle," assured Rias, squeezing a dab of fragrant liquid green soap into her hands before turning to face Vaughn with a smile, surprising him immensely by grabbing his not-so-little Vaughn and giving it a thorough lathering as she added, "You are already assisting us greatly by allowing us access to the corridor of intertwined fates and the items you produce. Leave the rest to me and the members of my peerage." Though Rias's words entered his ears, Vaughn didn't hear them as he was focused on what was happening to his lower half. He couldn't see what was happening directly due to her breasts obscuring his view, but it felt amazing. Amused by Vaughn's wide-eyed reaction, Rias felt emboldened, compelling her to take things a step further by drawing closer to him, her voluminous breasts deforming against the firm contours of his chest and her hands guiding him to the promised land as she narrowed her eyes and remarked, "You should wash me as well," in a husky, seductive tone. Blinking back to awareness at Rias's words, an awkward, embarrassed smile developed across Vaughn's face as he cupped the back of his head with his right hand, offering a curt sorry. Before wrapping his right arm around her and body reaching for one of the 16 bottles of shampoo, conditioner, and bathing oils on display. He was confused as to why there were so many,
but he soon learned, Sis explaining that they were used in a specific sequence across multiple days to ensure the richness, volume, and exceptional luster of Rias's almost luminous crimson hair. Her beauty may be au naturel, and she maintained it with a strict regimen of dieting, exercise, skin care, and hair care, typically facilitated by Akeno but now entrusted to him as part of his prospective spousal duties and groom training. Chapter 16, Serenity. Following the most intense and invigorating shower of his life, Vaughn learned Rias's morning routine by observing Akeno before joining her in the club room to discuss the specifics of his abilities and come up with a schedule for utilizing the Corridor of Intertwined Fates. They had learned the previous afternoon that he could acquire OP from other people killing monsters, albeit at a rate divided by the number of people within, further multiplied by 10% per person, so Rias was hoping to use it to strengthen the members of her peerage and to ensure he had sufficient resources to produce equipment for himself and them. We're typically on standby to respond to summons between the hours of 6 and 10 post-Meridium, so the best times to use it is immediately after school lets out or throughout the night, reasoned Rias, sitting snugly next to Vaughn with the fingers of her left hand linked through his right, caressing his thumb with her own as she expressed, "My only concern is that using it too often could adversely affect our day-to-day lives and our perception of the importance of dates and deadlines. Even if we only used it between the hours of 10 post-meridium and 6 pre, that would equate to an extra 546 days by the end of this year alone." "Her math is accurate," stated Sis, sparing Vaughn the need to calculate it himself. Raising her gaze from their linked hands to meet Vaughn's gaze, Rias's smile softened as she stated, "While high-ranking devils can live for upwards of 10,000 years if they are not killed, you at least appear to be human. Since we are seemingly unable to enter the Corridor of Intertwined Fates without you, overutilizing it would make it appear as though you are aging very rapidly from the perspective of normal humans." Shaking his head, Vaughn contended, "That shouldn't be an issue. I may be human, but based on what I've been told, I should be able to live forever unless I'm killed." "Oh? Then I look forward to our long and happy relationship," hummed Rias, gleefully narrowing her eyes. Her inability to subordinate and thus reincarnate Vaughn had been a slight concern for her, but if his lifespan was as vast as he claimed, that raised different concerns. "Could you tell me about where you came from?" asked Rias, squeezing Vaughn's hand as she sincerely and unfetteredly expressed, "I want to know everything about you." "I can't," responded Vaughn, shaking his head as he calmly revealed, "most of my memories from that time are gone, and those that remain are locked away. I know I was in a lab, and I remember experiencing a lot of terrible things, but the details are blurry." "I see," muttered Rias, using her free hand to draw Vaughn's face to her bosom as she nestled her face into his crown and expressed, "I am truly sorry you had to experience something like that." "I'm not," responded Vaughn, causing Rias to feel equal parts curious and confused before he raised his face from her breasts, smiling as he stated, "Because I wouldn't be here otherwise." "You're as smooth as a baby's bottom," hummed Rias, rewarding Vaughn's sincerity with a kiss to the top of his head. She would have kissed him on the lips, but after he was finished speaking, he promptly returned his face to her bosom, enjoying the experience of being held. Though it was difficult for him to remain focused after the previous days and that morning's events, Vaughn unknowingly impressed many of the girls in his class with the intensity he exuded throughout each lesson, his gaze firmly fixed on the front of the classroom except when they were asked to follow along in their textbooks. Do. Hearing the bell signaling the end of the period, the voluptuous math teacher, Ms. Fujibayashi, closed her textbook with a crisp pap before stating, "All right, everyone, it's time for gym class. Girls will move to the changing room near the gymnasium. Since we are still in the process of transitioning to a co-ed campus, boys will have a free period until lunch. Do not wander someplace you shouldn't. That explains why I wasn't provided any gym clothes when I received my uniforms," noted Vaughn, grabbing his book bag with the intention of making his way to the old school building. He received invitations from members of the track, tennis, and rhythmic gymnastics teams to come and watch their practice, but after politely declining each of them, they left him alone but told him he could drop by whenever he pleased. Realizing after he arrived that Rias was most likely in gym class, Vaughn sat at the top of the 5 stone steps leading up to the old school building's entrance and spent several minutes staring up at the breathtakingly blue sky and sparse clouds passing overhead. He couldn't even imagine such a pretty color a few months prior, so while most people wouldn't bat an eye at such things, he couldn't help appreciating the sky's sheer blueness, the warmth of the sun, and the feeling of serenity that washed over him as his hair was gently blown by the cool spring breeze. "What are you doing here, pervert?" Hearing a faint, cold, and pleasantly raspy voice, Vaughn wasn't surprised to find Konako standing a short distance away when he half-turned his head and body to look behind him. She was notably wearing her gym uniform, consisting of a white t-shirt with navy blue accents, the symbol of Kyoah Academy on the left side of the breast, a pair of navy blue bloomers, and white tennis shoes with short white socks, but his focus was on her face as he flatly and calmly retorted, "I'm not a pervert. All boys are perverts," stated Konako, yet, despite this claim, she made her way over and sat next to him, crossing her arms atop her knees as she appended, "You're just less perverted than most." You may be right," conceded Vaughn, staring off into space as he recollected the memory of his morning shower with Rias. It was almost frightening how good her hands felt, but instead of feeling trepidatious, he eagerly anticipated the next time. Catching Vaughn a little off guard, causing him to tilt his head and stare at her, Konako brought her face closer and sniffed the air around him. Then, just as he was about to ask, she pointed out, "You smell really good, like nature." "Thank you," responded Vaughn, feeling more confused than gratified by what he assumed was a compliment. Leaving Vaughn feeling even more confused, Konako abruptly got up and started to leave, prompting him to follow her departure with a perplexed expression until she stopped, gazed back at him, and said, "You're a part of the Occult Research Club and Lady Rias's boyfriend, you don't need to sit out here and wait for her like a dog awaiting its owner's return. You can come inside." "Oh, okay," responded Vaughn, rising to his feet and brushing himself off before following after Konako, who he presumed was waiting for him, as she observed him silently before turning and walking ahead of him when he started moving. What followed was an impromptu tour of the building's interior, Konako leading him around and showing him the interior of each room except one that had been sealed off with multiple locks and caution tape. "It's good to see the two of you getting along. But now that I've arrived, I'm afraid you'll need to move, Konako," said Rias, sporting a broad smile as she entered the club room with Akeno to find Vaughn looking flustered and Konako sitting on his lap with an impassive expression, snacking on matcha-flavored Pocky sticks. "NN," responded Konako, getting up from Vaughn's lap and turning to stare at him for a moment before wordlessly leaving the room. Throughout their entire interaction, all he felt was confusion, so once she had left and Rias had sat next to him, he couldn't help asking, "Do you know what all of that was about?" "She showed me around, and then when I sat down, she sat in my lap. I tried asking why, but she didn't answer me and instead asked if I had any snacks. That's just the kind of person Konako is. I won't get into why, but she is very similar to a cat," responded Rias, crossing her arms and shaking her head as she appended, "though, I'm honestly quite surprised. I thought it would take at least a few months, maybe even years, for her to open up to a boy other than Kaiba. And I've never seen her sit on anyone's lap but my own." "Perhaps it's because Vaughn-sama is your boyfriend," proposed Akeno. "She should comprehend how important both he and his abilities are to you and your peerage as a whole, so this could be her attempt to make Vaughn-sama feel more welcome. I feel a similar inclination but shall wait until the two of you are a bit closer before acting upon it." "I suppose that makes sense," responded Rias, holding her chin with the side of her right index finger and the tip of her thumb, ostensibly in deep thought before nodding, looking to Akeno, and adding, "As for you taking action, please wait at least a month or two real time. Vaughn is my first boyfriend and he chose me to be his girlfriend. I have an implied right to all his firsts. I would forgive you, of course,
but I would be very upset if you stole any away from me. Then you should be especially thorough these next 1 to 2 months, hummed Akeno, departing the room to retrieve the dishes their familiars had prepared for lunch. That girl! Exhaled Rias, shaking her head in mock exasperation before meeting Vaughn's gaze, adopting a narrow-eyed smile that caused his heart to skip a beat before racing as she stated, "We have a few minutes before our meals arrive. Shall we make out? Or is there something else you would like to try?" Once again recalling the incident from that morning, Vaughn's face gained a ruddy hue, his throat tightening, compelling him to swallow before asking, "Could I try touching your butt?" "Of course," responded Rias, beaming as she asked, "How would you like to go about it? Clothed? Unclothed? Sitting on your lap? Lying down? If it is the request of my handsome and dependable boyfriend, I would try just about anything." With his face becoming increasingly hot, Vaughn swallowed a second time before answering, "I would like you to sit on my lap." He had felt weird when Konako did it facing away from him, but the thought of Rias sitting on his lap, their faces positioned perfectly for kissing, caused his heart to beat with such intensity he could hear it within his ears. "Excellent!" purred Rias, adjusting her position so that she was straddling Vaughn with her arms wrapped around his neck and shoulders. The rosy hue of his face and the unfettered passion in his gaze caused her own cheeks to feel a little warm, but as the senpai in the situation, she maintained her composure, adopted a narrow-eyed smile, and asked, "Did you forget why I'm sitting on you? Touch my butt." "Right," responded Vaughn, placing his hands on Rias's butt, its weight, warmth, and softness creating a tactile sensation against his palms that intensified the heat building in his body, causing him to feel feverish. At the same time, a certain part of his body came to life of its own accord, causing him to feel slightly panicked until Rias tightened her hold on him, squeezed her thighs together, and practically adhered to his body as she sensually appended, "Now kiss me." Before taking matters into her own hands by bringing her lips to his and slipping her tongue into his mouth. Chapter 17, Sharing. With his second day of classes wrapping up, Vaughn made his way to the old school building with a notable skip in his step, this time entering it of his own accord. "My, you got here quickly," remarked Rias, getting up from her desk and making her way around it to greet Vaughn as she playfully inquired, "Did you miss me?" "It's similar but different," answered Vaughn, reciprocating Rias's embrace as she wrapped her arms around and leaned into him for a brief, welcome kiss. When she pulled back, he smiled and added, "I was looking forward to seeing the real you, but your memory never left my heart." "I see," hummed Rias, angling her head slightly to look up at Vaughn with upturned eyes. It had only been a day, but he had gotten much better at speaking. "Unfortunately, you'll have to wait until after club activities before I can reward you for being so adorable," said Rias, releasing her hold on Vaughn's body and using the index finger of her left hand to trace the underside of his chin. Nodding, Vaughn turned and sat on one of the two sofas while Rias leaned against the edge of her desk, waiting for the members of her peerage to arrive. Akeno was the first, offering a few playful remarks to both him and Rias, but Kaiba and Konako arrived not long after, prompting Rias, standing with her arms crossed, to nod and state, "All right, now that everyone has gathered, today's club activity will be training and familiarizing ourselves with Vaughn's corridor of intertwined fates. Its unique rules will allow us to improve our teamwork and coordination, and after discussing it with Vaughn, he has generously agreed to allow you to retain any items from monsters you defeat individually. You can also submit these items to him to acquire points toward unique items and equipment." "It reminds me of a video game," remarked Kaiba, a glimmer of excitement in his usually calm blue eyes as he rarely got to wield his sword in such an active manner. The orc occasionally hunted stray devils that trespassed Kuah town, believing it was a good place to hide, but that happened once or twice a month on the high end. "Just don't treat it like one," appended Rias. "The safety measures of the corridor might prevent death, but we don't know how severe the mental collapse Vaughn referred to is. Be sure to treat it like real combat. Because there are no second chances in a real battle." "Yes, of course."
responded Kaiba, offering a slow, affirming nod as his smile faded to a calm but serious expression. "All right," exclaimed Rias, unfolding her arms and clapping her hands together. Everyone's first goal within the corridor should be to acquire enough points to obtain protective equipment similar to Vaughn's. This will require defeating approximately 300 to 500 ordinary monsters each, so let's get to it. Following a round of nods, everyone stood up from the sofas and linked hands. A moment later, they were at the entrance to the 5th floor, which now had a small encampment set up after they had spent approximately half a day exploring the previous afternoon. "Well, then, shall we try descending to the next floor?" questioned Rias, directing the question at Vaughn as it was ultimately his decision to make. It felt a little strange, leaving someone else to decide things, but since Vaughn was far more exceptional than she initially suspected, she wanted to form a relationship with him as equals. "Sure," responded Vaughn, nodding and revealing, "I was planning to take a look while we were resting, but I don't mind checking it out with everyone together." "Then we will follow your far more experienced lead," stated Rias, smiling as Vaughn offered a second, affirming nod before instantaneously changing into his combat attire and leading the way. His power and speed were less than Konako's and Kaiba's, but he was calm, focused, and highly observant when he got into a battle-ready state. Status: Name, Vaughn Mason. Age, 17. Race, Human, Sealed. Title, N/A. Parameters, High School DxD. Power, 69, 82. Guts, 142, 156. Proficiency, 38, 91. Charm, 63, 119. Alignment, Neutral. Soul Tier, 1, Mortal Soul. Karma, 1094. OP, 59,442. Skills: Chain Breaker, S, Veil of the Traveler, S, Pain Tolerance, A, Wound Transfer, B, Aura Conversion, B, Spearmanship, C, Battle Focus, D, Keen Senses, D, Treasure Sense, D, Meditation, D. Before we leave the safe zone, there's one more thing," said Vaughn, stopping just shy of leading the group out of the ruin serving at the 5th floor's starting zone. "What is it?" asked Rias. "I grow more powerful each time I defeat a new monster for the first time," explained Vaughn. "It's not a big deal since I can always come and hunt while everyone is busy with their devil work, but it would make things easier if I got the killing blow on any new monsters we encounter together. Then, as for our battle formation, how about Konako at the front, you and Kaiba in the second row, and me and Akeno at the rear," suggested Rias. "You've witnessed it before, Konako is a capable vanguard. She can draw the enemy's attention and create opportunities for you and Kaiba to deal as much damage as possible." "I can do it," affirmed Konako, punching her right fist into the palm of her left hand. "Then we'll be relying on you, Konako," responded Vaughn, nodding and smiling. Konako's expression didn't change in the slightest in response, but he was fairly certain he had said the right thing as she stared at him for several seconds before stepping past him, muttering, "Leave it to me," in passing. Ara hummed Akeno, cupping her cheek. But before she could say anything more, Rias shook her head, compelling her to suppress her urge to comment on how cute her adorable Cowherhey were. Emerging from the starting zone, Konako's expression soured as she remarked, "I hate sticky stuff." In response to seeing a group of 7 3-meter-tall, moss-green slimes. The number of monsters increased depending on the number of people present within the corridor, so while the OP acquired from defeating them decreased, it was more efficient. "Yet," responded Vaughn, recalling a particularly unpleasant experience where he had been covered in the viscous goo of a poison slime. He was unaffected, thanks to his immunity to poisons, but removing the goo from his hair and clothing was a tremendous pain. "Then, allow me to make things a little more bearable," hummed Akeno, rising into the air using her bat-like wings. The green slimes bounced forward 1 grid space every 1.5 meters she ascended, but since they started fairly far away, Akeno had plenty of time to raise her left hand, producing 6 crimson magic circles that rained down bluish-white and yellow lightning onto 6 of the 7 slimes, reducing each to a mass of charred and hissing green goo. Undaunted by the deaths of its presumed kin, the final slime bounced nearly 10 meters vertically, its body appearing to solidify as it fell like a meteor towards Konako, the closest target. In response, she reared back her right fist, exhibiting no fear despite the slime's much larger size. Waiting until the very last moment, Konako punched forward, the ground beneath her cracking slightly as her tiny fist produced a strikingly similar effect when it impacted the slime. Its body had briefly become like stone, so as a consequence, her immovability caused it to fragment like a melon thrown at the face of a sledgehammer. Though it was repelled and critically injured by Konako's attack, the green slime wasn't out of the fight as it landed 2 grids away and attempted to regenerate. Before it could, Vaughn and Kaiba darted past Konako, the former stabbing the slime center mass while the latter circled around to its back, just in case. With Vaughn's attack discharging flames into the slime's body, it promptly exploded into countless chunks. Unfortunately, it didn't drop anything, but as it was his first time vanquishing one, his power parameter increased to 70, and his OP had increased by 154 compared to the average of 45 he received from those slain by Akeno. "Well done, everyone," said Rias, nodding approvingly with her arms crossed under her breasts as she instructed, "Kaiba, please collect any items dropped by the monsters Akeno killed. Konako will move ahead to safeguard the passage." Vaughn. Realizing she was falling into her usual routine of issuing orders, Rias paused mid-sentence, causing Vaughn to briefly tilt his head in confusion before Sis helped him make sense of things, causing him to smile as he appended, "I'll go with Konako to secure the passage." "I was hoping you might," replied Rias, beaming. She appreciated that Vaughn was quick on the uptake, as, had he just stared at her, she would have felt increasingly embarrassed. Thus, unbeknownst to Vaughn, Sis had just secured him an even greater reward once they had an opportunity to be alone. After a little more than 8 hours of exploration, followed by 3 hours of rest at the checkpoint they had discovered, Vaughn and the members of the Orc reappeared in the club room, precisely at the locations they had departed from. Checking the time using a miniature, wall-mounted grandfather clock, Rias nodded approvingly and stated, "Excellent. Getting accustomed to longer days will doubtlessly take some getting used to, but this should enable us to grow our strength steadily without affecting our daily lives and schedules too significantly. It really is quite something," appended Akeno, staring at the ring she had looted and petitioned Vaughn to put on for her. It was silver and had a tiny green gem that she had confirmed to increase the effectiveness of her lightning elemental magic. Such a ring would cost millions of yen, if not much more, so she was still a little shaken to learn it could simply be acquired from defeating a relatively weak monster. Seeing through Akeno's thoughts, Rias gave her a look that conveyed that they would talk about it later before stating, "All right, everyone. I wish you luck acquiring new contracts and preserving those you already possess. I will be retiring early tonight to spend time with Vaughn, so unless there is an emergency, please grant us privacy." Though he was surprised by Rias's words, Vaughn didn't mind them in the slightest, a smile developing across his face as he looked forward to the next 4 or so hours preceding their bedtime. Each time he and Rias had the opportunity to be alone, it resulted in a more exciting experience than the last. That night was no exception as, alongside learning the taste of her breasts, he got to experience the softness of her inner thighs in more ways than one. This could be trouble," remarked Rias, slightly annoyed as she stared at the photo of a raven-haired girl wearing the uniform of a rival academy. She would prefer to be in her room, cuddling Vaughn, but based on their investigation, the girl wasn't a student but a fallen angel. There was nothing prohibiting fallen angels from entering Kuah town, but since the girl had been spotted nearby, presumably searching for vulnerabilities in the barriers they had erected, it was clear she had a target within Kua Academy. Shifting her gaze to a second photograph, one of a fairly infamous boy with wild brown hair and matching eyes, various thoughts crossed Rias's mind. They had known for a while that the boy had an abnormal amount of spirit energy, indicating that he might be the inheritor of a sacred gear, but they had been reluctant to recruit him since he had a family and lived a fairly ordinary life. The best candidates to convert to devils were those who didn't have attachments, but if their suspicions were correct, the boy, Hyudoise, was the fallen angel's target. She could also be targeting Vaughn, but since she believed him when he assured her he had told no one else about his powers, Rias doubted the fallen angels would risk looking into him when doing so risked offending the younger sister of the current Lucifer. Chapter 18, Warmth. After another incredible night's sleep and a highly stimulating morning, Vaughn couldn't help but smile as he made his way to class from the old school building, his book bag hanging over his right shoulder. "Well, if it isn't our class's dark-skinned prince," remarked a bespectacled girl with distinctive golden eyes, somewhat messy brown hair fixed into twin braids at the sides of her head, and an almost perpetually lascivious and smug grin. At a glance, she didn't appear particularly exceptional, but when people got a better look at her, they would promptly realize she had one of the fullest, most well-balanced figures in the class. Recalling the girl's name from the class roster, Vaughn adopted a smile and replied, "Good morning, Kiryu-san." "Mine certainly just got better," teased the girl, her full name being Kiryu-Aika. However, as they weren't yet acquainted, Vaughn followed custom and used her family name. "Oh, my!" remarked Aika, adjusting her large, pink-rimmed glasses as she peered down at Vaughn's waistline. She was fairly famous among the girls at Kua for possessing the ability to ascertain a boy's secret measurements at a glance, so several of her classmates had petitioned her to see if Vaughn was packing more than just a handsome face and body. "Is there something on my pants?" asked Vaughn, looking down to see if he could see what Aika found so interesting. "It's more about what's inside," responded Aika, the lascivious grin on her face becoming more prominent as she teased, "Let's just say you're fated to make whoever you end up dating a very happy boy or girl." Interpreting Aika's words at face value, Vaughn smiled and offered a curt thank you before politely stepping around her to enter their classroom. He could feel her gaze on his butt as he passed, but since he received similar stares virtually everywhere he went within the academy, it didn't bother him in the slightest. Though it took Vaughn a month to reach the 5th floor on his own, having the members of the Orc with him made exploration of the corridor much quicker. In only their 3rd time entering, accounting for a little over a day in corridor time, they were already at the entrance of the spacious arena serving as the floor boss's domain. "So this is a boss monster," remarked Rias, sporting a fearless smile as she stood with her arms crossed, undaunted by the sight of what looked like a giant green caterpillar, but each of the 6 segments of its body had a toothy maw on both sides as it stretched and contracted its more than 10-meter body through the area on feet resembling metallic golden drills. "So far, they've all been slower than other monsters, but they're stronger, tougher, and usually have some kind of special attack you need to watch out for," explained Vaughn, revealing, "The last boss I fought vomited out a ton of smelly orange goo that turned into smaller versions of itself. It took me several attempts to defeat since I didn't have a way to deal with large groups of enemies. Fortunately, that happens to be my forte," stated Akeno, sporting a calm smile but with a glimmer of anticipation in her violet eyes. Nodding, Rias added, "I'm also good at dealing with large groups, but my specialty is powerful single-target attacks. Do you mind if I kick things off for us with a demonstration?" "Please do," responded Vaughn, beaming as he added, "I love seeing you in action." "Then, as a precaution, I request your forgiveness in advance," responded Rias, leaving Vaughn a little confused until he saw her step forward, strike a pose with her right hand extended, and produce a crimson magic circle at its center. What followed was a sound that Vaughn could feel in his bones as Rias, feeling compelled to show off, unleashed a nearly 3-meter-wide beam of fierce crimson energy that left a deep trench in the grind terrain and obliterated the caterpillar monster in a single blow. "Well, how did you like that?" asked Rias, staring back at Vaughn with her hands on her hips and a playfully smug expression. Though he was stunned by the startling display of power, Vaughn regained his senses, his expression and tone serious as he responded, "It was one of the most incredible things I've ever witnessed." "You're amazing, Rias. I wonder if this is what love feels like." Rias mused to herself, narrowing her eyes in gratification. All things considered, she and Vaughn barely knew one another, but his sincere appreciation and the earnestness with which he complimented her made her want to try much harder than she usually did. "Let's just hope your attack didn't destroy the drop item," teased Akeno, causing the tips of Rias's ears to warm a bit as she looked at where the boss had been and asserted, "I'm sure it's fine," in a slightly huffy tone. Fortunately, as the group made their way over to check, a piece of pale pink fabric resembling silk could be seen, neatly folded within the center of the trench her attack had carved. "Who? Is that what I think it is?" asked Rias, stepping forward and picking up the piece of fabric to reveal it was a silk negligee. And as it unfurled, a matching pair of panties with intricate lace embroidering fell out onto the ground. Imagining Rias wearing the negligee, somehow finding it even lewder than when she was fully naked, Vaughn, his face slightly red, explained, "The corridor of intertwined fates is influenced by desires and mental states of the people who enter it, so this might be my fault." "In other words, you would like to see me wear this, right?" asked Rias, narrowing her eyes in amusement. Then, without waiting for a response, she began unbuttoning her blouse, seemingly intending to change there and then until Akeno pointed out it would be better to do so in the safety of the temple beyond. With his first week of school passing in the blink of an eye, Vaughn was enjoying his Sunday off by sleeping in, his face buried in Rias's chest as they treated each other as body pillows. They had arranged to enter the corridor from 8 to noon, but that was still 2 hours away, giving him plenty of time to bask in her softness, fragrance, and comforting warmth while pretending to be asleep. "All right, you two. Time to stop pretending. Breakfast will be ready soon," said Akeno, entering Rias's room with a silver tray, atop which sat a pair of heated towels, 2 teacups, and a small porcelain kettle. "NNNGH. I suppose," responded Rias, revealing that she had also been awake. Before releasing her hold on Vaughn's head, however, she gave him one final squeeze, his face sinking deep into her bosom. With Rias releasing him and getting up from the bed, running her hands through her hair in a way that briefly provided a view of her beautiful butt, Vaughn rose to a seated position, accepting the towel Akeno supplied with an appreciative thank you, before watching as she helped her mistress prepare for her day by helping her dress. "Oh, I nearly forgot something very important," said Rias, disengaging from Akeno to approach and give Vaughn his morning kiss. Back when they first started sleeping together, she had commented that it would be nice if they could kiss each other before bed and then again when they awoke, so it was gradually becoming a part of their daily routine. Seeing that as his cue to get out of bed, Vaughn joined Rias in dressing the old-fashioned way before accompanying her to the club room, where Kaiba and Konako were already waiting. "Good morning, Vaughn," said Kaiba, offering one of his princely smiles while Konako, ever reticent, simply looked over, staring at him as she took a bite out of the perfectly made toast she was munching on. "Good morning, Kaiba." "Good morning, Konako," responded Vaughn, offering a cordial smile of his own as he sat in his usual spot with Rias occupying the cushion to his right. Akeno then sat to his left, limiting his ability to spread his legs comfortably, but as that was how they had been eating breakfast, he barely registered it as he focused on the assortment of breakfast items on the table, including French toast with ice cream, creamy eggs Benedict, and the staple of simple Japanese meals, onigiri. "Did everyone bring their sleeping bags, snacks, and supplies?" asked Rias. "Konako, I don't see your bag anywhere." As the plan was to spend a full 24 hours within the corridor, in corridor time, Rias had informed everyone the previous day to make sure they were sufficiently prepared. "I'll just ask Vaughn," replied Konako, very matter-of-factly. Understanding what Konako meant, Rias exhaled faintly from her nose and responded, "While that is certainly an option,
using Vaughn's power to purchase supplies is wasteful. You should at least bring a sleeping bag and a spare change of clothes. Getting more used to expressing himself, Vaughn, smiling, contended, "It's fine. Konako is the one most in danger while we're exploring the corridor, so I'm willing to use some of my own points to ensure she has everything she needs for a comfortable stay." Well, if Vaughn says it's fine, I have nothing else to say, appended Rias, crossing her arms and adopting a firm expression as she added, "Be sure to thank him properly, okay?" "NN," responded Konako, nodding. Then, staring at Vaughn, she asked, "What do you want?" "It's okay if it's a little perverted." Confused, Vaughn looked to Rias, prompting her to regain her smile, shake her head, and explain, "One of the operational principles of Devil Society is equivalent exchange. I believe you experienced something similar with Sana previously." "Ah!" uttered Vaughn, recalling the somewhat bizarre instance of Sana stripping down and performing a pole dance that was, in hindsight, very erotic. In essence, Konako was asking if he had any requests for her, so he raised his gaze, staring at nothing in particular as he deliberated how to respond. Coming up with what he believed to be a good idea, Vaughn met Konako's gaze with a broad smile and stated, "Then, let's be friends. I know we're not exactly enemies or anything, but I would like to get to know you and every other member of the Occult Research Club better." "Friends?" repeated Konako, leaving Vaughn feeling a faint sense of panic as she appeared to deflate slightly. Fortunately, Rias was there to state, "It's easy, Konako. You just need to be honest with yourself and express what you want. He's not asking you to reveal your past and secrets. Just tell him about the foods you like or show him your favorite places to nap. Vaughn is a good listener, and he won't find you strange, no matter what you say or do." "Oh, is that all?" asked Konako, directing the question at Vaughn, her head tilted adorably to the side. "I'd like that," responded Vaughn, sporting a supportive smile as he nodded affirmingly. "Super weird," muttered Konako, causing Vaughn's smile to cramp and the other members of the orc to laugh or chuckle as she added, "But at least you're not a pervert." Before taking a bite out of her toast. After a lengthy, 16-hour exploration, Vaughn was sleeping in a tent with Rias when he detected movement and felt something brushing against his feet and legs. He knew it wasn't an enemy since they were in a safe zone, so instead of crying out or removing the blanket with a flourish, he waited for the thing that was invading his blankets to reach his chest, followed by the appearance of a familiar head of white hair before its owner, Konako, raised her face to meet his, their gazes meeting for several tense seconds before she plainly stated, "I'm sleeping here." Before resting her head on his chest. "I guess so," responded Vaughn, albeit internally. Externally, he naturally placed his hand on Konako's back, discovering that she was wearing her uniform's blouse as he gently caressed it. Konako initially tensed when he did, but after a few seconds had passed, the tension eased from her body as she adjusted her position to be more comfortable. Chapter 19, Complex. "Oh, my! I see the two of you getting along," teased Rias, initially a little surprised by Konako's presence beneath the covers but adopting a smile soon after. Rousing at Rias's words, Konako rose to a seated position, rubbing her right eye and causing the blankets to slide off her as she straddled Vaughn's stomach. Doing so revealed that, while she was wearing the blouse of her uniform, she had removed the associated corset and skirt, providing Vaughn a glimpse of her blue-striped panties. After rubbing her eye, Konako turned to Rias, her expression and tone flat as she said, "He smells nice. Is it okay if I sleep with the two of you again sometime?" "Of course you can," responded Rias, quickly adding, "but not too often, okay? Vaughn and I are in a period of learning about each other's bodies, so we engage in many intimate acts. We need lots of privacy." "NN. I understand," responded Konako, nodding. Before dismounting from Vaughn's stomach, however, she bent down, surprising him by licking his cheek. Then, with a cat-like sway in her hips,
She promptly crawled out of the tent, Vaughn's gaze curiously drawn to her perky bottom before meeting Rias's grinning gaze. It would appear Konako wants to be more than friends, hummed Rias, replacing Konako atop Vaughn's stomach before adjusting her position to be a lot more precarious as she added, be gentle with her, okay? She's been through a lot. Though he was a little taken aback by Rias's words, Vaughn quickly nodded, his expression and tone serious as he gently grabbed her waist and firmly asserted, I would never harm anyone you care about. How reassuring! Rias purred, her eyes narrowing as she took a moment to move her hair out of the way before bending over, her breasts forming a soft cushion between her and Vaughn's bodies as she gave him a deeper than usual wake-up kiss. This is kind of awkward, thought Vaughn, enjoying reading his first manga in what felt like years as Konako, who had been shadowing him since they emerged from the corridor, sat atop his lap with the back of her head in his face, snacking on animal crackers in a small yet cozy apartment with a fragrant smell and lots of clothes strewn about. Rias and Akeno had left to look into something related to devils, so Konako had invited him over to peruse her surprisingly large manga collection, the majority of which were related to cooking or centered around a pair of sisters. I need to use the bathroom, said Konako, providing Vaughn a momentary relief as she got off his lap and did what he could best describe as a cute scurry to the bathroom. In her wake, Vaughn leaned forward and scrutinized her apartment, particularly the clothes strewn about haphazardly. There were things like a sailor uniform, a modified gym uniform with a rando seru perched next to it, and even a black swimsuit better described as pieces of string with 3 scant pieces of cloth attached. Emerging from the bathroom several minutes later, Konako, noticing what Vaughn was doing, tilted her head and questioned, is it too messy? I wasn't really expecting to have anyone over. I don't mind, responded Vaughn, shaking his head before revealing, I was actually curious about why you have all these different outfits. I never see you in anything other than your gym and school uniforms. Ah, that! Muttered Konako, closing her eyes and exhaling a faint sigh before opening them to reveal, a lot of my regulars are otaku or people with photography and cosplay fetishes. I use magic to blur my face, but they like to share images of me online and with their network of perverts and freaks. It's annoying. Frowning deeply, Vaughn questioned, can't you refuse them? Following a quick shrug, Konako made her way over to Vaughn, this time crawling onto his lap face first and linking her hands and arms around his neck as she monotonously explained, a devil's rank, power, and life force are determined by the quantity and quality of their contracts. Most of the humans who summon us don't have much going for them in their lives, so they drown themselves in their hobbies and base desires. Some try weird things like drugging me or using hypnosis, but since I can sense if people have bad intentions, it never goes the way they want. Though he was still upset, Vaughn's expression relaxed as he questioned, is that why you're so comfortable around me? Because you can sense that I would never harm you. I already told you the reason. Responded Konako, burying her face into Vaughn's neck and sniffing him. Her actions caused his face to heat up a bit, but since he did significantly more intimate things with Rias, he was able to remain calm, placing his left hand on the small of her back and his right on her upper, gently caressing the latter. You're really weird, muttered Konako, turning her head slightly to sniff and nuzzle Vaughn's neck as she noted, even though my actions make you uncomfortable, you try to comfort me, is it because Rias asked you to be nice to me? That isn't the reason, responded Vaughn, leaning back so that Konako could rest comfortably against his chest as he added, it just feels like you need someone to comfort you. I see, muttered Konako, briefly causing Vaughn to tense as she bobbed her head and licked his neck a few times like she was grooming him. The awkwardness of the situation aside, it felt really pleasant, so while he felt like they shouldn't be doing such a thing without Rias's permission, he let her continue doing so for several minutes, noticing that her tongue was either becoming rougher or his skin was becoming more sensitive as time passed. Shifting her weight back onto Vaughn's lap, Konako stared at him for several seconds. Vaughn stared at her in turn, and for nearly a minute, neither said a word until she questioned, do you want to see me dress up? If it's you,
I don't mind even if you touch me a bit. Is that what you want to do? Asked Vaughn, curious to see what Konako looked like in various outfits but not so curious that he was willing to have her change for him. Nodding, Konako honestly revealed, I want you to look at me more. Before getting up from Vaughn's lap and holding his gaze as she undid the clasps of her skirt, allowing it to fall to her ankles. Vaughn was surprised to see she was wearing white panties with pink paw marks on them, but he only stared at them for a moment before meeting Konako's gaze as she slowly removed her clothing piece by piece before trying on what he felt like were increasingly lewd outfits. Rias isn't coming back tonight? Asked Vaughn, his expression one of surprise before morphing into a concerned, slightly anxious frown as he asked, did something happen? Quite a lot, affirmed Akeno, sporting a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes as she explained, but you don't need to worry. Rias is perfectly fine. And you'll learn more about what happened tomorrow. Though he still sported a frown, Vaughn's expression relaxed after hearing Akeno's reassurances. He was aware that she had a lot going on that he wasn't knowledgeable or strong enough to get involved with, so with his evening suddenly open, he gave an affirming nod and asserted, then I'm going into the corridor. Since all the members of the orc were present besides Rias, Kaiba offered a nod of his own and expressed, then, if you will allow it, I would be glad to accompany you. I'm going. Appended Konako, her tone leaving little room for discussion or refusal. I don't mind, but are the two of you sure you want to come with me? Asked Vaughn, touching the back of his head as he revealed, I'm planning to stay inside until tomorrow morning. That's like 2 full days. Sounds like fun, hummed Kaiba, adopting a closed-eyed smile. Konako's expression didn't change in the slightest, but Vaughn got the impression she was similarly enthused as she produced her fingerless gloves and donned them, exhibiting her willingness to fight. Just make sure to return by 7:30. We'll have a hearty breakfast waiting, said Akeno, wishing she could accompany the trio but needing to stay behind in case Rias needed her. It wasn't too likely, but as Rias's queen, she needed to be prepared to answer her king's summons at any time. Then we'll be going, said Vaughn, having largely regained his usual verve as he linked hands with Kaiba and Konako before disappearing from view, causing the smile to fade from Akeno's face and a faint sigh to escape her throat. The incident that had transpired that night was bound to affect all of them, but none more so than Vaughn. A new member had been added to Rias's peerage, and while that wasn't anything bad in and of itself, the boy, Hyudo Issei, had required 8 pawns to be rescued from his imminent demise and reincarnated as a devil. This resulted in his spirit energy and life force becoming irregular, so while she was apprehensive due to how it might affect her relationship with Vaughn if he found out, Rias was currently cradling their newest member in his bed, completely naked as she did her best to stabilize the tumultuous energy in his body. Is Rias still not back? Asked Vaughn, no longer anxious after more than 2 days but still concerned when he, Konako, and Kaiba returned to the club room and found Akeno but no Rias. Her business will have ended by now, so you will be able to meet her at lunch, assured Akeno, once again sporting a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Vaughn noticed this, causing his brows to furrow slightly, but since he didn't want to create tension or cause a scene, he decided not to press the matter and just wait until lunch. If Rias weren't back by then, he would demand answers. With such thoughts in his mind, Vaughn didn't enjoy his breakfast nearly as much as he usually did, his expression notably surly but not so much that he appeared angry. His mood improved a bit when Konako gave him a pat on the head and reassured him that everything would be okay before they parted ways for their respective classes, but since he typically wore an approachable smile, it was obvious to the many girls who paid attention to him that he wasn't in a good mood. He assured them he was fine, but until he saw Rias, he was fated to remain in low spirits. Contrasting Vaughn's gloom, Issei garnered more attention than usual as he entered the classroom with a broad, bright-eyed smile. It was apparent at a glance that something great had happened to him, but since they hardly knew each other despite their desks being less than a meter distant, Vaughn wasn't curious enough to ascertain the reason. Instead, after an initial eye roll,
he did his best to ignore the perverted brunette who kept muttering to himself about things like carpets matching drapes, ascending the stairs to adulthood, and how spring had finally arrived as if it wasn't already the second week of April. "First off, allow me to apologize," said Rias, hugging Vaughn's face to her chest and caressing his head as she softly assured him, "It was never my intention to make you feel worried or anxious. I'm just glad you're okay," muttered Vaughn, his face red as he held Rias's waist and enjoyed the sensation of being held by her. "Thank you," whispered Rias, resting her cheek against the top of Vaughn's head. He was actually 2, going on 3 centimeters taller than her, but since she was holding his face to her bosom, she could rub her cheek and face against the top of his head at her leisure. "Now, let's talk about why I wasn't able to return last night," said Rias, releasing her hold on Vaughn's head and guiding him to take a seat, staring deeply into eyes as she expressed, "I don't want to keep secrets from you." Before recounting how Issei had accidentally summoned her as he was bleeding out, how she had rescued him from the brink of death, and what she had needed to do to ensure his body didn't destroy itself in the aftermath of its restructuring. Chapter 20, Frustration. Though he wasn't happy that Rias had slept naked with a boy known for his perverted nature, Vaughn didn't feel that Issei deserved to die to protect his feelings. If Rias hadn't done what she did, the seat to his left would no longer be occupied in class, and while he and Issei weren't even remotely close, his sudden death would definitely affect him. With such thoughts in his mind, Vaughn returned to his class after lunch and immediately looked to where Issei was seated, modeling a broad smile as he conversed with his only 2 friends in the academy, the remaining 2 members of the perverted trio, the glasses-wearing Nakakuni Motohama and the perverted baldy, Takumai Matsuda. Noticing Vaughn's arrival due to the reaction of various girls, Matsuda and Motohama scowled, while Issei, seemingly feeling that he was on top of the world, laughed and bid his friends goodbye, prompting them to return to their respective classes. He even decided to speak to Vaughn for the first time, waiting for him to sit down before asking, "Hey, man, are you feeling okay? You look like you've just learned your girlfriend was cheating on you with another guy." Meeting Issei's gaze with a slightly incredulous expression, Vaughn couldn't help wondering if the boy was provoking him. According to Rias, Issei had yet to be made fully aware of his situation, but his question was so on the nose that it felt like it couldn't be a coincidence. Inhaling and then exhaling huffily through his nose, Vaughn responded, "It's more like there is a guy aiming for my girlfriend, unaware that she is so far out of his league, they might as well be from different worlds." "Oof, that's rough, man," said Issei, completely unaware that Vaughn was talking about him as he beamed and said, "Well, whoever it is, I'm sure they'll get what's coming to them. No need to get hung up over it." "You're right," affirmed Vaughn, adopting a somewhat mean-spirited smile at the thought of how Issei would react to discovering the truth. Rias had asked him to bring Issei to the club room after school, so only a few hours remained before his delusion was supplanted by reality. Vaughn wasn't used to looking forward to or hoping for another person's downfall, but since he had come to view the Orc as his home, he wouldn't tolerate Issei perving on the members of his family, least of all his girlfriend. Though Vaughn's expectant grin made him uncomfortable, Issei assumed it was directed at the boy aiming for his girlfriend, not him. Thus, after a few more brief exchanges, interrupted by the arrival of their teacher, he spent the rest of the day absent-mindedly doodling a surprisingly accurate pair of breasts in his notebook, eagerly awaiting his reunion with their owner. With 6th period ending, signaling the start of after-school and club activities, Vaughn gathered up his things before surprising Issei immensely by saying, "Let's go. Rias and the others are waiting." "Wait, you know Rias?" asked Issei, a feeling of dread swelling within him as Vaughn nodded, surprising several curious eavesdroppers by confirming, "She's my girlfriend." "Oh, of course she is," responded Issei, his previously vibrant brown eyes losing their luster as he laughed eerily and adopted an expression that looked like his soul had left his body, descending downward. While he was recovering, Vaughn fielded several questions from the girls who had overheard what he had said, confirming that he and Rias were dating and destroying what remained of Issei's hope by revealing that, if everything went as planned, they even intended to marry once they graduated from college. "So, how long have you and Rias-senpai been dating?" asked Issei, exhibiting a remarkable ability to recover and adapt as he modeled a cramped smile and followed behind Vaughn to the old school building. "Only since the start of the term," confessed Vaughn. "But the two of us have been living, bathing, and sleeping together, so don't think you can weasel your way in because we only recently started dating." Turning his head to meet Issei's gaze with narrowed eyes, Vaughn added, "I know what happened between you and Rias, but she only did that to save your life. I don't care if you act pervertedly with other girls, but the orc is my family. If you hurt them, I will break you." "Wow, Vaughn, you don't hold back," said Issei, eyes wide and brows raised but not due to offense. He could understand Vaughn's desire to protect the people he cared about, and if their situations were reversed, there was no way in hell he would be okay with another guy seeing his girlfriend naked or perving on her. Thus, while he was more than a little envious, Issei felt that he and Vaughn weren't all that different. Catching Vaughn a little off guard, Issei adopted a toothy smile and asked, "Well, regardless of how we ended up in this situation, we'll be working together from now on, right? There's just one thing I have to know before I decide whether we're going to be friends or frenemies." "And what's that?" asked Vaughn, genuinely curious. He expected Issei to be a lot more upset, but since he was being friendly, Vaughn's opinion of him improved considerably compared to even a few minutes prior. "Are you an ass or tits kind of guy?" asked Issei, his grin broadening as he held up his hands and spread them apart, expressing, "I can appreciate a beautiful behind, but for me, it's breasts 100%. Big or small, it doesn't matter, but if I had to choose, I would pick the breasts of the girl I like." Though he was taken aback by Issei's question and subsequent sharing, Vaughn faced forward, raised his head to the sky, and seriously considered his response before affirming, "Boobs are definitely nice, they feel really comfortable when pressed against you or when you nestle your face into them." Understanding that Vaughn was likely referring to Rias's breasts, Issei bent over, clutched his chest, and imagined himself crying tears or coughing up blood. What he didn't imagine was Vaughn abruptly stopping and turning to face him with the most genuine smile he had ever seen, sincerity exuding from every pore of his being as he disclosed, "But my favorite thing about a girl is their eyes. When your eyes meet those of the girl you like, and the only thing you see reflected in them is your face, it makes you feel like the most important person in the world." Feeling goosebumps spread across his body, Issei opened his mouth but found himself unable to speak. He had a vivid imagination from watching anime, reading manga, and playing hundreds of games, including dozens of Iraj, so he could easily visualize the scene Vaughn was describing. He had even experienced it himself the previous day, before his date turned around and tried to murder him, so while he was determined to have his final words be about the wonder of breasts, Issei couldn't help respecting Vaughn's answer. Adopting a broad smile, Issei extended his right hand, saying, "You know, we never officially got introduced, did we? My name is Hyudo Issei. We didn't get started on the best of terms, but I think we can be friends. How about it? He's actually not a bad guy." Vaughn realized, reciprocating with a smile of his own as he accepted Issei's handshake, responding, "Vaughn Mason. And yet, I think you're right. Just remember what I said." "Hey, no worries, man," assured Issei, beaming as he added, "I may own being a pervert, but I'm a firm subscriber to the bro code. I will envy you until the day I die a second time, but I wish you and Rias-senpai the best of luck in your relationship." "Thanks," responded Vaughn, giving Issei's hand one final, firm shake before releasing it and contending, "But you shouldn't have to be envious for that long. I've been learning a lot about devils and their society since the start of the term. They value people with great potential, and according to Rias, yours is greater than most. You shouldn't have any difficulties getting one or more girlfriends if you work hard to become stronger and increase your rank to a mid or high class demon." So polygamy is fair game for devils? Asked Issei, his clear brown eyes sparkling as if he had just heard the god of breasts talking through Vaughn. Nodding, Vaughn explained, according to what I've learned and been told, devils were pushed nearly to the brink of extinction a few hundred years ago. They have really low conception rates, so the process of rebuilding the society and replenishing their ranks has been slow. That's one of the reasons they started recruiting humans and reincarnating them as devils, both to expand their numbers and nurture talented individuals to pass on their genes. I see, hummed Issei, his nostrils flaring and his smile comically wide. He still wasn't over the fact that Vaughn was dating the first real girl he had seen naked and slept beside, but if it was true that his potential was high and that Devil Society was looking for individuals to contribute to the enlargement of their population, he was really looking forward to learning more and growing stronger. Ah, Vaughn, you've returned. Welcome back. And thank you for bringing Issei-kun here with you, stated Rias, standing with her arms crossed and sitting against the edge of her desk with Akeno, Kaiba, and Konako, rising from where they were seated on the sofas. Of course, responded Vaughn, causing Rias to raise her brows slightly as he made his way around the sofas to stand next to her, leaving the spot next to Akeno for Issei to occupy once introductions were out of the way. Realizing that Vaughn was executing a kind of power play, an amused smile developed across Rias's face as she grabbed his uniform's ribbon, pulling on it to bring his face down for a kiss. The smile on Issei's face cramped at this, but since Vaughn had already made his relationship with Rias clear, he didn't let it bother him too much as he turned his attention to the other members of the orc, his eyes sparkling at the appearances of Akeno and Konako before grimacing when he saw Kaiba smiling back at him. Releasing her hold on Vaughn's ribbon after staring into his eyes for a few seconds, Rias turned to the room, focusing on Issei as she said, "All right, everyone. Let us take turns introducing ourselves to the newest member of the Occult Research Club, Hyudo Issei. Kaiba, if you would." "It would be my pleasure," responded Kaiba, offering a slight bow to Rias before turning to Issei and introducing himself. Akeno followed suit, and since Konako wasn't very sociable, particularly toward perverts, Rias took the liberty of introducing her before providing an overview of the orc and what was expected of Issei now that he was a newborn devil. It was a lot to take in for someone who was ignorant of the existence of supernatural entities just one day prior, but since Rias eventually confirmed what Vaughn had said about him being able to assemble a harem, Issei was keen to get started as soon as possible. "Is this really okay?" asked Vaughn, swallowing hard, his face redder than it had ever been. "I could see the pain and conflict in your eyes when I told you what I had to do to save Issei's life," responded Rias, sporting an affectionate smile and spreading her legs a little wider as she asserted, "I don't want you to have any doubts about our relationship." "Okay," responded Vaughn, swallowing even harder before he drew his and Rias's bodies closer. Like Rias, he felt it was too soon to take the next step in their relationship, but since he wanted to be as close as possible to her, he set aside his apprehensions and gave what came next his all. Chapter 21, Accord. "Oh, my, oh me, oh my," remarked Akeno, wide-eyed as she entered Rias's room and found her exhaling throaty from beneath Vaughn, the two still going at it despite the sun rising in the sky outside. "Is it already that time?" panted Rias, clinging to Vaughn with her arms and legs, her brain tingling in a way that made it difficult to and her eyes unable to focus as pleasure beyond her previous ability to imagine spread through her in pervasive, all-encompassing waves. Hearing Rias speak, Vaughn ceased his ceaseless ministrations, his face red and eyes filled with passion as he met his beloved girlfriend's watery gaze and asked, "Did you say something?" "Good morning," Vaughn hummed Akeno, causing him to startle slightly as he hadn't noticed her presence at all. "Oh, good morning, Akeno," responded Vaughn, realization dawning on him as the words left his lips, a look of confusion marring his face as he asked, "Wait, it's already morning. And you two are in desperate need of a bath," appended Akeno, nodding as she approached the bed with the usual warm towels and tea. Vaughn was clearly reluctant to do so, but since he knew he and Rias couldn't just skip school to continue having sex, he got off of her and sat up, leaving her to pant in place with her legs splayed like less and greater than signs. "Oh, my!" muttered Akenno, her eyes widening to their limits when she saw the condition Rias was in, their gazes meeting as the latter's chest heaved and a weary but gratified grin adorned her face. Recovering from her shock, Akenno narrowed her eyes, sporting a deeply affectionate and slightly sadistic grin as she sincerely remarked, "You look especially beautiful right now, Rias." "She really does," affirmed Vaughn, staring at Rias with an intense gaze that made it seem like he might resume his ministrations at any moment. Exhaling a faint chuckle, Rias closed her eyes and responded, "Thank you both," before focusing on regulating her breathing. Akenno helped her by laying the moist towel over her face, which may not have made aspirating easier, but it felt pleasant. "Speaking of appearances," said Akenno, looking Vaughn up and down with a scrutinizing but appreciative gaze as she remarked, "It could just be my mind playing tricks on me due to envy, but you appear to have grown a bit taller and become more muscular, Vaughn." "Really?" asked Vaughn, looking down and inspecting himself, finding that he did, in fact, appear more muscular. He knew that his appearance was influenced by his image of himself and his desires, but he didn't expect to suddenly develop a six-pack, muscular arms, and a notably broader chest and shoulders. And those weren't the only things that had grown. Rising from the bed, Vaughn confirmed both his and Akenno's suspicions as his height, which was previously 175 centimeters, was now closer to 180. It would definitely appear conspicuous to those who knew him, but Vaughn couldn't help feeling happy as he teased, "You got shorter." Despite Akenno's 168 centimeter height being well above the national average. "Oh, believe me, Vaughn, it is most assuredly you who has gotten much bigger," contended Akenno, crossing her arms and narrowing her eyes as she stared directly at Vaughn's battle-ready hyper weapon. She had seen it at the ready several times before, but it appeared especially imposing as it glistened with a mix of his and Rias's fluids. As she had been listening to Akenno's and Vaughn's exchange, Rias promptly removed the towel from her face, her body feeling like lead as she forced herself to a seated position, crossed her arms under her breasts, and her right leg over her left as she sat on the bed's edge, exuding a poised aura befitting her status as she said, "Let's establish some ground rules." With Vaughn's and Akenno's gazes fixed on her, Rias, her face tinted almost like a drunkard, stated, "First off, I am greatly impressed by your stamina and deeply appreciate your enthusiasm, Vaughn. That said, my mind or body will invariably break if we repeat this daily. As such, the next phase in your groom training will be learning restraint." "Sorry," muttered Vaughn, visibly shrinking a few centimeters as he lowered his gaze in shame. "Do not apologize," said Rias, adopting a broad smile as she assured, "You were incredible, Vaughn. The problem is that you were too incredible. I need time to acclimate and train myself to your level." Seeing Vaughn regain his vigor and smile, Rias nodded approvingly before shifting her attention to Akenno, stating, "Until then, Akenno, you will fill the role of my second. Serve Vaughn well when I am unable. I am not exaggerating when I say it will bring me great satisfaction to be of assistance," hummed Akenno, pulling up the front of her skirt slightly to perform a curtsy. "I don't know," said Vaughn, drawing the two girls' attention as he rubbed the back of his head and pointed out, "I was really upset when I learned what happened with Issei. It just doesn't feel right for me to do what I did last night with other girls." "Even if I'm the one asking and permitting you to do so?" asked Rias, feeling a profound sense of gratification but also a tinge of guilt. Things were going smoothly before what happened with Issei, but now it seemed that Akenno and Konako would need to find separate partners. That wasn't necessarily a bad thing, but since the presence of powerful males in close proximity to one another tended to result in unhealthy competitions and rivalries, particularly among young devils, she would prefer to keep things simple. Hanging his head and exhaling a faint sigh from his nose, Vaughn had mixed feelings but raised his gaze to meet Rias's, answering, "If you're okay with it, we can at least give it a try and see how things go. But if you ever, and I mean ever,
Feel sad or regretful because of something I did with another girl, you have to tell me. I don't want to hurt you, Rias. And that is why I adore you. Responded Rias, forcing herself to her feet and hugging Vaughn's face to her breasts, cradling his head and resting her cheek atop his crown. When he reciprocated her embrace, a certain part of his body naturally came to nestle between her thighs, its heat radiating through her, but she didn't mind in the slightest. Rather, after learning how comprehensive Vaughn was in his lovemaking, she was very optimistic about their future. What the hell? Did you swallow some kind of magical steroids? You look the ace of a boys' swim team or karate club, remarked Issei, wide-eyed as he arrived at the classroom and saw Vaughn's changed appearance. Rias had tweaked the barrier over the academy so that ordinary students and faculty members wouldn't notice, but he most certainly did. Shaking his head, Vaughn attempted to make Issei realize they shouldn't be talking about such things with people present to overhear them by flatly asserting, I don't know what you're talking about. This is how I've always looked. Okay, responded Issei, his expression one of confusion as he took his seat and pulled out his textbooks and notebook. Vaughn frowned slightly when he opened the latter to the pages depicting the recreation of Rias's breasts, but his valuation of Issei once again improved as the newly made devil promptly tore out the pages and crumpled them up, stating, Oops, I forgot those were in there. My bad. It's fine. Assured Vaughn, quickly supplanting, well, it's not fine, but you know what I mean. Yeah, I get you, said Issei, beaming until Ika came over, intruding upon their exchange to ask, what's going on here? Issei, you're not corrupting the class's dark prince with your evil ways, are you? No, but you should have heard him yesterday, responded Issei, causing the eyes of several girls in their surroundings to sparkle as he revealed, I asked Vaughn if he was more into breasts or butts, and he surprised me with some really poetic words about a girl's eyes and reflections and stuff. You would have wet yourself in the biblical sense. Hoo. And what do you think of my eyes? Asked Ika, directing the question at Vaughn with a narrow-eyed, distinctly predatory smile. What she didn't expect was for him to look directly at her, causing her to feel a little nervous as he seemed to peer into her innermost depths. Before Vaughn could offer his sincere opinion, Ika turned her head, looking uncharacteristically vulnerable as she said, Scratch that, I don't want to know, before confusing everyone who knew her by turning and departing for her desk with notably reddened cheeks. Holy shit, dude, did you seriously just get Kiryu Ika, of all people, to behave like a maiden? Asked Issei, staring at Vaughn with a mix of horror, disbelief, and admiration. Ika was widely regarded as the most perverted and knowledgeable girl in the entire academy, so much so that she often humbled him and the other members of the perverted trio. Seeing her get flustered by simply holding Vaughn's gaze for a few seconds was a scene he couldn't have imagined without seeing it. Correlating the word maiden with the word virgin, Vaughn tilted his head to the side and questioned, What do you mean? Why wouldn't she behave like a maiden? I mean, it's Kiryu Ika. Answered Issei, unsure how to explain what he meant in detail without invoking the bespectacled girl's wrath. What he, and nearly every other person in the academy, didn't know was that Ika, despite her lascivious behavior, was still a virgin. She was very well informed, yes, but all her knowledge was theoretical and mostly centered around her in-depth understanding of herself. She had never experienced a boy gazing deeply and intently into her eyes as Vaughn had, so for the rest of the day, she appeared gloomy and standoffish but was actually just too embarrassed to meet anyone else's gaze. Wow, this place totally reminds me of those cutesy yet terrifying dungeon mapping games that were super popular when I was a kid. Remarked Issei, a broad smile adorning his face as he looked forward to fighting monsters, becoming stronger, and collecting loot for real rather than in a video game. Just keep in mind that you are currently only around 2 to 3 times stronger than the average human, said Rias, standing, as usual, with her arms crossed as she explained, Our priority for today is helping you to awaken the sacred gear slumbering within you. That is the penultimate expression of your Kanatal talent and will be the key to you increasing your strength quickly. Right, responded Issei, holding up and pumping his left fist. He had always believed a hidden power slumbered in his left hand, despite most others making fun of him for it, so when he learned from Rias that he was correct, he nearly cried tears of joy. "Come out, my Excalibur," exclaimed Issei, thrusting out his left hand at a monster that resembled a butterfly with large purple wings and the face of a very ugly infant. With nothing happening even after several seconds, Issei swung his arms around before striking a dramatic pose with his right arm crossed over his body and his left hand covering his face, his cheeks gradually reddening as he shouted, "Transform, Psycho Crimson!" Looking up at Vaughn, who was staring at Issei with an expression of open-mouthed disbelief, Konako raised her right fist and asked, "Should I knock some sense into him?" "Be nice, Konako," chided Rias, doing her best not to laugh aloud at Issei's antics as she reassured him, "and don't give up trying, Issei-kun. If you're embarrassed by your power, how can you expect it to respond to you? Let all your passion and desire flow out, and embrace the purpose within your heart. The power sleeping within you will only respond once you embrace that desire and form it into an ambition." "An ambition?" repeated Issei, staring down at his left hand and balling it into a fist. Throughout his 17 years of existence, a singular desire had driven him more than any other, so after forming his resolve, he held his fist up to his head, closing his eyes as he muttered, "There is only one thing I desire." Before opening them to glare at the butterfly monster, his mind's eye allowing him to picture it as a Jinnermouse pair of breasts. Chapter 22, Circumstance. "So, do you not respond to summonings like the others?" asked Vaughn, standing behind Rias and carefully brushing her hair at his own request. "It's more that there aren't many people within Kuah town who possess the spiritual power necessary to summon a high-class devil," answered Rias, sporting a relaxed smile as she sat perfectly straight with her eyes closed. Before Vaughn could ask, Rias explained, "Most of the clients of a high-class devil are fairly successful businesspersons, politicians, or rising stars in the entertainment industry. However, as I am still considered a young devil until the eve of my 100th birthday, I am prohibited from getting involved in human politics." 100. Repeated Vaughn, once again reminded that devils were, in fact, not humans. "That's right," affirmed Rias, further explaining, "because of our tragically low conception rate, the average age of devils across the underworld, at least according to the most recent census, is 393. Even in my family, the difference between mine and my brother's ages is more than 600 years, and he only recently fathered his first son. I'm hoping our first child will arrive within 200 to 300 years, but with your vigor, we could get lucky and have one before the turn of the century." "And what if one arrives even sooner?" asked Vaughn, finding it difficult to imagine the process taking hundreds of years after how proactive he and Rias had been the previous evening. He didn't believe he was ready to be a father, but the more he learned about the circumstances of Rias and her people, the direr it sounded. Thus, even if he weren't ready, he was willing to father as many children as Rias desired. Leaning back to stare up at Vaughn with an amused smile, Rias teased, "If your seed is that potent, then you should prepare yourself. A lot of female devils are going to want a piece of you." "Hopefully not too many," responded Vaughn, offering an uneasy smile that caused Rias to exhale from her nose. She truly appreciated his loyalty, but if she had to endure and manage his inexhaustible libido alone, she would never get any work done. And with her family managing a domain the size of Japan's main island, she would have a significant workload, albeit only after another 80 or so years. "Then how about we limit things to members of my peerage?" proposed Rias. "If I fill the remaining positions exclusively with women, that would total 6 people. Though, rounding up to 7 would make scheduling a done deal." "Then let's go with that," said Vaughn, feeling that even 3 was already too many, but he knew that was likely due to his still human sensibilities and lack of experience. Being involved with 7 girls might seem like a lot to him now, but weighed against hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, there was room for a lot more.
Akeno and Konako will be pleased to hear it, hummed Rias, leaving Vaughn at a slight loss as he continued brushing her hair. He was fine with Akeno, as her figure was remarkably similar to Rias's, but Konako felt like she still had a bit of growing to do before they could even consider being intimate. Well, more intimate. If it was things like sitting on his lap or sleeping in the same bed, he felt that was within the bounds of acceptability. Sensing that something was amiss, Rias, who was straddling Vaughn and making out with him on the sofa in the Occult Research Club's club room, disengaged his lips and tilted her head slightly. "Is something wrong?" asked Vaughn. "I can sense fear and anxiety from Issei," revealed Rias, getting off him as she explained, "there's a chance that the fallen angel who murdered him could be returning to finish what she started, so I will go there with Akeno to ensure things don't get out of hand." "Please wait here." "Can I not go with you?" asked Vaughn, knowing the answer even before he asked. "I'm sorry, Vaughn, but you're not yet strong enough to take on foes such as fallen angels," answered Rias, gently cupping his face and caressing his right cheek as she appended, "but I have no doubt that you will grow into a super-class powerhouse in the future. You just need time." After punctuating her words with a kiss and staring at him apologetically, Rias turned away from Vaughn, summoning Akeno before the two teleport to Issei's location. In their wake, Vaughn was left feeling sullen, but since he had the means to grow stronger and ample motivation, he appreciated but didn't need the assurances Sis provided. What he needed was to train. "I would prefer it if we all entered as a group and didn't overuse it, but it's your power, Vaughn. You do not need my permission to do with it as you please," stated Rias, following his request to expand his personal use of the corridor from 3:15:6:00 p.m. to 3:15:10:00 p.m. "I know," responded Vaughn, scratching the back of his head as he added, "but since we've been spending that time together, I thought it would be selfish to just do it without talking to you first." "And I appreciate that immensely," said Rias, smiling as she grabbed the sides of Vaughn's face and kissed him. She had been straddling him in their bed when he mentioned having something he wanted to discuss, so now that the discussion was over, it was time for more practice. "Wait," said Vaughn, causing Rias to blink in surprise before pulling back to stare at him with what he found to be an adorably befuddled expression. After all, their relationship hadn't exactly been filled with restraint up until that point. Surprising Rias further, a blush tinted Vaughn's cheeks as he said, "If we use the corridor, we can take as much time as we want." "You're not wrong," conceded Rias. "But there's no knowing when an enemy might appear or attack one of us. It's fine if you enter with Kaiba, Konako, and Issei, but unless we all enter as a group, I need to be outside to keep an eye on things and respond to emergencies." "I understand," responded Vaughn, ceasing the conversation by squeezing Rias's butt, prompting her to narrow her eyes and bite her lower lip before they resumed where they left off. An alarm went off after 3 hours, but though they were supposed to be practicing restraint, Rias didn't hesitate to give it what looked like a casual flick, shattering it to pieces before they greeted another sunrise without rest. "Oh, what am I going to do with the two of you?" sighed Akeno, cupping her cheek and smiling as she entered Rias's room and found the crimson-haired heiress taking Vaughn for a ride. "Ah, Akeno, you've gotta try this position when," expressed Rias, gazing back at Akeno over her shoulder and beaming as she relaxedly explained, "It doesn't conjure the same feeling of oneness that comes from having his weight on top of you, but it lets you get a good look at Vaughn's face as you explore new movements and angles." "I'll be sure to keep that in mind when my turn comes," hummed Akeno, meeting Vaughn's gaze and winking playfully as she parked the service cart she brought in next to the bed. She had suspected that the young couple would get carried away, so she brought water, multiple towels, and some snacks to accompany their revitalizing ginger tea. "If he's okay with it, you can start by cleaning him," proposed Rias, having to raise her hips quite a bit to dismount Vaughn and take a seat on the towel Akeno had set down for her. "I wouldn't want to impose," hummed Akeno, meeting Vaughn's gaze as he sported a slight, red-faced frown. Despite this, he didn't need to consider his response before nodding, conceding, "I'll be in your care." "And I'll do my best not to disappoint," responded Akeno, licking her lips in an intrinsically seductive manner before ensuring her fringe bangs and antenna like a hoe didn't get in the way as she bent over and thoroughly cleaned up after her mistress. The way he twitched, fidgeted, and did his best not to produce any sounds stoked her sadistic tendencies, but since Rias had strictly prohibited her from making Vaughn into a sub or awakening him to masochism, she resisted the urge to make him cry out. "MMM. Thank you for the meal," expressed Akeno, raising her head and rising to her feet before using a handkerchief to wipe her mouth. She was surprised by how sweet the flavor that filled her mouth was, but far more surprising was how invigorated it made her feel. "Oh, my!" muttered Akeno, raising her brows and looking to Rias, who, in turn, nodded and confirmed, "Vaughn possesses truly extraordinary vitality. The first time he releases his seed inside of you is going to be a very eye-opening experience, so make sure you are prepared when the time comes." "I look forward to it," responded Akeno, directing the words and her smile at Vaughn. He felt embarrassed having allowed her to do what she did, but since Rias was the one who proposed it and didn't seem to mind at all, he didn't let it bother him too much as he joined the duo for a pre-breakfast snack before his and Rias's morning shower. "Today will be a bit different from normal," explained Rias, kick-starting the usual meeting by revealing, "We have received reports of a stray using an abandoned factory as a lair, so in place of usual club activities, we will be hunting it the moment we return from the corridor. Vaughn, Issei, this will be an unpleasant but important experience for both of you, so utilize the time until then to prepare yourselves mentally." "I have a question," said Issei, raising his left hand as he asked, "What's a stray?" "A stray or, more accurately, a stray devil is typically a low-class devil who succumbed to their desires and fled their master's side," explained Rias, closing her eyes and briefly shaking her head before opening them and adopting a serious expression as she added, "As I explained before, devils are essentially masses of desire. They shape everything from our appearance to how our powers manifest, so when a stray abandons their master in the pursuit of their desires, they assume a form that reflects the change in their mental state. If they willingly return to their master's side, there is a chance they can regain their original form. But that is sadly very rare. In other words, their former people," extrapolated Issei, a deep frown marring his and Vaughn's faces. "Former being the operative word," confirmed Rias. "When you see them, they will look and behave like monsters. If you lower your guard, even for a moment, they will kill you without mercy. I will try to reason with them, but the moment negotiations break down, it is our duty to put them down. Failing to do so would result in many more victims." "I can do it," affirmed Vaughn, his expression and tone serious and resolute as he balled his right hand into a fist at her side. Rias smiled at this, but as defeating strays was ultimately her and the orc's responsibility, she was taking him there to observe, not participate. "Right," exclaimed Issei, punching his left fist into the palm of his right hand as he smiled and exhibited the competitiveness common to devils, asserting, "If Vaughn can do it, so can I," despite being an introvert who hadn't been in a single real fight before the previous day. Now, even after experiencing having his heart pierced and spears of light stabbed into his body, he was eager to face the next challenge. Chapter 23, Decisive Action. "I should learn teleportation magic," thought Vaughn, not questioning whether it was possible as Rias teleported him and the members of the orc to an abandoned villa-turned-gallery in the forested hills encircling Kuaha. "All right, everyone, be on your guards," said Rias. "Konako, Kaiba, you two will take point. Vaughn, Issei, stay close to me and Akeno." Following Rias's orders, everyone got into a formation similar to the one they used within the corridor before advancing upon the three-story villa. An isolation barrier had been erected in advance, effectively isolating the villa in a kind of faux reality that ordinary people could pass through in the middle of a fight without noticing anything odd or risking injury, so even if they went all out, unleashing beams or producing cataclysmic explosions, the inhabitants of Kuaha wouldn't notice or report anything amiss.
It's here," said Konako, raising her fists in a ready stance shortly after the group entered the lobby section of the villa, marked by large support columns, old picture frames, and a massive amount of garbage from teens who had treated the area like a secret hideout. Following Konako's words, an overtly sensual, slightly husky voice of a woman echoed through the area, humming, "I smell something foul and something intoxicating." Accompanying the words, a much larger than average woman with long, raven black hair, an attractive face set with sharp blue eyes, and a naked, incredibly voluptuous upper body appeared from hiding. Issei's eyes lit up, his nostrils flaring at the sight of what his brain initially interpreted as a naked beauty, but while it was true she was naked, her lower body was an amalgamation of flesh with a human torso, a lower body resembling a bipedal goat's, and a thick orange tail that ended in the head of a serpent. Drawing the stray's attention, Rias spoke loudly, ordering, "Stray devil, Visser! You have perpetrated unspeakable acts in the pursuit of your lust and desire. Surrender and agree to be returned to your master or perish here in the name of the ducal house, Gremory." "Gremory," repeated Visser, a glimmer of hesitation passing over her blue eyes before she adopted a too broad smile, enthusiastically kneading her breasts as she tittered and asserted, "Insolent girl riding the coat-tails of her family. Allow me to show you what a real woman can do." Punctuating her words, Visser's nipples illuminated with crimson magic circles, her nipples elongating like the nozzles of a pressure cutter before she unleashed a scattered volley of glowing yellow energy. Issei was too engrossed in the sight of a mature woman fondling her breasts to react in time, but Akeno was able to prevent him from taking a shot directly to the face by grabbing his collar and pulling him out of the way. FSSSSSSSSSSSH. Upon contact with the surface, the yellow energy spattered like a viscous liquid, melting whatever it struck and even eating through a wall, exposing its sizzling rebar support structure. "Issei, you need to remain focused," scolded Rias. Meanwhile, Konako took the initiative to draw the strays, charging at it despite the disparity in their sizes. Visser was easily 6 meters tall with her chimera-esque lower body, so Konako looked inconsequentially diminutive in comparison. "Oh, goody! A snack!" exclaimed Visser, the front of the lower half of her body, covered in thick black fur and set with a giant purple gem, opening to reveal a maw of large, fluid-dripping fangs. The usually impassive look on Konako's face soured at this, primarily due to the smell, but she didn't panic and simply raised her guard as the maw lunged forward and closed around her, the viscous liquids within causing her clothes to begin melting but doing no damage to her body. "Konako!" shouted Issei, panic in his voice as he extended his left hand as if trying to grasp and pull her to safety from afar. Vaughn, on the other hand, couldn't just stand idle and watch as the taciturn girl who enjoyed sitting on his lap and cuddling with him was consumed, his eyes exuding a faint golden glow from their depths as he charged forward in coordination with Kaiba's flanking movements despite Rias shouting, "Vaughn, wait!" Though his brain registered Rias's voice, Vaughn's mind was already set as he leaped through the air, planning to impale his spear into the center of Visser's chest. "That's right! Come to mommy, little boy!" exclaimed Visser, spreading her arms wide as if preparing to accept Vaughn into her embrace. Taking advantage of the opening Vaughn had created, Kaiba sliced Visser's lower back, startling and causing her to become distracted as she exhaled a feral, guttural scream. At that exact moment, Vaughn drove the tip of his spear into the center of her chest, parting her breasts with a look of grim determination as he mode changed it to the luminal spear, Exel Lion. As devils were inherently weak to the elements of light and holy, having her perforated heart and chest cavity filled with scorching hot holy light was game over for Visser. Her humanoid upper body immediately burst into motes of black energy while her monstrous lower half collapsed, causing Konako to be ejected from the toothy, fluid-filled maw, the slipperiness of the liquid coating her body causing her to slide several meters across the ground. Seeing his Kauerhei be spit out by the maw, Vaughn breathed a sigh of relief, returning his spear to his inventory before leaping over with the intent of helping her up. Instead, the moment his feet hit the ground, they slipped out from under him,
nearly resulting in the back of his head colliding with the hard marble flooring before a crimson magic circle cushioned his fall. "That was very reckless, Vaughn," remarked Rias, exhaling an exasperated sigh but smiling as she made her way over to help Vaughn to his feet, taking care not to slip herself. Kaiba helped Konako, but instead of expressing her gratitude to the blonde-haired knight, her gaze was focused on Vaughn. She had, in actuality, been moments away from tearing Visser to pieces, but his willingness to come to her rescue hadn't escaped her notice. Approaching with Akeno trailing behind him, Issei sported a broad smile as he remarked, "That was pretty badass, Vaughn. I didn't know you could jump that high or that holy flat plains." Noticing the state of Konako's uniform, Issei reacted like the fool from a slapstick comedy routine. Visser's fluids had caused most of her blouse and bra to dissolve, so both her modest breasts were exposed, causing Issei's eyes to shimmer like gems and a slight frown to mar Konako's face as she remarked, "It's not polite to stare," without attempting to conceal them from view. "Oh, right. My bad, ha ha ha," responded Issei, rubbing the back of his head but sporting a shit-eating grin as he promptly preserved the image as a long-term memory. "Akeno, if you would," said Rias. "Of course," responded Akeno. In response to Rias's words, Akeno approached Konako and extended her hands as if warming them over a fire. Doing so caused two crimson magic circles to appear, one on the floor and one above Konako's head, before they rapidly converged and swapped places, restoring her underwear and uniform to their original conditions. "NN. Thank you," said Konako, nodding before directing a half-lidded, judgmental stare at Issei. Then, causing the brown-haired youth's smile to cramp, she made her way over and stood behind Vaughn, grasping his right sleeve with the fingers of her left hand. "All right, everyone. Things might not have gone exactly as planned, but we completed our objective without incident. Gather around so we can return and get everyone home before it gets too late," instructed Rias, prompting everyone to group around her as she created a large crimson magic circle to return them to the club room. "Man, teleportation is crazy convenient," remarked Issei, having already recovered from the shock of seeing Konako conceal herself behind Vaughn. "Form enough contracts and practice diligently, and you'll be able to use it before you know it," stated Rias, preempting Issei's response by crossing her arms and adding, "Right. Good work today, everyone. And remember to be extra cautious and alert as you return home. There has been a lot of fallen angel activity lately, and we're still investigating the reason." "Come, I'll accompany you partway," said Kaiba, sporting a friendly smile as he placed his right hand on Issei's shoulder. "I would rather walk home with a cute girl," grumbled Issei, yet, despite this, he promptly turned to leave with Kaiba accompanying him, having learned from the previous day's experience that it was better to travel in a group. Waiting until the duo or, more accurately, Issei was gone, Konako caused Rias to raise her brows as she asked, "Can I have Vaughn tonight? I want to sleep together." "Vaughn isn't a possession I can just hand out," responded Rias, exhaling a faint sigh and shaking her head before looking to the person in question, asking, "How about it, Vaughn? Want to spend the night at Konako's? It's not a bad idea to get experience sleeping in other beds, and if the two of you are feeling adventurous, you can enter the corridor." Though he felt a distinct sense of incongruousness hearing Rias's words, Vaughn didn't immediately reject the idea as he looked between her, Akeno, and Konako, the first two sporting supportive smiles and the latter staring at him with an intense look that gave the impression she would be blue or disappointed if he refused. "I guess it's okay," responded Vaughn, the way he voiced it as a question making his incertitude apparent. "It'll be fine," assured Rias, approaching and wrapping her arms around Vaughn's body as she added, "Though, you're not going anywhere before I get my good night kiss." With Rias punctuating her words by kissing him, Vaughn habitually placed his hands on her waist and reciprocated for nearly a full minute. A slight pout had tinted Konako's expression by the time they finished, but only briefly as she readied a teleportation circle connecting to her apartment, Rias and Akeno smiling and waving as they vanished in a flash of crimson light. "Wait here," said Konako, guiding Vaughn to sit on the edge of her bed before hurrying to the bathroom. He noticed that she had cleaned up since he was last over, but instead of carefully folding and placing things away in drawers, all the clothes that had previously littered her floor now formed a small mountain in the corner. "This isn't the precursor to her asking to have sex, is it?" Vaughn questioned, prompting Sis to respond, "I estimate there is a 34.28% likelihood of that being the case. She has demonstrated a clear fondness for you, so even if that isn't the case, there is a 99.93% chance she brought you here to bond further." "What's the other 0.07%? asked Vaughn, curious. "Margin for errors," responded Sis, her voice sounding almost amused as she appended, "Don't forget that you can always refuse whatever she suggests, Vaughn. You do not need to sacrifice your comfort to facilitate the comfort of others." "Well, let's see how things go," responded Vaughn. He knew Sis was right, as she almost always was, but since he would presumably be spending the next several thousand years with Konako near Rias's side, he believed they should at least try to get along. Emerging from her bathroom with nothing but a towel in hand, dabbing her still shower-moist hair, Konako carefully gauged Vaughn's reaction to her nakedness. He didn't avert his eyes or avoid looking, but after a cursory glance at her body, he raised his gaze and held hers with an expression reminiscent of her impassive mask, clearly waiting to hear her speak and explain what she had in mind. Flipping things around, Konako asked, "Are you planning to sleep like that, or did you want to enter the corridor?" Nodding, Vaughn responded, "If you're okay with it, I would like to enter the corridor. I'm currently trying to get as strong as possible as quickly." Interrupting Vaughn, Konako offered a curt all right before making her way over the pile of clothes and digging through them in search of a cosplay outfit reminiscent of something a middle schooler would wear in anime. The top was white with red trim and had class and name written across the chest, while the bottoms were form-fitting red buruma with 2 white stripes on each side. All things considered, it was a more practical outfit than her comparably restrictive Kyoa Academy girl's uniform, so once she completed it with a pair of red fingerless gloves and crawled onto his lap, Vaughn transported them to the corridor for a full night, approximating 2.5 days of training with just the two of them. Chapter 24, Trust. "Wouldn't you rather sleep in a sleeping bag?" asked Vaughn, not minding too much but feeling weird with Konako straddling his lap, her upper body nestled with his shirt. "NN. This is good," responded Konako, punctuating her words by licking the center of Vaughn's chest. "Well, if you say so," muttered Vaughn, caressing Konako's back through his shirt before closing his eyes and leaning his head back. Konako liked sitting on his lap, so when it came time for them to rest, he purchased a comfortable lens-shaped lounge chair from the shop, allowing her to sit and occasionally squirm atop him as he focused on restoring his stamina and relaxing his mind using his aura conversion and meditation skills. Noticing what Vaughn was doing, Konako closed her eyes within his shirt and focused on breathing, the beating of his heart, and the flow of energy within him. This was the actual reason she wanted inside of his shirt, well, one of them, and the longer he breathed, the more synchronized their two respective auras became. "It's different, but he's definitely using senjutsu," noted Konako, inhaling several deep breaths of Vaughn's calming aroma. Ordinarily, she would find the notion of him using senjutsu disgusting, but the way he used it was so natural, it made her feel calm and safe just being near him. It was strange, but it reminded her of napping on a tree branch or basking in the sun on a cool spring day. Catching Vaughn a little off guard, Konako, rather abruptly, asked, "Will you come to save me like you did last night in the future?" "I will try," responded Vaughn, unable to offer any guarantees but certain he would never stand by and watch harm he could prevent from befalling her. "Even if I become a monster?" asked Konako, sensing Vaughn's concern and desire to protect her, sentiments that compelled her to lick his chest and rub her face against him. "I won't let you become a monster." asserted Vaughn, unsure what Konako was talking about but determined to help her through whatever it was, for both her sake and Rias's. I believe you, muttered Konako, her tongue becoming notably rougher as what appeared to be a tail covered in white fur unfurled out of the gap between her cotton shirt and bloomers. Vaughn noticed this but pretended not, presuming it was what Konako was referring to when she mentioned becoming a monster. She must be self-conscious about it, concluded Vaughn, closing his eyes and caressing Konako's back. Something soft and ticklish grazed against him beneath his shirt, but he didn't ask what it was or question why she had started to produce a low, purring sound. Rub my butt, said Konako, causing Vaughn to, once again, open his eyes. Various questions entered his mind, but when he noticed her cat-like tail swishing behind her, looking fluffy and agitated, he eventually complied, finding it much smaller than Rias's but still extraordinarily soft and, as he squeezed it, very springy. I don't know why, but you make me want to be perverted, revealed Konako, leaving Vaughn a little speechless as she dragged her sandpaper-like tongue across his left pec before adding, you can grab me harder. I'm tough, remember? Sure, responded Vaughn, putting more strength into his hands, causing Konako's tail to reactively flicker and straighten out as she issued a faint, nasally groan that caused his cheeks to tint red. Fortunately, other than squeezing her butt, that was the only request Konako made of him as she spent nearly an hour licking the center of his chest until it became tender and raw. After their 2.5-day stint in the corridor, Vaughn and Konako returned to her apartment, very real cat ears adorning the sides of her head as she looked at him and suggested, let's take a bath. A bath, and not a shower, asked Vaughn, perking up slightly as he was far fonder of baths than showers. Rias preferred the latter, however, so ever since he moved in with her, that was all they had taken. He wasn't complaining, as he greatly enjoyed his showers with Rias, but he missed sinking into a warm bath and allowing the tension to leave his body as just his mouth and rose remained above the water's surface. Let's go, responded Konako, peeling off her top, using her toes to remove her feet from her shoes, and then stripping off her bloomers and underwear, leaving her in just a bra and socks. She didn't need his help in the slightest, but she had Vaughn undo the clasp of the former before taking a seat on her bed, unhurriedly sliding her hands down her calves to peel off her socks while monitoring his reaction. Do you like it when I look at you? Asked Vaughn, tilting his head slightly. I do, confirmed Konako, taking a moment to lean backward onto her elbows, pulling her feet up onto the bed and spreading her legs wide as she asked, do you like looking at me, with her white tail curled up and covering her crotch in a way that somehow gave the impression of being lewder than if she had just presented it openly. You're very cute, confirmed Vaughn, his expression and tone flat as he added, but I think you need to grow more before we can do anything more than we have. I don't want to hurt you. Lady Rias also warned me that it was probably too early, revealed Konako, placing her right hand on her diaphragm and caressing her lower abdomen with her left as she closed her eyes and muttered, but my body is burning, and my chest and tummy feel hungry. I think I might be going into heat. Responding to Vaughn's confusion, Sis dutifully explained, heat, or estrus, is a regular period of sexual receptivity and fertility experienced by many female animals, particularly mammals. Miss Konako appears to be what is known as a Nikomata, a species of cat yukai that has gained increasing popularity in Japanese media. Cats in the Northern Hemisphere typically go into heat between March and September, so it's not entirely out of the question she is experiencing something similar after her transformation. Is there anything I can do about it? Asked Vaughn, quickly adding, other than the obvious. Well, she is clearly in pain, remarked Sis, sharing Vaughn's vision of Konako staring at him, the upper half of her face red and her breathing becoming increasingly labored as the tip of her tail twitched and curled as she gripped it with both hands and pulled it toward her chest. Realizing what Sis was suggesting, Vaughn, his gaze never leaving Konako's, asked, is that even possible?
Similar to a devil, your power and form are influenced by your desires, Vaughn. If you acknowledge that she's in pain and sincerely wish to alleviate it, there's no reason for it not to work, explained Sis. I see. Muttered Vaughn, making Konako think he was responding to her admission of going into heat. When he subsequently approached her, she felt like her heart was going to burst out of her chest, her legs spreading as far as the bed's surface allowed as Vaughn replaced her left hand on her abdomen with his right. To her surprise, rather than feeling more excited, the yearning in her body abruptly vanished, replaced by a feeling of calm as Vaughn, sporting a rapidly flushing face, smiled and stated, "Let's wait a while longer." "What did you do?" asked Konako, tilting her head curiously. "I took away your pain and transferred it to myself," revealed Vaughn, his smile cramping and tiny beads of sweat appearing on his forehead as he wondered how Konako had been able to restrain herself at all. Thankfully, the pervasive heat he was experiencing was only temporary, allowing him to retain his composure as his body rapidly expelled the excess heat from his pores. "I see," responded Konako, reminding Vaughn of himself from a moment prior before she adopted a faint smile, adding, "You're a good person." "I try to be," confirmed Vaughn, nodding. Then, as it felt like the right thing to do, he picked Konako up in a bridal carry, causing the faint smile on her face to become marginally more pronounced as she nestled her forehead against his chest, closed her eyes, and muttered, "I will eat a lot and grow as quickly as I can. I look forward to it," responded Vaughn, not sure how else to respond as he felt like it was inevitable that he and Konako would have sex. Rather, if Rias had her way, she was just one of 7 girls he would share his heart with. Fortunately, at least for now, Konako was very compact, allowing her to fit in with room to spare. "Good morning, you two. Was your evening fruitful?" asked Rias, beaming as Vaughn and Konako arrived at the club room via the latter's teleportation magic. Before Vaughn could answer, Konako surprised everyone present, including him, Rias, and Akeno, by firmly stating, "I'm going to marry Vaughn and have his babies." "Good. I was hoping you might," affirmed Rias, adopting an expression reminiscent of a proud mother as she got up from her desk, approached, and embraced both Vaughn's and Konako's heads, whispering, "It's always been my dream to have a big family." Before releasing them. "I never expected Konako-chan to get the jump on me," remarked Akeno, cupping her right cheek and adopting a narrow-eyed, seductive smile as she contended, "I'll need to try harder if I don't want to get relegated to the position of third wife or mistress." "We can sort things like that in the future," said Rias. "For now, Vaughn and I need to conduct our morning ritual, so please give us at least 10 minutes of undisturbed privacy." "Of course. Have fun, you two. NN. With Akeno and Konako departing after their affirmative responses, Vaughn abruptly found himself alone with Rias. In response, she sat on the edge of her desk and pulled up her feet rather than leaning against it, her legs forming an M shape with wide arches as she playfully hummed, "Time for you to charge my batteries, big boy." Though he was confused by Rias's words, Vaughn felt he had a good idea of what she wanted from him, compelling him to approach and draw her hips flush against him before moving them to the corridor, turning 10 minutes into 65. It might be a little late to be asking this now, but where exactly does Vaughn fit into the equation between devils, angels, and fallen angels? Asked Issei, leaning back with his left hand for support and an onigiri in his right as everyone sat in a circle, taking a break from exploration to eat and recuperate their stamina. "Why do you ask?" asked Rias, similarly curious about Vaughn's origins but no longer concerned about them. He was kind, had exceptional potential, and, as far as she was concerned, he was fated to be her future husband consort. Where he came from didn't matter nearly as much as where they were headed together. "No real reason," responded Issei. "It's just that I remember you saying that Akeno-san was a queen, Kaiba-kun is a knight, and Konako-chan is a rook. You never said what Vaughn was, but when I asked, he mentioned he was still human." I guess I'm just confused about how a human can be so powerful or have access to a place like this. It's because I'm not from this world," answered Vaughn, causing Issei's eyes to widen while everyone else took it in stride, barely reacting in the slightest but paying close attention as he explained, "The world I'm from was similar to this one, but there were a lot of differences. For one, while there were countries like the United States and Japan, there was nothing like devils, angels, and fallen angels. How I came to be in this world isn't something I can explain, but as far as where I fit in is concerned, I'm right where I'm meant to be." With Vaughn directing his final few words at her, Rias's expression softened into a narrow-eyed smile. Had they been alone, she might have pounced on him right there and then. Instead, she made a mental note to give him an extra special reward once they retired to their room for the night. More accurately, she and Akeno would be rewarding him together. Chapter 25, Pact. After the most incredible night of his life thus far, Vaughn couldn't help feeling distracted throughout class. He had been apprehensive at the start, but with Rias encouraging him and Akeno making it very clear she desired him, he ended up making her the focus of his lovemaking as the former observed them like she was taking notes. "Hey, you good, man?" asked Issei, waiting until the end of the second period, when the girls left from gym class and the boys had a free period, to ask what was on Vaughn's mind. "I'm great," responded Vaughn, shaking his head and meeting Issei's gaze with a smile as he confessed, "I'm just a little overwhelmed. What about you? You were late to class yesterday, and you've seemed distracted ever since." Losing his smile and exhaling from his nose, Issei revealed, "It's because I came across this super cute and gentle girl named Asia. The problem is that she's a nun affiliated with the church, so even though I said I would be her friend, Rias-senpai said I should avoid her." "I mean, you have been attacked twice in less than a week," reminded Vaughn, smiling as he appended, "but if the two of you are able to set aside your differences to remain friends despite your conflicting backgrounds, I think that would be a good thing. Rias is just concerned because you give her reasons to be. Well, it's not like I mean to make her worry," contended Issei, rubbing the back of his head and smiling awkwardly before dropping his hand and adopting a more sincere expression as he expressed, "But, thanks, man. I honestly expected you to tell me to stay away from Asia as well since you seem to be pretty die-hard for Rias-senpai." "This and that are two separate issues," asserted Vaughn, shaking his head as he explained, "I don't really care about things like sides. If people can get along, that's infinitely better than fighting. You should be careful, but if you and this Asia girl can be friends, I think you should be." "Right on," exclaimed Issei, rising to his feet and pumping his left fist, causing a crimson gauntlet with gold, horn-like blades sticking out of the sides and a large green gemstone and red gemstone to appear before he hastily concealed it with his body. Fortunately, Rias had anticipated that Issei might have trouble controlling or concealing his power, so the same method used to prevent people from noticing the changes in his physical appearance was used to make people disregard what happened or what was said when he and Issei were interacting. "Sorry, Issei, but Konako, once again, has multiple concurrent summon requests. Could I ask that you lighten her load and take care of at least one of them?" asked Rias, perusing a clipboard while modeling a pair of square-shaped, red-rimmed glasses. "Sure thing, President. Just leave it to me," responded Issei, feeling pumped after spending hours pummeling monsters and looting all kinds of unique and interesting items in the corridor of intertwined fates. One such item was a bra that could purportedly promote breast development, and though Konako had punched him in the liver when he tried giving it to her, Issei was excited by the possibility of gifting it to the first member of the harem he aspired to create. "Excellent. Here's the address," said Rias, adopting a faint smile as she handed Issei a slip of paper, expressing, "I'm counting on you, Issei. Do your best to secure a contract this time, okay?" "Do I have to ride my bike?" asked Issei, his previously excited smile cramping as he read the client's address. He was too weak to execute a transfer alone, but if someone accompanied him like during the previous night's hunt,
they would be saving him a 30-minute trip, and that was if he pedaled as fast as he could. Your sacred gear is the physical enhancing type, reminded Rias. The stronger your physique becomes, the more effective its power. You only recently became a devil and lived a fairly sedentary lifestyle before that, so this is a good opportunity to improve your cardio and stamina. Just try not to keep the client waiting too long, okay? Yes, ma'am. Responded Issei, visibly deflating as he left the club room with drooping arms and shoulders. He wanted to argue that he got more than enough exercise in the corridor, but that was sadly not true. Just as the injuries they sustained inside disappeared the moment they exited, so too did things like muscle fatigue. That meant that even if they built a gym on the inside, it wouldn't facilitate them getting 6 times the gains, just as using healing magic to recover from muscle fatigue effectively invalidated the effort that led to it. And there he goes, muttered Rias, breathing a faint sigh of relief before looking to the sofa where Vaughn was seated next to Konako, his expression set in a frown as Kaiba, seated across from him, schooled him in a game of chess. Kaiba, once you finish your match, please tell Issei. That boy seems to be a magnet for trouble, said Rias, shifting her gaze to Konako as she added, and Konako, please don't keep your clients waiting. Your retention rate is very high, but we've received multiple complaints. Of course, responded Kaiba, causing Vaughn's expression to turn gloomy as he promptly placed him into check. Though he could easily defeat Kaiba with Sis's help, Vaughn viewed the game as an opportunity to hone his mind and strategic capabilities. Thus, even though he felt like flipping the table, he did his best to stay calm, his gaze focused on the board, but his thoughts pivoting to Konako as she exhaled a faint sigh and leaned her head against his shoulder. Briefly looking to his right and finding Konako staring off into space with a clearly reluctant expression, Vaughn turned his attention to Rias, frowning as he asked, is the client's satisfaction more important than the feelings of the devils they summon? Konako doesn't enjoy being perved on or being made to pose for lewd photos, and I know this may be selfish considering how new I am to all of this, but I really don't want people summoning you or Akeno either. Vaughn, muttered Konako, a faint smile adorning her face as she rubbed her head against his shoulder. Exhaling a faint sigh from her nose, Rias leaned forward with her elbows on her desk, linking her fingers together as she stated, I appreciate your desire to protect us, and I'm also not particularly fond of lewd requests, but this is just the way things are, Vaughn. Devils feed off human desires to sustain their existences and grow. I want to respect your feelings, I really do, but if we simply cease forming contracts, our power and lifespans will deteriorate until we eventually crumple to dust. Frowning deeper, Vaughn countered Rias's argument by proposing, then form a contract with me, I will give you all the spirit energy and life force you require. Then you would only need to form contracts with people who make reasonable requests. How bold, hummed Akeno, finding Vaughn's earnestness and desire to protect and monopolize them adorable. It's certainly possible for us to form a contract, confirmed Rias, sitting back in her chair and crossing her arms as she contended, but it would be difficult for a single human, no matter how exceptional they might be, to sustain multiple devils long term. It would also negatively impact your growth, so we can attempt it if you insist, but... I insist, said Vaughn, his expression and tone firm. As the vessel for the path, he possessed a functionally infinite lifespan, meaning his life force was just as boundless. And if it meant protecting those he had grown to care about, there were few sacrifices he wasn't willing to make. Oh, Vaughn! Sighed Rias, her previously firm expression developing into a helpless and affectionate smile. She couldn't help thinking he was getting in over his head and being too considerate, but whenever he stared at her with such sincere resolution, she simply didn't have the heart to refuse or tell him he was pushing himself too hard. Having made up her mind, Rias narrowed her eyes and proposed, then, how about this? You can start by forging a contract with Konako. If the burden on your spirit and body isn't too noticeable, you can try contacting Kaiba or Akeno in a few weeks' time. If even that doesn't seriously impact your daily life, growth, and activities, you and I can consider forming one by the end of this year, just don't be too surprised if the terms happen to include marriage." Exhaling a faint snort, Vaughn adopted an almost cheeky smile and asked, "Why would I be surprised? Everything I'm doing is to ensure we can be together forever. You've just given me more to look forward to. You're becoming quite the charmer," hummed Rias, feeling a growing sense of yearning within her heart and a place much lower. However, as it was presently the time for club activities and she fully expected that Issei would get into more trouble as he adjusted to his new life as a devil, she just adjusted her position to be more comfortable as she asked, "So, what will the terms of your contract with Konako be? I'm curious." "As am I," appended Kaiba, rising to his feet as he expressed, "but since a fair amount of time has passed, I should head out and see that Issei-kun reaches his client and home safely." "Have fun, you four." "All right. Have a good night, Kaiba. And thank you for agreeing to look after Issei for me," said Rias. "As your knight, it is my honor," responded Kaiba, offering Rias a courteous bow before raising his head and directing a wink at Vaughn before departing the room. "Kaiba is such a considerate boy," hummed Akeno. "He truly is," appended Rias, sporting a proud, almost motherly smile before turning her attention to Vaughn and Konako. Making her intentions clear, Konako, in response to Vaughn looking at her, plainly stated, "I want to do perverted things." "Don't we already do perverted things?" asked Vaughn, his smile cramping slightly as the words felt awkward on his lips. "We do," confirmed Konako, nodding. "But since it's a contract, you need to make me do perverted things. If we do it normally, it won't count as an exchange." "Oh, I see," responded Vaughn, suddenly feeling a bit sheepish with Rias and Akeno observing him with amused smiles and Konako staring at him, unblinking, with her large, expectant golden eyes. "You could ask her to become your pet cat," suggested Sis, her words arriving like a lifeline as Vaughn struggled with the notion of making Konako do perverted things. "Is that really okay?" asked Vaughn, swallowing hard as Konako produced a faint jiaine sound while waiting to hear his response. "You won't know unless you try," responded Sis. "However, based on your interactions and this morning's events, there is a 92.84% possibility she will find the proposition novel, if not exciting." Choosing to trust in Sis's words, as even the thought of telling Konako to do perverted things was overwhelming, Vaughn forced a cramped smile and said, "I want you to become my pet cat." Showing the most emotion Vaughn had ever seen her exhibit, Konako's eyes became as round as saucers while Rias and Akeno uttered, "Oh, my! And how daring!" from the side. Though innumerable questions regarding the specifics of Vaughn's request appeared in her mind, Konako's expression regained its usual impassivity but with notably reddened cheeks as she responded, "I agree, but only if I get to be a naughty kitten." "Sure," responded Vaughn, swallowing a second time as Konako gradually turned her body, her left hand grasping the back of his shirt and her right resting on his inner right thigh as she whispered, "Because Konako wants to do naughty things with Master, Naya." Before raising her face to lick his cheek, the roughness of her tongue heralding the fluffy white ears and tail that protruded from her head and above her butt. Chapter 26, Request. "This feels so wrong," thought Vaughn, his expression a mask of calm, but his face beat red as Konako, lying across his lap and propped up by his left forearm, enthusiastically licked and suckled his right index and middle fingers. Their contract permitted her to consume his essence directly, and sucking it out through the fingers was evidently one of the least perverse methods. "Master's life force, it's so big," Konako mewled, her face even redder than Vaughn's as she hugged his hand to her chest and added, "Konako can feel her insides expanding, it's too much, Naya." Though Vaughn assumed Konako was just being lewd, Rias and Akeno were genuinely surprised, their brows rising quite a bit as the former asked, "Is that true, Konako? Have you already reached your limit?" Noticing Vaughn's confusion, Akeno explained, "Devils have an upper limit on the amount of demonic energy their body can contain at any one time,
influenced by their pedigree and various additional factors. Under normal circumstances, even a low-class devil would need to drain several dozen humans in quick succession to reach their limit, and the process can take anywhere from several minutes to an hour, depending on the health of the person supplying their life force. The fact Konako has already reached her limit in only a few minutes indicates she wasn't holding back, yet here you are, looking just as healthy and handsome as always. It does make sense, though, affirmed Rias. After all, no ordinary human could endure relations with multiple devils for an entire evening. If I didn't periodically get to see his peacefully sleeping face and poke his cheeks, I would think his stamina was inexhaustible. That's because it is, contended Vaughn, caressing Konako's abdomen as he met the markedly more mature devil's gazes and stated, I only need to sleep to reset my mind. I can get tired, but my stamina replenishes so quickly, I can fight and train indefinitely as long as I don't seriously injure myself. Oh? Then do you want to try contracting a keno now? Asked Rias, her blue eyes glistening with intrigue. A keno's capacity was tens of times that of Konako's, but since Vaughn didn't appear even a little worse for wear, she was curious to ascertain what his limits were. Era? Will Vaughn-sama also make me his pet? Asked Akeno, narrowing her sleepy eyes into one of the most seductive yet terrifying expressions Vaughn had ever seen. Recalling how intimate he and Akeno had been the previous night, Vaughn found himself at a momentary loss in response to her query. He felt there wasn't much she wouldn't readily agree to, even without a contract, so he just stared at her for several seconds until Rias proposed, since you will potentially become her primary or sole contractor, have her pledge loyalty to you as her second master. You can also request that she becomes your wife, but I won't allow you two to marry before we do. Is that an option? Asked Vaughn, directing the question at Akeno. Beaming in amusement, Akeno reminded, what a contractor requests is entirely up to them. The only restriction is your ability to provide sufficient payment, but since I want to serve and become your bride, the price will be no more than what you are willing to award me. Then, I want you to become mine, said Vaughn, forgetting to specify that he wanted her to become his bride. He was going to correct himself, but before he could, Akeno's smile broadened into a narrow-eyed expression of euphoria as she hummed, request approved in a silky, sensual tone before making her way over to him. In the process of moving it out of the way, she nearly sent the coffee table between the two sofas crashing into the club room's entrance, but Vaughn only looked over at it briefly before he met her gaze, staring up at him with an expectant smile as she sat in seiza on the floor. With Konako promptly removing herself from his lap without him needing to ask, Vaughn intended to extend the fingers of his right hand for Akeno to suckle, but the slight narrowing of her eyes as he did so made it clear she had a different extraction method in mind. Thus, while it was more than a little awkward with Konako sitting next to him, observing his actions with an unwavering, unblinking gaze, he undid his belt, scooted forward to the edge of the cushion he was sitting on, and let Akeno extract his life force using the second most direct method. Feeling a sudden and drastic increase in Issei's stress levels, Rias, who was midway through seating herself onto Vaughn's lap to confirm her own contract with him, adopted a prominent frown, remarking, I need to put a leash on that boy. Seeing Rias abruptly rise, confusion marred Vaughn's face as he asked, did something happen? Instead of immediately responding to Vaughn, Rias, retrieving and donning her panties, said, Akeno, please prepare a gate, before turning to him to explain, Issei appears to have gotten himself into more trouble. You and Konako should go and play at her place for a bit. We'll continue this in our room later. With Akeno having already prepared the gate, Rias made her way over and gave Vaughn a parting kiss before departing immediately after. Devils were remarkably durable, and she trusted that Kaiba could hold his own, but if she wanted to guarantee avoid a scenario where she had to treat Issei using a similar method as before, she needed to prevent him from sustaining serious injury. There they go, muttered Vaughn, deflating atop the sofa as he was once again reminded that he needed to get much stronger or, at the very least, learn how to teleport. NN. But your naughty kitten, Konakonian,
is still here," said Konako, making Vaughn feel a lot better as she abruptly licked his right cheek and began grooming his hairline near his right ear. He was a little surprised when she used her right hand to resurrect his lower half, but he didn't stop her as, during their bath, she had tentatively asked if he was okay being with girls who were much older than him. When he asked why, she confided that she was not only older than her appearance suggested but that she also had a twin sister he should avoid at all costs. Ceasing her grooming behavior, Konako rubbed her head against Vaughn's cheek, her golden eyes glistening with desire as she suggested, "Master should transport us to the corridor, Naya, Konakonian wants to spend a lot more time with him." "Sure. I could use some stress relief," responded Vaughn, not expecting that, as a result of his words, he would be spending the next hour staring at Konako's bottom, swaying about in front of his face as she attempted to follow Akeno's example. "Issei's luck is something else," muttered Vaughn, enjoying the feeling of soaking in a large porcelain tub with Rias reclining against him. It was a bit silly, but his request for her was to take baths together, so that's what they were doing as she recounted how a stray exorcist had killed Issei's contractor and, to make matters exceptionally more complicated, how the nun he wanted to befriend, Asia, was the man's accomplice. "It's baffling, that's what it is," muttered Rias, closing her eyes, exhaling an exasperated sigh, and shaking her head. She knew Issei wasn't at fault for any of the events he had been involved in, but ever since he became a member of her peerage, it felt like he was continuously getting into things he shouldn't be involved with, mandating constant supervision. Without it, he would have died no fewer than 4 times in a single week. Catching Vaughn a little off guard, causing him to feel a wide array of very positive emotions, Rias entrusted her weight to him completely and said, "I'm glad you're here with me, Vaughn. I honestly don't know what I would have done had you not arrived. It's like you were sent here specifically to solve all my problems." "I don't mind if you think that," responded Vaughn, his voice lower than usual as he removed his right hand, which had been folded on top of her diaphragm with his left, to caress and gently cradle her lower abdomen. Nothing was growing in it just yet, but his intuition and Sis assured him it wouldn't be long, so long as he and Rias both desired a child. "Then that is precisely what I'll do," muttered Rias, placing her hand over Vaughn's and smiling. She ordinarily avoided conventional baths as her long hair, which extended nearly to the back of her knees, tended to get in the way. With Vaughn filling her with a lot more than just life force, however, she felt that even bathing in mud would be endurable so long as he was there holding her. "Please allow me to train using the corridor," exclaimed Issei, leaving Vaughn a little taken aback after the brown-haired youth dragged him to an area behind the central school building before appealing to him with his head lowered and hands clasped, rubbing together. "I let you train using it every day," reminded Vaughn. "I know that," responded Issei, raising his head with a mix of emotions ranging from pain to frustration visible in his eyes as he explained, "but I'm way too weak right now. I know you have better things to do than to humor me, but if you could just let me use it for a few nights, I can't even put into words how much I would appreciate it." "I heard about what happened from Rias," revealed Vaughn, his expression serious as he asked, "You want to save that Asia girl, right?" "That's right," confirmed Issei, a glimmer of rage building in the depths of his eyes as he explained, "Asia isn't a bad person, Vaughn. She even put herself in harm's way to prevent that psycho bastard of an exorcist from trying to kill me. My instinct tells me she's gotten entangled in something she never wanted to be involved with, so I have to do something. He reminds me of an anime protagonist," thought Vaughn, exhaling a faint sigh. Objectively speaking, Issei was being a complete idiot, but heroes were heroes specifically because they stood against the grain and never gave up even where others would have quit. "Does your house have a spare bedroom?" asked Vaughn, causing Issei's to light up as he confirmed, "We do. But are you really okay with coming over to my place? I'm already inconveniencing you a lot as is." "It's more convenient for both of us if I do," responded Vaughn, appending, "Besides, if I'm already present at the scene,
I won't have to worry about being left behind when Rias invariably has to come and save you. In his mind. Great. Then we'll head over after club activities, exclaimed Issei, feeling happy to have made such a considerate friend. He still envied and slightly resented Vaughn for hoarding all the girls in the orc, but he was more than happy to let bygones be bygones if their emergency training enabled him to save Asia. And since Vaughn himself was pretty strong, they could maybe even team up together and launch a raid on the abandoned church where Asia was being kept, just the two of them. Someone as handsome as you is friends with our son? Asked a woman with tired, hazel eyes and dark brown hair fixed into a ponytail with loose bangs, her expression one of open-mouthed incredulity as her son, Issei, introduced Vaughn to her and her husband. Is he blackmailing you? Asked a thin, incredibly lanky, glasses-wearing man with notably gaunt features, slight facial stubble, beady brown eyes, and spiky brown hair reminiscent of Issei's but significantly shorter with a receding hairline. He was Issei's father, Hyudo Goro, and like his wife, Hyudo Miki, he couldn't believe his son had a friend who wasn't a weirdo or an irredeemable pervert. Fortunately, this didn't stop them from giving Vaughn permission to stay the night, giving the latter his first look at Issei's room, covered in posters of scantily clad anime heroines and inhabited by dozens of action figures and many more figurines. Chapter 27, Stance. Mind if I make a suggestion? Asked Vaughn, looking around Issei's room, his gaze settling on things like his multiple figurines of scantily clad anime girls, the spine of a magazine sticking out from under his mattress, and a waste bin near his computer station, filled with crumpled tissues. Sure, what's up? Asked Issei, opening his closet to reveal even more figurines and various boxes as he retrieved a spare futon from within. Before you bring a girl here, you might want to change your decor a bit, stated Vaughn. I'm no expert, but I can't imagine too many girls would feel comfortable or confident you have their best interests in mind if they saw this. You have a point. Conceded Issei, joining Vaughn in looking around his room. He wouldn't have humored the idea of reorganizing even a week prior, but now that he had become a devil and the likelihood of him having a harem had increased from null to possible, there was merit in making his room a place girls could feel comfortable. Deciding to shelve the idea for later, Issei plopped the futon Vaughn would be using onto the ground as he asked, so, what's the plan? I take point, and you provide support. You're not the only one who wants to become stronger, reminded Vaughn. Also, you won't be fighting monsters. Before Issei would ask what he meant, Vaughn held up and gripped his left hand into a fist. The moment he did so, a crimson magic circle appeared a short distance away, spinning in the air random axes until Kaiba, followed a moment later by Konako, appeared. We meet again. Good evening, Vaughn, Issei, said Kaiba, offering his usual friendly smile. NN. Master. Muttered Konako, her gaze locking onto Vaughn before she left Issei feeling immensely envious as she approached and wrapped her arms around him, nuzzling his diaphragm. Cupping the back of Konako's head, Vaughn cradled and caressed it as he looked between Kaiba and Issei, settling on the latter as he stated, since the stray exorcist you faced wielded a sword and a gun, I requested Kaiba to serve as your sparring partner. Even my body tenses up when facing an enemy with a weapon, and I have much more experience than you. Facing him will help you overcome or push through that fear, allowing you to fight more effectively. Makes sense, conceded Issei, nodding. A not-so-small part of him felt that it wasn't fair for Vaughn to get to explore and spend time with Konako while he was stuck with Kaiba, but since the former was doing him a solid by not only allowing him to use the corridor but securing him a sparring partner, he kept his admittedly petty indignation to himself. After making arrangements to make it look like they were sleeping soundly, just in case his parents came by to check on them in the middle of the night, Vaughn transported everyone to the starting zone of the first stratum's 7th floor. They had discovered checkpoints further in, but since there was more space at the starting and end zones, they were the best places to set up camp and move about comfortably. All right, we'll see you two in a day or two, said Vaughn, stalling mid-sentence as Konako,
wearing her gym uniform, abruptly crawled up his back and onto his shoulders, hugging his head as she said, "Let's go." With a hint of urgency in her tone. "Take care, you two," said Kaiba, maintaining his smile as he raised his right hand and waved at Vaughn's and Konako's departing figures. Issei sported a slight frown at the sight, but when Kaiba turned to him and asked if he was ready to begin, his expression became one of spirited determination as he punched his right fist into his left hand and answered, "Let's do this," with vigor. With Konako guiding him using her extrasensory perception and superior Nico Shao senses, Vaughn didn't even need to confer with his map to locate enemies. It was actually pretty distracting having it in the periphery of his vision all the time, so since they weren't deliberately trying to explore new regions, he had it turned off, enjoying the experience of having a girl ride his shoulders despite the heat on the back of his neck. "This is new," remarked Vaughn, standing before a vine-covered stone gate at the end of a long, hedge maze-like corridor. Doors and gateways were common in the corridor of intertwined fates, typically granting access to checkpoints or spacious rooms inhabited by conspicuous treasure chests, but this was his and Konako's first time coming across a door with a black cat symbol on the facade, reminiscent of her hairpins. As there was text on the gate, indecipherable to Konako but perfectly legible to him, Vaughn read aloud, "Beyond lies the domain of the secret boss, Black Cat's fragmented memory. Restrictions, a minimum of 2 people and only Von Mason and Tujao Konako may enter." "I don't like this place," said Konako, squeezing Vaughn's head tightly as she asked, "Can we go someplace else?" "Yeah, of course," responded Vaughn, curious about what lay beyond the door but not so much that he was willing to risk Konako's peace of mind to enter. He did, however, ask Sis to take note of its location on the map, just in case they wished to return later. "Have you gotten bigger?" asked Vaughn, staring at Konako's chest as she straddled him in the tub he produced from his inventory and filled using a large blue gemstone that produced warm water when supplied with magical energy. "NNNNN." Konakonian told Master she would focus on growing quickly. Confirmed Konako, rolling her hips slowly from front to back so as not to disturb the water too much as she rubbed her most intimate place against Vaughn's. "And that's something you can just choose to do?" asked Vaughn, aware that a devil's appearance was influenced by their desires and self-image, but seeing it in practice was a bit disconcerting. "Is something wrong?" asked Konako, tilting her head to stare at Vaughn with a curious expression. "MMM. It might sound strange considering how much my appearance has changed in the past week, but it makes me feel weird knowing that you're changing yourself for me," explained Vaughn. "Then, should I stay as I am?" asked Konako, dropping her impassively cutesy act. Shaking his head, Vaughn responded, "Sorry, I'm just being weird. As long as it's something you want to do, I won't stop you." Staring intently at Vaughn's face for several seconds, Konako surprised him by proposing, "I could maintain my outward appearance and just change my insides. There are a lot of devils who maintain cute appearances, but most of them are in the peerages of perverts." "Well, I'm not a pervert," contended Vaughn, adopting a slight pout that caused a faint smile to develop across Konako's face as she noted, "It's okay to be a little perverted. Just don't end up like Issei." Before shifting back to the opposite end of the tub and using her feet to stimulate his not-so-little brother. "I would never become like Issei," affirmed Vaughn, his gaze lowering to Konako's feet as she made skillful use of her arches and toes to caress what Rias playfully anointed his devil-slaying Longinus. It wasn't nearly as stimulating as some of the things he had experienced, but since baths were a time to relax, he allowed himself to enjoy it while using the big toe of his right foot to return the favor. Though Kaiba and Konako offered to teleport him back to the club room once they exited the corridor, Vaughn politely declined their offers since he felt it would be weird if he didn't show up for breakfast. Kaiba informed him they could use devil magic to make it so that Issei's parents didn't recall he had ever dropped by, but since Vaughn wasn't comfortable with messing with people's heads, he enjoyed his meal with the Hyuda family before he and Issei set out for the academy. "Hey, thanks again for last night,"
I'm envious that you got to spend the entire time with Konako-chan, but I really appreciate you lending me the corridor and helping with my training," expressed Issei, walking with his hands behind his head and his brown book bag dangling from his left as he stared into the distance at nothing in particular. "You're welcome," responded Vaughn, choosing to leave it at that instead of saying that Issei didn't need to thank him. He considered the members of Rias's peerage his found family, so while Issei had some predilections he didn't approve of, Vaughn wouldn't shy from lending him a hand. "Issei-san." Garnering both Issei's and Vaughn's attentions, a petite, demure-looking girl with long blonde hair, a distinctive ahogue, and large green eyes tentatively called out to the former. Her clothing, consisting of a white, turquoise-trimmed veil and a dark teal nun outfit with a white lace collar, tiny blue ribbon, and broad sleeves with white and gold trim, made it apparent that she was affiliated with the church, so while it was their inaugural meeting, Vaughn immediately extrapolated that the girl was Asia Argento, aka the girl that Issei wanted to save. Recovering from his initial stupor, Issei's expression rapidly transitioned from surprise to relief before quickly settling on reticence as he avoided Asia's gaze and muttered, "Asia-chan, I'm glad you're okay." "Thank you," responded Asia, adopting a sad smile that didn't quite reach her eyes as she turned her attention to Vaughn and questioned, "And who might you be, kind-looking sir?" "A friend of Issei-san's? My name is Asia Argento." "Vaughn Mason," replied Vaughn, deciding to get straight to the heart of the matter as he adopted a serious expression and asked, "Are you in danger, Asia-chan?" Surprised by Vaughn's words, Asia blinked several times, her eyes wide and round before she adopted a forced smile and replied, "Thank you for your concern, Vaughn-san, but I don't want to get you or Issei-san involved in my problems." "Asia," muttered Issei, his expression morphing into a frown as he balled his hands into fists and asserted, "We're already involved. And it's obvious the people you're involved with are just using you, so you should run away and come with us. We can protect you." Though she greatly appreciated what Issei was saying, causing her eyes to glisten with moisture, Asia forced an even more prominent smile as she expressed, "Thank you, Issei-san, but I don't want to cause you any more trouble or see you get hurt. I'm not sure what path led to you becoming a devil, but I can tell you're a good person. Thank you for agreeing to be my friend, even if only for a short while. It made me very happy." "Are you an idiot?" asked Vaughn, interrupting Issei, who was also beginning to tear up. "Vaughn-san?" asked Asia, taken aback by the firmness of his tone and the content of his question. "If you're not happy or other people are using you, enduring it, even if it's to protect others, is never the solution," growled Vaughn, a glimmer of gold appearing in the depths of his eyes as he asserted, "even if it's difficult or places other people in jeopardy, you have to oppose those who would use you to serve evil ends. Allowing them to do as they please only motivates them to do worse in the future." Taking a step back due to Vaughn's intensity, Asia wanted to argue with or try to dissuade him but found herself unable to. The absolute certitude of his words cut straight through her, so while she didn't want to get others involved or see people hurt because of her, tears began to swell in Asia's eyes, drawing significant attention from those going about their business as she abruptly started bawling, dropping onto her butt and allowing her tears to flow freely as, despite her brave front, she wasn't prepared to die. Chapter 28, Reluctance. After calming her down and relocating someplace less public, Asia and Vaughn got to experience their first taste of fast food before she confided in him and Issei what the stray exorcists and fallen angels had planned for her. She was the possessor of a rare and exceedingly useful sacred gear known as Twilight Healing, granting its owner the ability to treat virtually any non-fatal injury or illness, so the fallen angels were preparing a ritual to extract it from her body, one which would invariably result in her death. Understandably, Vaughn and Issei were incensed to learn the truth, but the former couldn't help remarking, "That doesn't make sense." With a deep, contemplative frown. "What do you mean?" asked Issei, staring at Vaughn as if he had lost his mind. The sacred gear system was developed by God and has been around for thousands of years,
evening the playing field between humans and the supernatural. Reminded Vaughn. If bad guys could just extract them from their original wielders to use as their own, there wouldn't be much reason for devils, fallen angels, or angels to recruit or kill them. They could just kidnap anyone they suspect to have a sacred gear, extract it, and entrust it to one of their existing subordinates. Oh, when you put it like that, it is kind of odd. Muttered Issei, recalling his interaction with the fallen angel, Rainare. If she hadn't revealed what she was and tried to kill him, he could have easily been persuaded to side with the fallen angels. If what Asia was saying was true, he was basically killed for no reason. Smiling wryly, Asia conceded, well, if I'm being honest, I don't know the specifics. That's just what they told me before letting me go, telling me I should enjoy my final day on Earth and prepare my heart to meet with the Father. And is that something you want? Asked Vaughn, his expression stern and focused. Shaking her head, Asia lowered her head and smiled shyly as she replied, what I want is to make friends and share wonderful memories with them. But Then that's what you should do, said Vaughn, leaving Asia no room to offer excuses or somehow justify allowing herself to be sacrificed to further the aims of people she knew to be cruel and wicked. Vaughn's right, appended Issei, his expression serious and his brown eyes blazing with passion as he asserted, you and I are already friends, Asia. I won't just stand and allow you to be sacrificed. I would rather die fighting to prevent it than live with the knowledge I didn't even try. Issei-san, Vaughn-san, muttered Asia, her mouth forming a deep, chin-wrinkling frown in her eyes, once again, becoming moist as a precursor to tears. She didn't feel she had done anything to warrant their kindness and consideration, but she was deeply touched, compelling her to clasp her hands together in prayer. Issei felt discomfort due to his existence as a devil, but he still managed to smile despite the cold sweat breaking out across his body. That said, why don't you come to Kyoha and join Ria-senpai's peerage, proposed Issei. If you become her bishop, we'll be able to fight together and protect you a lot easier. Peerage, repeated Asia, leading to a brief explanation of the chess-like system devils used alongside the standard intrapersonal hierarchies. Unfortunately, while she felt it would be a lot of fun to join such a group, Asia shook her head and asserted, I'm sorry, Issei-san, Vaughn-san. While I appreciate your invitation, I could never abandon my faith and become a devil. The church might have abandoned me, but I know in my heart that the Lord has not. Were that the case, the three of us would not have been able to meet like this. I think you're misunderstanding something, said Vaughn, prompting Asia to stare at him as he revealed, I am not a devil, before turning to Issei and adding, also, you shouldn't advise people to join Rias's peerage. That is a decision only she can make. Surprised by Vaughn's firmness, Issei asked, but isn't that the best way to keep her safe? If we sheltered her normally, the church might try to force us to hand her over. And we can just say no, appended Vaughn. More importantly, while Rias has decided to fill her remaining positions in her peerage with girls, she also expects me to, you know. Though he was briefly confused by Vaughn's words, Issei's eyes eventually widened in realization, his hands and forearms forming a cross as he said, yeah, okay, let's just consider that idea scrapped. Either way, you should still come to Kyoha Academy, Asia. If Vaughn and I ask her together, I'm sure Ria-senpai will agree to shelter you. And if you enroll as a student, a kind girl like you would have no trouble making friends. Is that really okay? Asked Asia, directing the question to Vaughn since he appeared to have more of a level head and superior position to Issei. That made her curious about his identity, but since she could learn more about him later, she didn't ask right there and then. You need to make decisions like that for yourself, said Vaughn. And even if it doesn't always work out, you need to be able to ask for help. Waiting for it to come almost always ends in tragedy. You're right, affirmed Asia, adopting a radiant smile that caused both Vaughn and Issei to feel a little taken aback as she stated, please take me with you. I may not be able to become a devil,
but my twilight healing should prove useful to you and your friends." Seeing Vaughn and Asia staring at each other with clear eyes and varying degrees of a smile, a sense of urgency swelled within Issei. Asia wasn't his girlfriend or anything. In fact, they hadn't even known each other for 3 full days. However, since Vaughn already had Rias, presumably Akeno, and ostensibly even Konako in his harem, Issei felt it wouldn't be fair if he claimed Asia alongside them. Feeling like he needed to make a better impression, Issei adopted his best smile and expressed, "You shouldn't worry about things like being useful. It's enough just being willing to help. If the only reason someone keeps you around is because you're useful to them, they're either bad or not really your friends." "Right," replied Asia, holding up her hands and balling them into tiny fists as she beamed even more radiantly. Fortunately for Issei, Vaughn, thanks to Sis, quickly realized the former was attempting to make himself stand out and keep Asia's attention, so instead of affirming what he had said with a supplementary assertion, he just nodded approvingly. "I see, so that's what they were planning," muttered Rias, sitting back in her chair behind her desk with her arms crossed as Vaughn, flanked by Issei and Asia, both explained the latter's situation and asked if they could help her. Seeing Vaughn staring at her with his characteristically earnest expression, trusting that she would do the right thing, Rias closed her eyes, exhaled a faint sigh, and answered, "Very well." Before opening them to meet Asia's gaze as she articulated, "By my decree as the heir of House Gremory, the excommunicated sister, Asia Argento, shall henceforward be in the care and under the conservation of the Occult Research Club. That said, there is no such thing as a free lunch. You will work and study diligently so long as you retain your protected status. I will do my best and make myself useful, not because it is expected of me but because I choose to," responded Asia, offering a courteous bow and smiling as she recalled Vaughn's and Issei's words. "That's a good attitude to have," said Rias, nodding approvingly before looking to her left where Akeno was standing, observing the scene play out with a sleepy-eyed, amused smile. "Akeno, Asia will be your understudy from today onward," decided Rias. "You will teach her everything she needs to know to be a proper servant of House Gremory. Teach her well." "It would be my pleasure," responded Akeno, offering a bow of her own before peering at Asia with a smile that caused the former nun's body to tense, though she couldn't understand why. "Does that mean Asia will be living here?" asked Issei, elated that Rias had agreed to shelter and protect her but concerned about what it meant to be a proper servant. "Well, where else would she stay?" asked Rias, raising her right brow in realization as she added, "Need I remind you that you can barely protect yourself, Issei? Even if Asia were willing to stay with you and your family, it would only increase your chances of being targeted together." "Oh, no, I would never impose on Issei-san like that," exclaimed Asia, raising and waving her hands from side to side. He had already done so much for her, there was no way she could burden him and his family with her care. "Any objections?" asked Rias, directing the question at Issei, causing him to deflate, his hands limp and shoulders drooping as he defeatedly responded, "None." "Good," said Rias, nodding approvingly before shifting her gaze to Asia, stating, "It's good that this is happening on a Saturday. I will have Akeno take you to get fitted for your various uniforms. Once you return, she will show you around and acquaint you with the kitchen. You will coordinate with her and our families to prepare lunch before being introduced to the remaining members of the Orc this afternoon." "Yes, I understand," responded Asia, instantaneously submitting to Rias's authority. She was used to being told what to do, having been required to follow and obey instructions her entire life, so now that she was under the care of the Orc and House Gremory, she understood that Rias was, for all intents and purposes, her mistress. "Well then, let's be on our way," hummed Akeno, prompting Asia to take one final look at Vaughn and Issei, offering each of them a smile before she departed alongside her newly acquired senpai. Waiting until the duo had departed, Rias surprised Issei, causing him to startle and stand at attention as she asked, "Issei, do you desire to take Asia-chan as the inaugural member of your harem?" That's I just didn't want to see her getting taken advantage of by those evil exorcist bastards," exclaimed Issei, unable to admit that he was hoping that Asia would choose him despite Vaughn and Kaiba being far more handsome. "Despite knowing she's a former member of the church and an ardent follower of its teachings?" asked Rias, leaving Issei confused until she smiled playfully and reminded, "You know, beliefs such as no sex before marriage and, more pertinently, no polygamy. Are you absolutely certain you want to date such a girl? Say it isn't so," muttered Issei, falling onto his hands and knees with a look that made it seem like he was experiencing an existential crisis. He wanted to believe things would just conveniently work out, but since Asia had made it clear she still believed in God and the Church's doctrine, she likely wouldn't abide the creation of a harem. Heck, she might not even be opposed to the very notion of being romantically involved with a devil. "Well, don't give up just yet," said Rias, throwing Issei a lifeline by pointing out, "She has already been excommunicated from the church and has just joined hands with one of the most powerful and influential devil families in the underworld. I'm not encouraging you to corrupt her or anything, but it is obvious she trusts you. Be a good friend to her, and who knows? Love is a mysterious thing. It can blossom unexpectedly and make even the most rational people do senseless things." "Kaiku," muttered Issei, bouncing to his feet and staring at Rias as if she were the hand of God himself, offering salvation amid the turbulent waves of pubescence. What he didn't know was that, while she wouldn't mind if he ended up with Asia, viewing it as a convenient means to keep him leashed, Rias was concurrently thinking of ways to get her to accept becoming her bishop, a scenario that would all but assure she ended up in her and Vaughn's bed rather than his. She was, after all, a devil, and the temptation of having the wielder of twilight healing as her bishop was great indeed. Chapter 29, Choice. "This is Von Sama's power? Incredible!" muttered Asia, her eyes wide as she marveled at the corridor of intertwined fates' fantastical terrain and layout. After everyone had lunch, Rias asked Vaughn to take her, Issei, Kaiba, and Konako inside to get her acclimated to her duties as the group's healer, so they were presently outside the safe zone of the first floor of the inner sanctum's first stratum. As Rias had placed him in charge, Vaughn stated, "The monsters on this floor are only around as powerful as the average human, but that's no reason to lower our guards. Issei, you'll take point. Kaiba will watch your back while Konako protects Asia. I'll take up the rear, provide overwatch, and issue orders as needed." Though he was a little annoyed that Vaughn would be at the rear, allowing him to stare at Konako's and Asia's bottoms as much as he wanted, Issei raised his crimson gauntlet left hand, responding, "Right. Just watch as I pummel every monster we come across." Boost. With his sacred gear doubling his physical parameters, Issei felt like he could take a truck-kun head-on, and it wouldn't be him but the driver who got sent to another world. Fortunately, while it was obvious to Vaughn, Kaiba, and Konako that he was trying a little too hard to show off, his experience with fighting and farming on deeper floors made the first a cinch. "So time passes 6 times faster in here than it does the outside?" asked Asia, prompting Issei, who was the one explaining things to her, to beam as he affirmed, "That's right. And, get this, it gets faster the deeper we go. And, who knows, by the time we reach the 100th floor, we might be able to stay here a full year with only a single day passing outside." "Truly? That's incredible," exclaimed Asia, matching Issei's energy as the two sat beside each other around the endlessly burning campfire located at the center of every checkpoint. Outside was brightly lit, but within the sealed-off enclosure, it was like the dead of night, ostensibly to facilitate rest. "Wait, but doesn't that mean we would grow older very quickly?" asked Asia, touching her chin with her right index finger and tilting her head to the side. Though he was initially going to wave his hand in front of his face and say they didn't need to worry about things as devils, Issei's smile cramped as he remembered that Asia was a relatively normal human. That meant that, unless they could talk her into becoming a devil, she would only live 60 to 100 years while the rest of them, except for Vaughn, could possibly live 10 to 100 times that amount.
Thinking that Issei didn't know how to answer, Vaughn decided to lend him a hand, stating, "That's not something we need to worry about. Even if time is compressed 60, or even 60,000 times within the corridor, our physical bodies are chronally linked to the outside. We age in so far as we experience the flow of time, but that's why we don't run out of stamina or feel hungry too quickly." "Wow!" muttered Asia, pressing the tips of her fingers together as, much to Issei's chagrin, she gazed at Vaughn with starry eyes. It didn't help that, at that moment, Konako was lying cross-armed atop Vaughn's lap, enjoying having her head, adorned with adorable cat ears, caressed. No longer able to contain her curiosity, Asia, her gaze fixated on Konako, asked, "This may be forward, but what is the relationship between Vaughn-sama and Konako-chan? The two of you seem very close." "We're," started Vaughn. "Lovers," completed Konako, causing Asia to blink in surprise, Kaiba to exhale faintly and shake his head, and Issei to look like he had just heard that the average bust size of women around the world was decreasing by the day. Konako was widely regarded as the mascot of Kyoa Academy, so he felt like he could cry tears of moist crimson imagining her passionately intertwined with the much larger Vaughn. "Oh, my!" uttered Asia, holding her hand up to her mouth and eyes wide, full of curiosity as she asked, "Then, is this something only lovers do? It looks very comfortable." Resurrecting Issei from the dead, causing him to adopt a deathly serious expression and give a thumbs up, Vaughn responded, "You don't necessarily have to be lovers with someone to have them lend you their lap or caress your head. If you're curious, I'm confident Issei wouldn't mind lending you his." "Oh? Wouldn't that be troublesome?" asked Asia, directing the question at Issei. "Not even a little," responded Issei, his nostrils flaring and fists pumping before he promptly calmed himself, cleared his throat by coughing into his right hand, averted his eyes, and added, "But only if you want to." "I would like to try," affirmed Asia, resulting in Issei tensing and sitting ramrod straight as she carefully folded her arms atop his lap and tried to adopt the same position as Konako but struggled due to her breasts. She wasn't nearly as endowed as Rias and Akeno, but she had sizable, nearly C-cup breasts, causing Issei to tremble and turn progressively red as he held his breath and did his best to prevent a certain part of his body from reacting. "MMNN. It's harder than I imagined," groaned Asia, inadvertently sending Issei over the edge as he released his held breath in a manner that made it seem as though his soul was escaping his body. The number of days he had been single nearly matched the number he had lived, so while he was regarded as one of Kyoaha's perverted trio, his experience with women was almost entirely imagination-driven. "Issei-san?" asked Asia, turning onto her side and staring at Issei with large, innocence-filled eyes. Looking into them caused Issei to feel guilt wash over him, so instead of meeting them directly, he turned his head to the side, muttering, It's nothing." As he carefully placed his right hand onto Asia's head, gently caressing it. "NN. Okay, then," responded Asia, narrowing her eyes in satisfaction as she entrusted the full weight of her upper body to Issei's lap and enjoyed having her head stroked. She could feel something long and hard pressing against her left breast, periodically twitching, but since she had never laid atop a boy's lap, she assumed it was normal, a contented smile adorning her face as she emulated Konako and behaved like a cat. After emerging from the corridor around 8 p.m., having spent nearly 2 full days inside, Rias informed everyone that the matter regarding Asia had been settled before Kaiba, Konako, and a reluctant Issei returned to their respective residences. Cohabitation bred familiarity, so while Vaughn had exhibited the qualities of a bro by facilitating him and Asia spending time and interacting with one another, Issei was afraid it wouldn't matter if she witnessed Rias and Akeno being intimate with him and expressed an interest in trying it herself. Proving that Issei was correct to be concerned, Rias wore an unabashed smile as she explained to Asia, "As a servant of House Gremory, interim or otherwise, you'll need to get accustomed to nudity and helping Vaughn and me with everything from bathing to getting dressed in the morning. Since tonight is your first night, we'll start slow by having you wash his back. If you can handle that,
you can work on his front after. As Akeno helped Rias disrobe as she spoke, Asia swallowed hard but didn't question her new mistress's words as she responded, right. I'll give it my all, before approaching and blushing slightly as she began to undo the buttons of Vaughn's dress shirt. Though he didn't stop what Asia was doing, Vaughn expressed his concerns both directly and indirectly by asking Rias, is this really okay? It's pretty obvious that Issei has feelings for Asia. If she's willing, I think the two of them would make a good couple. And if they are going to start dating, we shouldn't be doing things like this. Me and Issei-san, dating? Asked Asia, sporting a very confused look as she stared up at the much taller Vaughn. She knew what dating was, as she had always dreamed of going on one, but she felt that was something for the far future. Nodding, Vaughn looked down at Asia and reiterated, Issei really likes you, so even if the two of you don't start dating, he would be hurt if he learned we were doing things like this. Oh, Vaughn! Muttered Rias, exhaling a faintly exasperated sigh but smiling as she could see that Vaughn was sincerely attempting to help Issei out, but if the latter couldn't win Asia's heart himself, she would only be dating him out of sympathy. MMNN. Issei-san is a very good person. Muttered Asia, staring down at Vaughn's body as she undid his final button and peeled open his dress shirt, her green eyes glistening slightly as she confessed, but my faith wouldn't allow me to be in a relationship with a devil. I don't have the same hatred for devils that some in the church do, but when I eventually die, I wish to be accepted into the kingdom of heaven. And humans who have relations with devils are fated for hell. Is that true? Asked Vaughn, directing the question to Rias. For the most part, confirmed Rias, surprising Asia quite a bit by adding, but I have heard of multiple cases of humans being romantically involved with devils and still going to heaven. In fact, there have even been devils who have risen to heaven. After all, the original leader of the devils came from heaven. If a devil can endure the pain of adhering to the scriptures despite the pain it causes them, God would not shun them. Then, it's okay for me and Issei to be a couple? Asked Asia, tilting her head adorably to the side. She still had doubts, but since all the members of the orc seemed like good people, she didn't think Rias would outright lie to her. That's right, confirmed Rias, crossing her arms under her naked breasts as she added, and it's not that difficult to accept if you just think about it. One of the key characteristics of the God of the Bible is his benevolence. If he condemned his faithful to descend or burn in hell just because they fell in love with a devil, that wouldn't be very benevolent. If anything, it'd be petty. I suppose. Muttered Asia, a prominent frown marring her face as she contemplated Rias's words. She knew things weren't nearly as black and white as many in the church would have their flock believe. There was even widespread corruption in several branches, and she had personally experienced how intolerant they could be as she was once regarded as a saintess, only to be scorned and excommunicated for showing mercy and daring to treat an injured devil with her power. Catching Asia a little off guard, Vaughn gently cupped her head, drawing her to his chest as he reiterated, Issei cares about you. I'm not saying that you need to date him, but if you want to spend time with him as you did in the corridor, we shouldn't do things like this. I know how painful it feels to have the girl you like do something with another boy, so unless you clarify things with him, we shouldn't get too close. Understanding that Vaughn was referring to her treatment of Issei, Rias felt a pang of guilt permeate her chest as she realized she wasn't being fair to the newest and most immature member of the orc by conspiring to have Asia imprint on another boy. She also felt that Vaughn was overstepping his bounds by speaking on Issei's behalf, but compared to her sin, his was at least good-intentioned. Thus, rather than advancing her operation, have Asia fall for Vaughn plan, she drafted a new one called Wait and See What Asia Decides for Herself.